that time physically widened time, you know, the concept of time, that it physically widened and then it slowed down. So it slowed down as all the matter shrank, so it looked like it took the same time and it traveled the same distance, but it was different. This is special relativity. You know, you might have been told when you were growing up Einstein was some genius. He was actually a psychopath, and he was in no way anywhere close to a genius. So anyway, this is still to this day all that the heliocentric model has. This really ends the whole debate right here. We can go shoot lasers over water and physically measure the surface of the Earth. It isn't curving. That's cool. That's true. They don't even have like a logically viable theory to pretend the Earth is a ball that spins around the sun. Literally, it doesn't exist. It's impossible on its face philosophically and logically. We've kind of been brainwashed via materialism. Logic is the most important thing that exists. So if something is logically bankrupt or not viable, it's wrong. You don't have to do anything else. It's over right there. So the truth is, heliocentrism is debunked with the Michelson-Morley experiment. They will tell you that it debunked the ether because they're basically religious zealots. So anyway, I don't want to diverge too much on that, but that started the cascading effect that we now see today. So here is Einstein when he decided to put clothes on, and he said, therefore I thought in 1905 that in physics one should not speak of the ether at all. This goes to show that it's like this religious weirdo thing. You can only talk about what you're allowed to talk about. This judgment was too radical, though, as we shall see with the next consideration about the general theory of relativity. It moreover remains, as before, allowed to assume a space-filling medium if one can refer to electromagnetic fields. Now, he's wrong again. There's no space-filling medium. There's no space to fill. Space is a version of, or an absence of, ether. But anyway, it's conceptual. So it moreover remains, as before, allowed to assume a space-filling medium if one can refer to electromagnetic fields and shoot light with the motion of the Earth.
So, there you go. Oh, I got into quite a bit of stuff. That's pretty dope. Pretty deep.
Really good. Only
Word salad, yeah.
Slight hiccup at the end.
Yeah, the computer died.
It died after we got the charger.
As soon as they brought the charger up there and I plugged it in, the computer died. And I had like a bunch of cool pictures to end the presentation with, but
you know what? It just made it so made it exciting. And then at the end, then like had everyone's full attention. You know that happened. It like
here is a picture of the Q&A. So we had Q&A section was me, Dave Weiss, Marty Leeds, Ben Balderson, and Mark Sargent. A lot of people spiral that I'm on stage with them, I guess, but I'm like, yo, you guys are just exhausting. But yeah, you were in the crowd. What's your take on this situation?
they needed you up there.
Later, Adam. Thanks for kicking in, bro.
Help. Wizard's lair. But there were some funny answers too. I guess the big joke now is Mark Sargent is Dave Weiss's dad, so that's a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Go down.
What's funny is, like the Globers will say, and they project, right, that we're like in an echo chamber, whatever. Dude, flat earthers are going up there trying to stump us. Flat earthers are going up there and they're trying to ask like the hardest questions they can think of.
Yes.
Questions that they think they can't answer, or they don't know the answer to for flat earth. And they're basically trying to stump us. Which just goes to show you, it's for one, it isn't some facade. We're up there on stage in the vulnerable position of having to answer any question someone can come up with. We're talking about the Earth, so someone basically comes up with a question about the entire world. So basically everything. You can be asked a question about pretty much literally all things. But anyway, yeah, it was pretty cool. This one a little bit longer than I thought it would, but I think you guys can see it. Okay, cool stuff. Okay, and I can also play a video here. Oh, super chat. Was cool to meet everyone who came out to Flattoberfest. Austin, I was the guy who recommended that Taboo Conspiracy video to keep crushing, dude. Oh, what's up, brother? Thank you, man, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, you were telling me that you had a longtime friend that you've been kind of trying to talk to about flat Earth, and then ironically, he said he went down the rabbit hole for like 10 hours. All of a sudden, when he was at the conference, yeah. And he's like, "What was that video called where where they shot the laser over the frozen lake?" Thank you for the super chat, man. It's probably because you whisper, babe.
Sorry.
In a world, here, I'll try to turn this up.
Ooh, turning up.
That doesn't mean whisper, though.
Okay.
Maybe scoot forward or something. I don't know. All right.
I wish they could see how cute our cat is. He's so cute.
I can take a picture of him.
Leo loves Austin, which makes me feel like Aaliyah. Like, I just watched a video of this baby girl crying for her dad, and I'm like, that's probably gonna be Aaliyah.
He's posted, bro. He hasn't moved.
Super cute.
First time you've been allowed in the office during the stream, huh, Leo?
Oh, and we need to ask them.
Oh yeah. Does anyone know like a good? I mean, I think we solved the problem.
Still ask.
Anyone know of like a good natural way to take care of, or more so, a preventative, for like fleas with a cat? Every time we take Leo outside at our new house, he gets a few fleas on him.
And I spray like this natural stuff on him.
This dude said I have a cat named Leo too.
Really?
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's wild, Angel.
Yeah, he only goes outside maybe 30 minutes to an hour. He's got a harness. He's got an air tag. He looks geared up, you know. And I always spray him with some natural stuff. And I brush him. Every time he comes back inside, I brush him, do a little flea check.
Don't let him outside.
No.
That's not an option, bro. He loves to go outside.
That's his favorite thing. And I think that a lot of pets are like house cats are very depressed because they are vitamin D deprived.
So basically, I met Kai, and Leo had like really never gone outside, and I'm like, this is when we had the RV. There you go. You can see him sitting in my lap there. He just posted.
So cute.
And I'm like, yeah, we gotta take him outside, and then she was like nervous about it, so I'm like, look, he's gonna be fine. I picked him up. First, I told her I was like, she's like, he doesn't like strangers, and I'm like, he's gonna like me, and then like
because he doesn't.
But very quickly, he liked me, right? I mean,
yes.
So then anyway, we get the RV. I take him outside. I'm holding him, and I just hold him. And he was nervous.
And he's been outside before, 2 times in his life before this moment. Once I took him outside when he was a kitten, and he started sneezing so much, I freaked out, so I brought him inside. And then I tried to take him outside another time, and this dude ran on his hind legs back inside. He hated going outside. He hated it.
I took him outside and kept him calm.
Fast forward to us getting
I kept him calm.
He took him outside.
Kept him calm.
Held him.
Yeah. And then anyway, he ended up like loving being outside. But what's so funny, man, is I have him trained like a dog. But my whole life, I haven't really liked cats. Not that I dislike cats, I just think dogs are way cooler. And I still think that.
Some are way cooler.
Dogs are cooler than cats for sure. But anyway, I do love Leo now. He's like a really cool cat. And I have him like trained like a dog, bro. So if he starts walking away, I'm like, I'll like snap and I'll say, no. Not right now though, you're good, bro. And he'll stop and come back. Like, it's crazy. He's a cat, right? And he'll follow you when you tell him to and come to you.
He knows how to sit on
and
command.
He sits to get his food. It's pretty funny. So he's cool. He started getting real brave in the RV parks and running around. We had to kind of get him back in check, and then we put a harness on him. Long story short, he loves to go outside. He's pretty well behaved outside, and I'm not taking that away
I didn't realize this was like 2 hours long, so we could reset the bot. You guys can start a conversation probably.
Son- Sonny, when is this from? Is this live or is this from somewhere
I'll
on his
post
channel?
it. It's from Kai and yeah, it's from Wits It Gets It. It's here. I'll post it in the live stream.
Yeah, if you could post it, that'd be really cool. Because I don't know, was this a month ago or what?
It's like when the Oktoberfest was.
Okay.
Right after the Oktoberfest, apparently. Here it is in the live stream.
Thank you for doing that.
Sure. No problem.
I don't want to say I'm obsessed with Michelson Morley and what Einstein wrote about it afterwards. It's funny that you had Michelson Morley in 1887, and then you had the star through the eclipse in 1915, and it seems like the globe people went nuts because they couldn't explain Michelson Morley and the star through the eclipse, so they had to have Einstein explain away Michelson Morley, and they had to come up with the bending and warping of space time to explain away the star through the eclipse. They just went nuts. And
do you happen to know, Waterworld, if there's any in-depth, really good biographical or documentary about his life where it will explain the connections and who he was, like who his connections were in that field of study? So I've seen him in pictures of some institute, I don't know what university or somewhere, but where all of the major players were there, like Heisenberg and Planck, and all of them were in the same halls of education, if you will, right? So it'd be interesting to know, like maybe letters or something, but I haven't really seen much information like that. Have you?
Are you talking about Einstein?
Yes, like how he got the connections, how he got to a place from being a patent clerk to basically a college dropout patent clerk, and then all of a sudden he's thrust into the spotlight. Like how did all that happen? I've never heard or seen of a good, honest biographical that would explain like how he got those connections and so forth.
I think and Austin would probably have said this, I think he's propped up. He's a puppet.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, that they put up there. Just like I don't think Copernicus lived. I think the Catholic Encyclopedia made them all up because in May of 1543 they published the Copernican theory. They actually published it, and that same month Copernicus died. So Copernicus, the little cartoon character that they invented in 1473, they decided that he was done in the little cartoon. So he published his little thing. Well, they published it, and then they killed him off in the cartoon. And I think that's what happened. I think everything about Copernicus, the more I look into it, it's just fake. The whole thing is fake. I think that the Catholic Church wanted heliocentrism, and the Catholic Church wanted to change the calendar to Gregorian to get rid of Jesus and Easter and Passover, and they did. They got Istar, which worshipped fertility, Easter bunny, sex, all that stuff, and took it away from Jesus and the cross. And they got those are the two things that the Catholic Church wanted to do. And then obviously you got Martin Luther and Calvin, who came along and said, no, I'm reading my Bible. The earth doesn't spin around the sun, doesn't revolve around the sun. And they got rid of Copernican theory in 1616. They just waited for the Protestant Reformation to die out. And I believe it was 1834. They brought it back, Copernican theory back. And then George Lemaitre, who was also an astronomer, Catholic priest, said, Big Bang is all good. And the rest is, crept into Catholic and Protestant churches. But they really freaked out about Michelson Morley and that star through the through the eclipse in 1915. I mean, you got Eddington talking about it, Picari a year before Einstein published his relativity theory of relativity, which is just gravity. Einstein stole Picari idea, so everything Einstein did was prearranged. He was just a puppet on a string. Just look at somebody above with their strings, and Einstein was the puppet. Einstein married his first cousin, wanted to have sex with his first cousin's underage daughter, was an ethics supremacist, was a total weirdo, but I guess his last name sounded good, and he looked like a scientist, so they made him one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do. This is the divided states of Illuminati land. People stumbling all over the place like zombies, man. Just like the Walking Dead, they got this country zombified. All your water's fluoridated, all your food is modified. You are what you eat, so I guess that means that you're a GMO. And you don't even know, but you're too blind to see it though. You have to be asleep to have the American dream. Just how they need it, cause your freedom was never a thing. The best kind of slaves are the slaves that don't know that they're slaves. Stuck in a daze and they behave how they're told to behave. Good little sheeple people, always happy, always gleeful. No revolting, no rebelling, no uprising, no upheaval. The ones that rule us wanna keep us all clueless and weak. It's not looking so good for humans, the future is bleak. You think you are unique, but really you're a replica, created by the false education that they gave you here. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
We are conditioned every minute of every day, and being ignorant is just the American way. The national debt is a debt we can never repay, but if they say to pay your taxes, you better obey. Hypocritical kingdom of wicked criminals, using symbols and signals to fill your head with subliminals. When you watch TV, it's corroding your mind. When the 5G network goes online, there'll be nowhere to hide. Electromagnetic frequencies all around us so frequently. Nothing is what it seems to be. They deceive us so easily. No one even believe in me while they're meeting in secrecy. Have you seen the world recently? Never treating us decently. What happened to liberty and justice for all? Dictators free themselves, but we don't get nothing at all. I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do.
earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were only created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it, but the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be with me, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with a disruption. With all my flat earth homies on a Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Bonacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it, but the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be pimping, you people really need to get on my level. stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Feel shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Here's shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to
Check. 1, 2. Over and out. Roger Wilco. Anybody home?
Hello. Hello.
What's up?
Good
Yeah.
luck.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thanks.
It's kind of dead. What's going on around here?
Yeah, people are eating something.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say. For hell's sakes. I know one thing. I'm tired of repeating the same thing over and over and over and over. These people that just don't listen to any of it. No, they don't listen to one word we say. They don't care. So they just have us repeat the same thing over and over, and then they don't listen again. So the next time they come in, they ask the same question, and we answer them the same way, going on for 4 years now. It is ridiculous.
Exactly. There was someone yesterday here talking to Jamsey, and this guy was, circling. So,
Yeah.
with the same old shit.
Yep. Man, assholes. I don't know. I mean, it's like none of these people, they don't listen to anything we have to say. Just figure we're wrong. There's no sense to it. Then when they ask a question, we answer it. We have always the truth, and they act like they didn't hear anything. No comprehension whatsoever. It's amazing.
They don't like the idea, that people have me lie to them about the shape of the Earth, and yeah, it's a defense mechanism. And, yeah. And then they ask questions, and at the end, in most of them, they say, and why does it matter? I mean, you spend a lot of time talking to them, and in the end, they say, what matters if the shape is flat or globe? So it's amazing.
Yes, it is. Let's see.
You guys have a song or a video that we can play?
Yeah, we ought to play something, huh? Yeah, it's something.
That's right, Shazman Perham. First they say, boats go over the horizon, and then Earth is too big. It's the Glober's dilemma.
Let's see how many people are listening to YouTube. Eight. And I'm probably one of them. I'm one of them. I'm watching the channel too. So there's 7 people.
the YouTube channel Flat Out Truth from Terry R. Asher. It was deleted. Censorship.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
What's up? Hello, God Rockin'.
He said, it's just a minute. Just a minute.
I hear that old man.
Yeah, I'm here. I was in the bathroom, my friend.
What's up, old man?
Not much. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I just got home.
Home from where? Work?
Yeah, I'm installing a sink for my grandpa.
Oh, you seen your grandpa today?
Yeah, I was putting in a sink for him.
Nice. Yeah, I do a lot of that for my mom and dad. My dad's passed now, but
I don't like it. I've never installed a sink before.
oh, really?
Yeah, it was my first time.
How'd it go?
It was, I don't know, it was simple. It was like hot and cold. It was already marked on the one I installed, so it was easy. Just plug and play basically, except for the centerpiece that like extends out.
Right.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that. Well, did you put plumber's putty underneath the metal? Did you put a brand new sink in?
Yeah, and yeah, I put putty.
Okay, and as long as you put that putty in and tighten it up.
Yeah, I always do. Put the putty, but use glue.
Yep. And then the pipe that goes down, that will, depending on which down tube you buy, you get the right length. Then see that P-trap will slide up and down. You can undo the fittings and actually slide it down and move it up and put it up, put it on and off fairly easy. When you tighten it, it freezes it in place and seals it with that ring, that wedge ring that goes around the pipe. I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. I don't like it though. I don't like working on plumbing. All the old sink I took out has a bunch of gunk and shit on it.
Oh yeah, they get
on
nasty.
The drain.
Yeah, they get nasty after years. Just nobody gets down inside, underneath, and then down in the pipes, and they get real nasty.
Pour you some baking soda and vinegar down it.
P-traps are so cheap. Hell, I just buy a new one. So throw it away. It costs like $5 or $10. I not.
Yeah, like a couple of years ago, I was in the tenant's apartment repairing an old drain. I had to replace a P-trap.
Yep, it happened.
I don't know what happened. For some reason, the pipe just busted.
Was it steel or plastic?
Plastic.
Maybe someone bumped something getting underneath the sink or something.
And nobody uses steel here. No, we all use copper if we're going to use metal.
Yeah.
PVC gets old and brittle after a while.
Yeah, it does.
Especially that real thin tubular stuff that goes up and under the sink.
Yeah, that stuff's real cheap. thin stuff. That's why I say I just always replace them, buy a brand new one. Because they get brittle. After a few years, they start to get hard and brittle, and just bump them, they can crack or break. Yeah.
Anytime I unstop a drain, I usually have a plastic nut break or crack.
Yep.
What is everybody doing right now? You all having a good day?
Yeah, 4-day weekend.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
Thanksgiving.
Oh, we had that we already had that last month.
You in Canada?
Oh yeah.
Thanksgiving was Thursday. I took Friday off, and then off Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, I worked a weird week this week. I worked Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. 10-hour days.
I got off early Wednesday, about 3 hours paid, so
Is Refraction God Rockin' in the house? Refraction God Rockin'.
Why did you say that?
Got a second.
He's coming. He's going to come to defend himself.
I'll be right there.
He's going to. I call God Rockin'. God Rockin' 7/6R. That's what I'm going to start calling him.
7/6R.
Yeah, that's the refraction, whatever it's called, formula.
And when I see you, Jim, I'm going to feed you to the Bear Lake Monster.
Hey, 7/6R, how you doing?
Doing all right. You keep your body, you keep eating that food, keep that little bit of chubbiness on you got, because that Bear Lake Monster is going to be hungry come springtime.
Ever since Thanksgiving, I've been experiencing my first emergency detoxification of dead cell debris and toxicity from my body in about 3 years.
What happened?
My body's decided to experience an emergency detoxification. I can't do anything about it. I did have 2 glasses of wine at Thanksgiving, about 16 ounces. And I was feeling okay Thanksgiving. And then I got home that night, and it's just like I started coughing. And alcohol is one of the worst toxins you can put in your body. And it causes necrosis, which is, cells dying through toxicity. And so here I am. My voice isn't all that good, and my throat doesn't feel good, but I get to talk to 7/6R God rocking.
Well, I hope you start feeling better soon, my friend. Your body will kick in and take care of the problem soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, first time I've never taken any over-the-counter stuff. I just take orange juice and get my magnesium. The sun's not out, so I can't go out and get sun, but I do go outside and get fresh air.
You know, I got a real problem with orange juice. It is so acidic on my stomach. Just fucking kills my stomach every time I try to drink it. And so, can you suggest something else that I can drink that's not so acidic, or eat that has a high quantity of real vitamin C? I mean,
Broccoli.
real natural vitamin C?
Broccoli.
Huh?
Broccoli.
Broccoli has a lot of vitamin C?
Yeah, some people say that 1 cup of broccoli is enough to give you your 90 milligrams of vitamin C that you need. But I like broccoli, so I usually have a pint at a time. So whenever I do broccoli, I get my vitamin C. So yeah, broccoli's good. Obviously, broccoli, you can eat it. You can eat it somewhat raw. You can cook it. You can steam it. You can put garlic with it. You can do lots of different things. But broccoli is your alternative to orange juice.
I don't really care for broccoli much. Dang it. I mean, I can choke it down if I have to, but I really don't.
First thing I heard when I came back is I can choke it down if I have to.
Yeah. And you can cook it. You can cook it or steam it better. That's not crunchy. Yep.
I usually steam it and put a little butter and salt and pepper on it and make it a little more edible. But broccoli, what about Brussels sprouts? They got vitamin C in them?
I don't know. Brussels sprouts are really, really good for you, but I'm not sure on their vitamin C thing. I know. I can
actually stand those a little more than I can broccoli.
I just know orange juice, broccoli, and if you eat the whole potato, skin and all, it doesn't give you everything you need, but it gives you a good little quantity of vitamin C.
Does it?
Yeah. Yep. And I also God rockin', I just read this. I gotta share it with you.
All right.
If you get 7/6R, enough 7/6R, that takes care of your vitamin C for the day too.
Ooh, I feel like killing you right now.
Okay, I just want you to know. So broccoli, orange juice, and 7/6R will take care of your vitamin C.
Well, I don't know if I actually believe the 7/6R bit, but broccoli, I'd probably buy into that one.
Another good thing I've heard, now that we're talking about this stuff, thanks for bringing it up, 7/6R. If you go out,
the fact you keep saying that is so annoying. 7/6R.
If you go out and get some Newtonian gravity, you just go outside and get some Newtonian gravity. That will make you feel very good.
And how exactly do you go and get some Newtonian gravity?
Well, you can't see it. You just assume it's there, so you assume you get it. Yeah.
Oh, so you just say it, just cause.
Yeah, and another thing is really good for you.
And so it's true, just because.
Just because a scientist would suggest it. Another good thing, 7/6R, is if you go out and get some bendy and warping of space-time, that helps you out too. And then and then at Kroger's, I just noticed they started to sell on Bendy Light. It's like carbonated water, and you open it up and it tells you that it shows you the second law of thermodynamics there. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So when you open it up, it goes. Psst. So it tells you that it gives you a little bit of second law of thermodynamics too. So hey,
But what about the Earth, dude?
hey,
The gravity's holding all the atmosphere down.
the Earth's a ball. Earth's the ball. Yeah.
The gravity is holding all the atmosphere down, yet the moon pulls the tides but can't pull our atmosphere. Because that makes a lot of sense.
Hey, trust the government. Trust the government.
Trust the science, am I right?
Take your booster. Take your booster.
Oh, dude, I've taken the 7th one.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop. I'm going to take it till I die.
Oh, that's it. Thanks.
God, don't do that. You might live forever.
Yeah, they're going to upload my consciousness to the cloud.
Thanks for that segue. Hey, 7/6R. The eighth shot, I understand, according to Pfizer, is filled with vitamin C. So you should go get that.
And don't forget to sprinkle some magic refraction fairy dust on that R value.
Yeah. And if you add enough refraction to 7/6R, then you'll find out that light will bend around your ball, and then automatically you live on a globe because refraction allows light to bend around a ball.
That tastes pretty damn good.
Yeah. No matter what measurements tell us that we don't live on a ball, they have gravity to explain why people don't fall off the bottom of the ball in Australia, and they have refraction to explain why when you see Chicago 62 miles across from Benton Harbor, Michigan, it's actually bended around the ball, but refraction mysteriously brings the whole skyline of Chicago back into view that you can see it, see it really well, but actually it's invisible, and refraction has brought it back up so you can see it perfectly. So
don't argue with them.
So we don't have a chance because gravity and refraction, plus all the money they get. I found out somebody said something to me. It's just like Space Force gets 24 or 25 billion with the B dollars for not exploring outer space. Now for years NASA got all the money, 25, 26 billion, and all of a sudden here's our orange idol gets on front of the TV and announces that coming to Space Force. And of course I was a Globie back then, but now that I know I don't live on a spinning ball. And Space Force gets $25 billion a year. Somebody said that part of that money goes for cyberbullying and cyber propaganda, online propaganda. And I looked at NASA. NASA has 18,000 employees. The average employee makes $121,000 per year. That's a little shy of $2.2 billion. So Space Force, and I've been told this, it's unscientific, that there are 5,000 people on social media platforms pushing the ball, pushing the globe in some sort of another. And it's on Discord, not necessarily
That's what
here.
Space Force is?
Part of Space Force, part of it is the very
what's
small
the other part?
I have no idea. That's as good.
Because they're not going up to space, dude.
Yeah.
So what is the other part?
I have, money laundering, who knows? But
Trump's money campaign?
Oh my goodness, what a loser he is. Anyway, but NASA, spends a little shy of $2.2 billion for their employees. So Space Force could easily go out and hire 5,000 cyber bullies like you see on TikTok. I've been on TikTok.
They're hiring cyber bullies?
Absolutely. Cyber propaganda. Absolutely. They're hiring cyber propaganda everywhere. It's over on Jim Panda. It's over on Earth Awakenings. It's all over TikTok. It's all over Facebook. It's all over Instagram. They come on and they just make fun of flat earthers, and they get on and do the little demonstrations and do the little talking points. And when you talk to them about anything deeper, they just cut you off and call you a flirt and move on. So I wouldn't doubt if they don't have 5,000 people they've gone out to hire to do propaganda for them. And I don't believe they pay them $121,000 a piece. So if they pay them like 50, average of 50, that's just a fraction of what NASA pays their employees. that doesn't even come, that comes to 2.2 billion. So I wouldn't be surprised if on social media, that Space Force through their 25 billion isn't paying 500 million a year to influence social media. I wouldn't doubt that whatsoever. You don't see it here on Discord, but you see it. I see it over on Earth Awakenings. I see it on Gem Panda, which I've been banned from. I'm on TikTok. I've been there for less than 2 months now, and it is all over TikTok. TikTok is just 25 to 35-year-olds that go on and just spew the globe.
What? I thought TikTok was filled with autistic kids, not adults.
No. Well, 25 to 35-year-olds, if you're God rocking and my age, might be considered kids.
That's my age range.
Yeah, so 25 to 35-year-olds to people who are 60 are considered kids. So nothing against kids, because my daughters are that age. But when you go to TikTok and see all these 25 to 35-year-olds have their own little voice boxes, and they have 200, 300, 400,000 followers, 1 million sometimes, and they have 1,000, 1,200 people listening, and they just spew the globe. I mean, they just spew it out. I mean, it's just unbelievable. The talking points are just unbelievable. I tell you what. I tell you what, I'm not done. I got 3 debates. I got one on Sunday night. I got one Wednesday, and then Matthew Learns and I are going to debate on Saturday. So I got 3 of them coming up, and I'm lining up debates to do debates, but I don't know how long I want to do it. I mean, all these people are.
You got your pencil sharpened up pretty sharp right now, Jim.
Yeah, I've gone to the School of Austin. I've gone to the School of Austin Witzik, and and Pastor Omar Trabeau in Philadelphia has helped me out with the biblical cosmology stuff. So, yeah, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. The guy on Sunday on TikTok has 240,000 followers.
You better ask for a little cheat sheet from Austin.
No, I got it. I got it right here on my desk. All my cheat sheets from Austin are right here on my desk.
All right.
Yeah, I'm all good to go. Yeah. What I do, God rocking, is I listen to him on his debates and on his YouTube channel, and I write things down and I copy it and I send it to Federal Express, and they do my notes for me, so I have them nice and clean because my handwriting really sucks now. So I got my Austin notes, and I got all my other stuff, and I got my pictures and all that stuff. So we're ready to go. We're ready. Every day I'm learning something. Every day I'm learning something. And I just learned that God rocking is 7/6 hour. So that's all right. See, I didn't think about God rocking being 7/6 hour until I saw his photo right here. So I learned that right away, God rocking. Are you impressed? I think God Rockin' got tired of me calling him 7/6 hour. I don't blame him.
I'm trying to figure out a way to punish you for it.
Well, we live too far away from each other, so haha.
Oh, it'll sting. It'll sting. No matter how far you live away, I'm going to find something to sting like no tomorrow.
You can send one of those rockets that go into outer space and then come down over Dallas. You know, they go up in Salt Lake City, they go into outer space, and the rocket pushes off of nothing, but that doesn't matter because in the cartoon world, rockets can push off of nothing, and then it can come re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere around Dallas and just come right down to the house and just knock me out.
You're not that lucky.
Did you know, God Rockin', that rockets push off themselves from something that's on the inside of the rocket? Did you know that? I love that one. Rockets push off themselves from something on the inside. I love it. these glow people on social media that are paid, I think 80% plus are paid, but not more. They are the biggest liars in the world because the globe is a lie, and you have to lie to protect your globe lie. They are the biggest liars in the world. I have no idea why anybody outside of Matthew learns that anybody could talk to a globe liar online. Matthew's at least decent to talk with. But outside of that, they're just liars. They're lie. They lie for a paycheck. And they get to make fun of flat earthers at the same time.
Flat Earth is the best Earth.
Well, 7/6 hour. I'm gonna go do something. I'm gonna get up and see if I can start feeling better. Go get something to eat, and I'm going to do some research on Loch Ness today on Nessie, and I'll get back with you on that.
All right.
So God bless all of you.
I'll be darned. Dang it. Dang it and darned. Dang. Dang darn. Dumb it. Dumb it. Where's them damn Dilberts? Jim, where are they? Silence is gold. Except this situation, not golden. Jim. Yeah. Does anybody want to meet me at the grocery store? I'll buy you lunch. I'll buy you dinner. Let's go. I'll buy you dinner. Meet at the store. Either come to my place or your place and go cook dinner. I'm lonely. I want to have dinner with somebody. Takers? Probably not. Chicken. Fucker. What am I going to eat for dinner? Come on. Somebody make a suggestion. Something worth that you can buy these days without fear of getting poisoned or some genetically modified bullshit food or fuck. That'll make me feel good. Feel like I ate something that's not going to my stomach rot. Man, everybody's silent. Ask important question. Could be detrimental to my life right now. I need something good to eat. Come on. Fuck. Wrong. So learn to go grab it and go there and watch it. Let's go. Nobody wants to do anything, do they? Late. All right, well, I'm going to go and search it. Wants to talk. Stand, talk to myself to fucking cycle.
commonly held misconception that the Earth is a spherical object that revolves around the Sun. But the fact is, of course, that the Earth is a circular dish surrounded by a barrier of ice that explorers have been attempting to penetrate for centuries. 2,000 years ago, an Egyptian scholar by the name of Eratosthenes performed an experiment that he claimed proved the Earth to be a sphere. However, there are serious doubts about the accuracy of his data and his scientific procedures. Dr. Leo Ferrari explains.
Oh, the Eratosthenes experiment is an experiment supposedly conducted in the 1st century, whereby this ingenious person was supposed to have proved, I say that in quotes, that the Earth was a sphere of some 4,000 miles radius. Eratosthenes one day noticed that the sun was directly overhead in Syene, whereas he noticed that on the same day, at the same time, the sun made an angle of 7.2 degrees to the vertical at Alexandria, which was some 530 miles away. How did Eratosthenes in the 1st century know what the sun was doing on the same day in two places which are 530 miles apart? One can take all those same data, knowing that the Earth is flat. In one place you have the sun directly overhead, and at another place, at the same time, 530 miles away, let us suppose that it does make an angle of 7.2 degrees to the vertical. Then we have a right-angled triangle, which it can be easily shown that the sun is some 4,000 miles up in the sky. These superficial, even, considerations show that it's impossible. The whole thing, it's a story, a fairy story made up and mindlessly repeated in textbooks.
Fortunately, not all scientific arguments are based on such questionable research. The Greek astronomer Ptolemy determined to everyone's satisfaction that the Earth is flat, circular, and the central body in the universe. His theory went unchallenged for 1,200 years. Not surprising, really. One need only look around. However, the notion that it was some other shape gained some acceptance during the Renaissance. These were impoverished times. Most writers, artists, and scientists could not support themselves through their work.
Hello, boys.
They depended on the patronage of the upper class. Consequently, creative and original thinking men let their imaginations run rampant in order to attract support. In 1543, the Polish astronomer Copernicus suggested the bizarre notion that the Earth is a round ball that circles the sun.
Yo, he's a Polak?
But his book emphasized it was only a hypothesis. He further avoided controversy by withholding the book for 13 years, and then by dying on the day it was published. So Copernicus' notion that the Earth was a ball you couldn't fall off of was readily embraced by businessmen. And when Magellan's crew claimed to have circumnavigated the globe in 1522, it was seen as a new piece in the scientific puzzle. But more importantly, it was seen as a strong psychological boost for free enterprise. It's also been seen as a huge publicity stunt. The argument, for all practical purposes, came to an end when the Church of England was established by law during the 16th century. They rejected many laws of the ancient Catholic Church, and to appear forward-thinking, they embraced many radical scientific notions prevalent at the time, including Copernicus' round Earth theory. With this endorsement, the theory found its way into the schools, which were then largely controlled by the Church. It has remained there to this day, and many children have accepted it without question.
There's all kinds of proofs right around you that show that the Earth is flat. A very simple one to think of is that we use plumb bobs to build buildings. In other words, to get the wall of a building going straight down, you'll take a string with a heavy weight hanging from it, and you make the building follow that string. That plumb bob will point to the center of a round Earth. That means that if you imagine that this was the correct Earth, you can imagine a plumb bob held here would point in that direction, and a plumb bob held here would point in that direction. That means the buildings would be bigger on the top than at the bottom.
It would also mean that boats would constantly be sailing downhill. And invariably, in any discussion about the shape of the Earth, the first argument used in support of its rotundity is that as ships sail out to sea, the tops of their masts are visible longer than the hull.
The fact is, of course, that the light rays from the lower part of the ship are no longer reaching the shore.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way. And he's creating a circle. He's moving in a continuous direction around. He goes through the various parts of the circle, and he comes back where he started from. Swim around this way.
Does running round your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
Samuel Burley Rowbottom, better known throughout the scientific community as Parallax. In 1881, he had published this book, Earth Not a Globe. Outlining dozens of experiments performed over many years, it quickly became the standard authority for anti-globularists. Perhaps the most significant experiments were those carried out on a canal known as the Old Bedford Level. Located in Cambridgeshire, England, the canal is perfectly straight over an uninterrupted 6-mile stretch. While there, Parallax conducted many experiments, all towards one conclusion: to prove that the surface of the water in the canal was indeed perfectly flat. In one experiment, a boat carrying a flag rowed from one bridge to another 6 miles away. An observer with a telescope placed 8 inches above the surface of the water found that the flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the entire distance. If the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then over a distance of 6 miles, the second bridge should mathematically be 16 feet below the observer's eye line. But in spite of the mathematical evidence, any further attempts to restore belief in the flat Earth seem doomed by one of the supposed great moments in modern scientific achievement. At last, after thousands of years of uncertainty, man was able to get far enough away from the Earth to have a good look at it in all its resplendent beauty. It did appear curved, and photographs were brought back for all to see. However, according to experts, these photographs are much less conclusive than one might think.
So astronauts looking at the Earth see a curved Earth. But what they don't realize is that it's not the Earth that's curved, it's the light taking a curved path from the Earth.
So you're saying that those photographs from space that the Apollo mission brought back don't represent the Earth as it really is?
Of course they represent the Earth as it really is, as seen by curved light. And so it'll make straight things appear curved. And you know, it'll also make curved things appear straight. So you have to be very careful when you use light to measure things.
They're going up, and the astronaut thinks he's leveling off this way, going around, when in effect he's leveling off this way, and he goes around in a circle, this, like so. The farther out he goes, the less he sees of the Earth. He makes a bigger circle, he can make as big a circle as he likes, and which is in effect exactly the same as if he was going around the world this way, and going out farther, he makes a larger orbit.
Through time-lapse photography, the velocity of these clouds has been dramatically increased. While they were actually drifting over the mountains at approximately 27 miles per hour, they now have the appearance of moving at well over 100, 4 times their normal speed. If the clouds were stationary and the Earth was revolving underneath them, this is how it would appear if the Earth was spinning at 100 miles per hour. Yet we're told that the Earth is spinning at 10 times that speed. Consider this. Those who maintain that the Earth is a globe that spins suggest that people standing at the equator are being whirled around at approximately 1,000 miles an hour. They further maintain that the Earth is spinning around the Sun at a speed of 67,000 miles per hour, and that our Sun is supposedly racing around the center of our galaxy at some 600,000 miles per hour. And yet, you and I both know that on many days it's possible to stand outside without a single hair being messed up by the breeze.
You put your hand outside a window of a car, which is going even at 80 kilometers per hour. A terrific wind goes blasting by and pushes your hand back. Imagine putting your hand outside the window of a car that's going 1,600 kilometers per hour. We just take your hand right off.
With a sphere of 4,000 miles radius being spun round once every 24 hours, a little bit of calculations will show that that person there is being spun round at about 1,000 miles an hour and doesn't know it. I mean, this is obvious nonsense. You go on a merry-go-round and it goes, I doubt, more than 10 miles an hour, and you get off all dizzy. You mean to tell me that people can be spun round at approximately 1,000 miles an hour and not know it? Why, if this is so, this whole room that we're in is supposedly being spun round at something of approximately that order of speed, and we don't know it?
There's all kinds of evidence for the phenomenon of what's called continental drift. This means that the continents are able to move as if they're floating on a fluid. Now, if the Earth is spherical, if it's spinning, anybody knows that if this is spinning very, very, very fast like that, that the continents should all be located at the equator, because centrifugal force would move the continents from the poles to the middle. One of the real big problems that maybe is a little bit easier to understand, sound doesn't travel nearly that fast. So, for example, if you're at the equator and you wanted to shout to warn somebody, it's quite possible they could never hear you, because if you're shouting, say the Earth was spinning in this direction, and you were shouting in that direction, the sound could never catch up to the person who's, of course, being carried away by the Earth. Now, an interesting thing happens at the ends of the Earth. You see, when you go on a car trip from point A to point B, you're moving through what's called space. And it takes time to get through space. But if there is space, there must also be non-space. It's kind of like saying, if there's wet, there must be dry. You can't have one without the other. It's obvious. So when you get the end of the pizza model of the Earth, you're actually moving from space into non-space. Now, you can move through non-space in no time. See, it takes time to move through space, but it takes no time to move through non-space. As they cross the Earth, they will then go into this non-space region. They will instantly then be able to reappear back where they started by taking a non-space route. The moon does this, the sun does this, and stars even do this at a very, very slow rate, moving from space into non-space, and then reappearing back where they started from. This is due to a property of reflectivity and complementarity that is a well-known phenomenon. That's, in my opinion, is what the globular Earth theorists have done. They've just eliminated what they didn't know. The more honest approach is the flat Earth approach, where you say, well, we don't know what's at the ends, but the ends are there.
In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day. The Sun circles over and around the circumference of Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling each day from the equator during the March vernal equinox up to the Tropic of Cancer at the June summer solstice, back down to the equator for the September autumnal equinox, and all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn on the December winter solstice. In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a world cup. As strange as this concept may sound at first, it is a fact that if you set a bearing due south from anywhere on Earth, inevitably at or before 78 degrees southern latitude, you will find yourself face to face with an enormous ice wall towering 100 to 200 feet in the air, extending to the east and west the entire circumference of the world. General Greely in Antarctica or the Hypothetical Southern Continent wrote, "The ice barrier, so frequently referred to in accounts of the Antarctic regions, is the forefront of the enormous glacier covering or ice cap, which, accumulating in vast undulating fields from the heavy snowfall, and ultimately attaining hundreds if not thousands of feet in thickness, creeps from the continent of Antarctica into the polar sea. The ice barrier, yet a part of the parent ice cap, presents itself to the navigator who has boldness enough to approach its fearful front as a solid perpendicular wall of marble-like ice ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 feet in thickness, of which from 100 to 200 feet rises above, and from 800 to 1,800 feet sinks below the level of the sea." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It has been demonstrated that the Earth is a plane, the surface center of which is immediately underneath the star called Polaris, and the extremities of which are bounded by a vast region of ice and water and irregular masses of land. The whole terminates in fog and darkness, where snow and driving hail, piercing sleet, and boisterous winds, howling storms, madly mounting waves, and clashing icebergs are almost constant. Antarctica is not the tiny ice continent found confined to the underside antipode of astronomers' globes. Quite the contrary, Antarctica literally surrounds us 360 degrees, encircles every continent, and acts as a barrier holding in the oceans. The most commonly asked questions, and the greatest mysteries yet to be solved are, how far does the Antarctic ice extend outwards? Is there a limit? What lies beyond, or is it just snow and ice forever? Thanks to UN treaties and constant military surveillance, the North Pole and Antarctica remain cloaked in government secrecy, both purported no-fly and no-sail zones, with several reports of civilian pilots and captains being shooed away and escorted back under threats of violence. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it, are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than the eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness." Before reaching the Antarctic ice wall, navigating the increasingly tumultuous southern oceans, explorers encounter the longest, darkest, coldest nights and the most dangerous seas and storms anywhere on Earth. Vasco da Gama, an early 16th century Portuguese explorer of the South Seas, wrote how the waves rise like mountains in height, ships are heaved up to the clouds, and apparently precipitated by circling whirlpools to the bed of the ocean. The winds are piercing cold, and so boisterous that the pilot's voice can seldom be heard, whilst a dismal and almost continual darkness adds greatly to the danger. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and his crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. It was indeed my opinion that this ice extends quite to the pole, or perhaps joins some land to which it has been fixed since creation." On October 5, 1839, another explorer, James Clark Ross, began a series of Antarctic voyages lasting a total of 4 years and 5 months. Ross and his crew sailed 2 heavily armored warships thousands of miles, losing many men from hurricanes and icebergs, looking for an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. Upon first confronting the massive barrier, Captain Ross wrote of the wall, "Extending from its eastern extreme point as far as the eye could discern to the eastward, it presented an extraordinary appearance, gradually increasing in height as we got nearer to it, and proving at length to be a perpendicular cliff of ice, between 150 feet and 200 feet above the level of the sea, perfectly flat and level at the top, and without any fissures or promontories on its even seaward face. We might, with equal chance of success, try to sail through the cliffs of Dover as penetrate such a mass." William Carpenter wrote, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the south easily enough, is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region, indirectly to be sure, but she was 3 years about it, and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times round on the globular hypothesis." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "If we now consider the fact that when we travel by land or sea, and from any part of the known world in a direction towards the North Polar Star, we shall arrive at one and the same point, we are forced to the conclusion that what has hitherto been called the North Polar region is really the center of the earth, that from this northern center the land diverges and stretches out, of necessity, towards a circumference, which must now be called the southern region, which is a vast circle, and not a pole or center. In this and other ways, all the great navigators have been frustrated in their efforts, and have been more or less confounded in their attempts to sail round the earth, upon or beyond the Antarctic Circle. But if the southern region is a pole or center, like the north, there would be little difficulty in circumnavigating it, for the distance round would be comparatively small. When it is seen that the earth is not a sphere, but a plane, having only one center, the north, and that the south is the vast icy boundary of the world, the difficulties experienced by circumnavigators can be easily understood. If the earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. In other words, the circumference at 10 degrees south latitude would comprise a smaller circle than at the equator, 20 degrees south latitude would comprise a circle smaller than 10, and so on. If, however, the earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. 10 degrees south latitude will comprise a larger circle than the equator, 20 degrees south latitude will comprise a circle larger than 10, and so on. Likewise, if the earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case? David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Upon the principle as taught by Scripture and common observation that the world is not a planet but consists of vast masses of land stretched out upon level seas, the north being the center of the system, it is evident that the degrees of longitude will gradually increase in width the whole way from the north center to the icy boundary of the great southern circumference, in consequence of the difference between the actual extent of longitudes and that allowed for them by the nautical authorities, which difference, at the latitude of the Cape of Good Hope, has been estimated to amount to a great number of miles. Many shipmasters have lost their reckoning, and many vessels have been wrecked. Ship captains, who have been educated in the globular theory, know not how to account for their getting so much out of their course in southern latitudes, and generally put it down to currents. But this reason is futile, for although currents may exist, they do not usually run in opposite directions, and vessels are frequently wrecked whether sailing east or west. During Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, some days as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from August 18, 1838 to June 10, 1842. Almost 4 years spent exploring and surveying the Southern Ocean. In his journals, Lieutenant Wilkes also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The commanders of these various expeditions were, of course, with their education and belief in the earth's rotundity, unable to conceive of any other cause for the differences between log and chronometer results than the existence of currents. But one simple fact is entirely fatal to such an explanation, that when the route taken is east or west, the same results are experienced. The water of the southern region cannot be running in two opposite directions at the same time, and hence, although various local and variable currents have been noticed, they cannot be shown to be the cause of the discrepancies so generally observed in high southern latitudes between time and log results. The conclusion is one of necessity, forced upon us by the sum of the evidence collected that the degrees of longitude in any given southern latitude are larger than the degrees in any latitude nearer to the northern center, thus proving the already more than sufficiently demonstrated fact that the earth is a plane, having a northern center, in relation to which degrees of latitude are concentric, and from which degrees of longitude are diverging lines, continually increasing in their distance from each other as they are prolonged towards the great glacial southern circumference." Reverend Thomas Milner wrote, "In the southern hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning, under circumstances which until now have baffled every satisfactory explanation? The equatorial circumference of the supposed ball earth is said to be 24,900 statute, or 21,600 nautical miles. A nautical mile is the distance following the supposed curvature of the earth from 1 minute of latitude to the next. A statute mile is the straight line distance between the two, not taking into account Earth's alleged curvature. The Australian Handbook Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory states that the distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,400 nautical or 1,633 statute miles, allowing a more than sufficient 83 miles as the distance for rounding Cape Farewell and sailing up Tasman Bay to Nelson leaves 1,550 statute miles as the straight line distance from the meridian of Sydney to the meridian of Nelson. Their given difference in longitude is 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds out of 360 is 1,550 miles, the entirety measures 25,182 miles. This is larger than the Earth is said to be at the equator, and 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of said proportions. 1/360th part of 25,182 gives 70 miles as the distance between each degree of longitude at Sydney's 34° southern latitude. On a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, however, degrees of longitude at 34° latitude would be only 58 miles, a full 12 miles per degree less than reality. This perfectly explains why Ross and other navigators in the Deep South experienced 12-plus mile daily discrepancies between their reckoning and reality. The farther south traveled, the farther the divide. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 9,000 miles. These two places are 143 degrees of longitude from each other. Therefore the whole extent of the Earth's circumference is a mere arithmetical question. If 143 degrees make 9,000 miles, what will be the distance made by the whole 360 degrees into which the surface is divided? The answer is 22,657 miles, or 8,357 miles more than the theory of rotundity would permit. It must be borne in mind, however, that the above distances are nautical measure, which, reduced to statute miles, gives the actual distance round the southern region at a given latitude as 26,433 statute miles, or nearly 1,500 miles more than the largest circumference ever assigned to the Earth at the equator. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again equal to or greater than the Earth's supposed greatest circumference at the equator. Calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the ball Earth theory, the circumference of the Earth at 37.5 degrees southern latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The above calculations are, as already stated, only approximate, but as liberal allowances have been made for irregularities of route, etc., they are sufficiently accurate to prove that the degrees of longitude, as we proceed southwards, do not diminish as they would upon a globe, but expand or increase as they must if the Earth is a plane, or, in other words, the farthest point, or greatest latitude south, must have the greatest circumference and degrees of longitude." And William Carpenter wrote, "Parallels of latitude only, of all imaginary lines on the surface of the Earth, are circles, which increase progressively from the northern center to the southern circumference. The mariner's course in the direction of any one of these concentric circles is his longitude, the degrees of which increase to such an extent beyond the equator, going southwards, that hundreds of vessels have been wrecked because of the false idea created by the untruthfulness of the charts and the globular theory together, causing the sailor to be continually getting out of his reckoning. With a map of the Earth in its true form, all difficulty is done away with, and ships may be conducted anywhere with perfect safety. This, then, is a very important practical proof that the Earth is not a globe."
I phoned up Antarctica. There's like a tourist umbrella you have to go through, and I sort of said, "Oh, I've got loads of money. I've got boats in Hawaii and India," which I don't. And me and some friends were going to hack down to Antarctica and walk across it. And I got loads of emails off these people saying, "No, you don't. No, you don't. Fill out your permits. You got Orange membership. And fill out this. Why are you coming?" I got like totally hammered just for saying I'm coming to Antarctica. What I found is you're only allowed in through New Zealand, South America at the bottom, and South Africa at the bottom. And they take you in, you see some penguins, you sleep somewhere cold, and they throw you back out, all for like $5,000. Now, it's totally locked down, and I did an article about it where I looked at the Treaty of Antarctica, which is some countries got together and locked it down. They've got a lot of science research going on there, and they just don't let anyone in. Now, where this treaty meet, they have a big table that's shaped in a pyramid with the top cut off. Which is, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but there's obviously something there. What would you like to add on the Antarctica rim model, Eric?
Yeah, so Antarctica is not just the tiny ice continent on the bottom of the globe that it shows, but it is the case that no matter where you are on Earth, if you go southwards from there, you'll hit Antarctica. So if you imagine expanding that little Antarctic continent on the bottom of the globe out to an ice rim all the way across, around the Earth rather, the North Pole being in the center. Anywhere you go in a straight line, you will end up going to the ice wall.
Yeah, and many boats through, since the 40s, 50s have talked about my instruments went crazy, there were ice walls for hundreds of miles, I got lost. There's so many of these stories.
Yeah, and so they say that there's a South Pole somewhere too on part of that guided tour that you're talking about. They've got an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice that they've put a red and white barbershop pole with a ball earth on top of it and claim that that's the South Pole. But they even admit that it's not the real South Pole because the real geomagnetic South Pole is constantly moving. So since it's constantly moving, you're never really going to be able to see it. But the reality is they can't have people going down there with a compass and checking to see if it really is the South
Clever
Pole.
last year, Prince Harry was down there, and he basically just made some filming. He was with Rupert and Tarquin and a few of his friends, and the story was, it was on all the mainstream news, Prince Harry in Antarctica. Oh, we had to go back, it was just too cold, my foot got blisters and frostbite. What the message to the subconscious is, it doesn't matter how rich you are, don't go there, it's too cold.
They know that Prince Harry and a team of injured servicemen and women have been walking to the South Pole. Well, they've got there. They've completed the 200-mile Walking with the Wounded South Pole Challenge. That's its proper name. They've spent more than 3 weeks trekking through Antarctica, and this was what it sounded like at the moment when they arrived at the bottom of the world.
Let's go!
Almost sounds quite restrained, doesn't it, after all that effort? Well, they spent 20 hours in a cold chamber. This was the prince and the other competitors who were with him to prepare for the conditions that they were going to find down there. The expedition was supposed to be a race. You might remember it being billed that way before it started, but the weather became so bad as they went along that they scrapped the competitive side of things and just joined up as one big team instead. And this was how Harry reacted after completing the mission.
We're here, we made it. It's Friday the 13th. We've had so many things go against us. We've had beautiful weather, but bad weather before, and bad terrain and injuries and stuff like that. But everyone's made it, all 12 of them, the whole group of 20, whatever it is. But the 12 wounded soldiers have made it. Couldn't have made it without everyone's help, especially back home. You know, the founders, Ed and Simon as well. But everyone is so happy. Everyone's touched the ball. We've all had photos. We've all had hugs, a few tears here and there. But all in all, mission success, basically.
If you're wondering about that ball that he was talking about, it's the ceremonial South Pole at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's like a metal sphere on a red and white pole, and it's partly surrounded by the flags of the signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. So it's lovely for a photo, but the problem with it is it's not the real South Pole. It's about 300 metres away.
So at the real South Pole, what is that?
Well, there's nothing. That's the thing. You can't see. To do it properly, to cover all your bases, you have to do both. You have to do the picture with the ball, and then you have to go and kind of hang around at the exact
why don't they move the ball
longitude
to
and
where
latitude.
the actual thing is?
Well, that's a very sensible question.
Something for you
It's
to
not
work
one
on.
I can answer, but it's a very good
From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I realized that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control
about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill.
Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause
cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth? Or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun? What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On a spinning bar, it makes a stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Oh, make way, tried your best. Oh, make west, you tried your best. Couldn't pass the test of Anthony Riley. Oh, make west. You tried your best, couldn't pass the test of Anthony Riley. McWest, you really tried your best, didn't pass the test of Anthony Riley. Oh, and ran to rant with his videos, and it's clear that Mick West doesn't know that it's hard to determine so many things. It's not that easy as they would have you believe. Oh, Mick West couldn't pass the test. Oh, make west, you tried your best, couldn't pass the test. Oh, make west, Anthony Riley. Make west.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the live MLM. Helios flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. saying you won't change, but I know you will. 'Cause you're Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain. Just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply. And all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make. From the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight. Cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
We sleep, the alarm's
either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
But the whole universe is outside us. Look at the stars. Some of them are a million light years away.
Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school. But I won't go back to the ball. But anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why. You can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I won't go back to the ball. 'Cause I will trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat Earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about my view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. Don't tell me what to believe world gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this in my head. Take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different type of same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred. That old chest out, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? 'Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah.
We the best music.
It's flat, yeah.
Another one.
It's flat, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that this curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog. See tough our less is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements. Making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, that glow.
like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, putting caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think that you got space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, just to get laid. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think they got. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. Rich guys making rockets. You gotta pay. You gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, they're caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, want you to think they go to space. They go to space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, they're caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, they're pulling tips just to get laid.
yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Well, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Can't he? You're a fucking bullshit like me. piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour, and I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rod with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum, and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself. Okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. Try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them, and find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
Debate, flat earth debate. Is there anyone who would debate me? Debate, flat earth debate. Where is the one who could debate me? Who has the science acumen? Where is the intestinal fortitude? Where can I meet you in debate? But Baltar, Space Monkey, you can't say I never tried. Baltar, where are ya? Get your ass in the arena. Baltar, pretender clown, it's time to meet me in debate. I'm gonna shatter all your dreams. I'm gonna smash that friggin' globe. While there's tears, they taste sweet. Baltar, pretender clown, where can I meet up and eviscerate you? Baltar, don't you wish to see your spinning ball in Cogdis? Ain't it time you said goodbye? But Baltar, Space Monkey, I see that sadness in your eyes. For your spinning water ball, ain't no argument you can find. There is nothing you can say. Baltard, it's really over for you. There is nowhere you can hide. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Come on, Baltard, dry your eyes. Baltard, space monkey, ain't it good to be alive? Baltard, spinning space monkey, you are welcome to our flat Earth.
Citation. Now, luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the ESP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more.
is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I know
once told me to do a search online. Search for photos of Earth, he said. This shit will blow your mind. So I opened up the Google and I looked for photos of Earth. Well, a lot of photos came up. He said, click on the first. He said, that's the famous blue marble that everybody's seen. We've seen this photo 1,000 times upon our TV screen. But let me tell you something about that famous shot. It's not a photo at all, man. It was made in Photoshop. Cause there ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? He was goddamn right. That shit did blow my mind. Cause I thought the blue marble was a photo all this time. Well, don't you think that's strange? He said suspiciously. Now, the fact that it ain't a photo seems pretty weird to me. I mean, the most important photo that man could ever take? This huge iconic image turns out to be a fake? Well, I couldn't quite believe it, man. I was pretty shocked. I needed further proof that this photo's photoshopped. He said, look up Robert Simon. He made that cartoon ball. He's the guy you should research. He works for NASA and all. He openly admits that it's all just artistry. He said, and I quote, it's photoshopped, but it has to be. There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Yep, every photo of the Earth is artist trickery. All the photos on Google, man, are as fake can be. Download all the photos and put them side by side. Compare all the continents, they're each a different size. Compare all the colors, each globe a different shade. If all of these were photos, man, they should look the goddamn same. Where's the continuity? There's none. No, none at all. All that NASA gives us is a bunch of cartoon balls. Cause there ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Now we're supposed to have this telescope, right, that's flying past the stars, taking beautiful photos of Jupiter and Mars. Well, I've got a small suggestion, NASA. Here's something you could do. Point that thing at planet Earth and take a shot or two, because there should be goddamn thousands of photos of where we live. But Hubble ain't taken one. That's suspicious, don't you think? We got all these fancy pictures of spinning galaxies, but not one goddamn photo of the Earth for us to see. Cause there ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball?
I'm not spinning, 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 I'm not spinning,
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This Globy can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fellas need to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a Globy backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the teammates got you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way.
Doesn't have to be this way, man. Doesn't have to be this way.
What's going on, boss?
Driving home from my job, man. Listening to.
How was that job?
Oh, it's beautiful, man. Absolutely incredible. Got fed twice. Had a nice lemonade, lavender lemonade. Amazing. Tea. Yeah, right at the beach. Beautiful. How you guys doing? Any newbies in the house? Any
I don't know where anybody else is, actually.
Well, they'll drop in. Saturday night, man.
I don't even know who is playing the music.
Don't know. I have no idea. It was good. That was a really good song. When I popped in, that was great.
What, flat Earth music?
It was some flat Earth music, man. ODD. Spitting some truth, man.
So we're going to have a discussion on the pros and cons of the matrix theory concerning flat Earth and related to flat Earth. Anybody?
Yeah, sure, let's go.
Man.
Okay, so
Far out, man.
I'd say the pros for the matrix theory are that there definitely is different realms, I would say, of existence, like dimensions of existence. So that from that perspective, the matrix can be enlightening, can give you some perspective of reality because there's different dimensions of reality. So from that perspective, yeah, it can be beneficial, but I wouldn't say I agree with everything that the matrix promoters promote or say, or everything that they believe or say. And then from the perspective of the reaction from nature around you, how it reacts to you where you are, and how that's actually very, very good point, because there is a actual scientific proof as well of that things around you actually react to you when you're there and when you see them differently to how when you're not there and when you don't see them. So there is a different response of things around you when you're actually involved in that moment and when you're not. It's almost like a computer game. So that from that point of view, there's a point there that's quite interesting, but it doesn't relate to. I mean, you can't make conclusions. That's what I'm saying, and you can't. There's a lot of speculations on a lot of these guys who promote matrix theory, and they speculate a lot of things. Like they speculate NPCs. Not to agree. I agree that there is a sense which people are kind of blind and need to be awoken, and they are kind of living in a zombie kind of existence. But they're not. I wouldn't call them NPCs. Go that far to call them zombies or NPCs themselves, because that would be like kind of cruel. Because I'd give everyone a chance. I think. But anyway, anyone else have any comments on the pros and cons of the matrix theory?
Well, I always want to give somebody a chance to wake up, man. Whatever.
Yeah, mercy and kindness, yeah.
Just through observations, information, realizations. So all that stuff's achievable. You can definitely realize you're not on a spinning ball through your own observations. You don't have to believe me or any one of us.
But I want to believe you.
Don't believe me. Don't believe me.
If you know the negatives of the matrix, I would say there's some negatives that I mean, people could get like exactly what people do when they come here. They say, but nothing's real, so why even bother? And then they kind of like live in that existence of like nothing's real anymore, that nothing real religion. So I think the whole matrix can also lead people into that nothing is real existence, and they just give up on life because they say, oh, nothing's real, so it doesn't mean anything. So that's kind of like meaningless as well. I think that's kind of like a dead end where the matrix thinking can just get you into this. Well, there's no purpose. You're just a part of the matrix, so it doesn't really matter because it's like a disconnected scientific approach, which is philosophical and there's no relationship in it. It's just you play games so long, you just live in this existence where everything has to be explained with this theory that you have, but it doesn't actually help you at all because there's nothing relational about it. There's no love in it. It's just a cold, hard theory, and you end up with nothing. It's kind of like, so I think it can be a dead end as well. It can also end up pulling you into the wrong direction, the whole matrix thinking. So it could be detrimental as well. I mean, there's some good things, insights that you can see, and it's interesting to think about it because it's entertaining and it's fun, and it's a theme of many animes and many movies and many games have that theme. Like even the new one, Peripheral, is a new movie just out, the new series. If you've seen it, the new series that everyone's watching on Amazon, and all these things. But all these things, like, they make you think in that, but at the same time, if you don't have the right answers, you can just be, running around making up these things, and you end up at a dead end. Like a lot of people that come here, they say, but nothing's real anymore. So that's not going to help anyone either. I think into a place where nothing's real anymore and nothing matters. I think that's quite a sad place to be as well.
No doubt, it's a really sad place to be. At least from my experience, I would be sad if that was it. And nothing's real. You guys aren't real. No. Wow, that sucks. Nothing's real? That sucks.
Totally. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
We get a lot of people come in, saying, why does it matter? Round or globe or square earth, whatever. I still got to go to work on Monday, man. I don't care. You get a lot of that. I think that's a sad place to be too, man. I mean, I always tell people, man, we live on Earth. We can check it out, man. It's kind of cool. Mountains, rivers, oceans, all that, sky. It's great. It's good stuff. If you want to learn more about it, this is a cool place to do it. I'm sure there's other great places too, but to give up, say, why does it matter? I think that's sad. It's just as sad as saying nothing is real. Like, okay, well, that's weird. I want you to accept the reality you live in, but I want you to also go out and study the reality you live in, and help us all figure out what it all is, man. I mean, this is a great place. We all live here. We can all check it out. If you
Also,
we're down with you helping us any way you can, man. It might be something simple, it might be something big. I don't know. But go ahead.
Might be, and also if you put yourself in that place where nothing's real and oh man, you're just living in the Matrix, then what stops you from being tricked into playing one of these games where you go into your VR and you just say, okay, well, I don't mind. I'll just play the game where I die. When I die in the game, kill me. You know what I mean? Because that's what they're making now. The guy who made Oculus, he just invented the headset that kills you, shocks your brain. When you die in the game, you actually die in real life. Just like in Sword Art Online, just in The Matrix, just like in all these movies and all these games that they're making. The whole theme is like, okay, come play this game because nothing's real in Earth. So just come play something that's real and come and die in our game that we have for you. So you're basically a sitting target. You're basically a sitting duck. You'll just fall for it, hook, line, and sinker, because you got nothing else. Because you believe in this way of trying to escape from reality, and you just want to live in this dream world so badly that you even go and die in this dream world. So basically, you got no value of anything, of even your life. You just completely give up everything. It's just a complete resignation of life.
Yeah, the VR set that kills you when you actually die in the game. Oh, that was funny. That was wow. Okay.
Really?
I mean, I've seen that. I don't know, a few weeks ago. I was like, damn, that's kind of wicked.
Just 3 little shocks to your brain and you're gone. Bye-bye.
You're done. That's
bye-bye,
it.
Johnny goes and he says, I'm going to play on my PlayStation now. I'm going to put my VR in and play a game, and this game is maybe my last game. And then there he goes. He's going to play his little last game, and he doesn't mind dying because he doesn't see anything valued in life anymore. He stopped valuing real life, and he stopped valuing that and being thankful of his real life, and he wants to live in this false world that doesn't even exist. It's made of pixels.
Made of pixels. Wow. Yeah, man. I found, going out in real life and hiking and going to the beach and having dinner with my friends or whatever is so enjoyable. It's fun, yeah, but it doesn't even compare to real life at all, man. To me, I mean, but I'm not in that mindset of a big time gamer. I've been around some of them. They seem really quiet and kind of reserved in real life. They're not very talkative. It's weird. Anyway,
Well, I mean, I consider myself pretty much I mean, I used to be a full-time gamer. I mean, that's all I used to do, just play games day and night, every day. Like, EVE Online, basically just play, work a few hours a day and then just play games like most of the day and most of the night and just every day. Years and years and years and years. So, I mean, I'll just be playing all types of games. The thing is that there's such an empty life because you're just basically escaping from real life, which is way more satisfactory, way more deep. There's much more involved in real life, and you're just getting away from, you're just losing out on real life, which is actually way times better. You're trying to run away from things that maybe were difficult. And I know it can be difficult because sometimes you have painful relationships, painful problems and relationships in the past, and you got this trauma, so you're trying to get away from the trauma. You're trying to use escapism, fight or flight. You're using the flight method, and it doesn't work. You just get more and more depressed, more and more sad, and you got to get out of that. You got to come out of that, and then you can find real people. That's what it's about here. It's about real people, real flat Earth, and being real. It's great.
yeah. I mean, in some ways, coming in here for me is to escape this fucking matrix out here that I don't get to talk to everybody like I can talk to you guys. It's because if I say something about 8 inches per mile squared or bendy light or whatever, you guys will get it, man. If I go to a party, talk to somebody about that shit, they'll be kind of like, what the hell's he talking about? We have a communication, a language that we all understand. We have numbers and figures. We can talk about Earth and how it works and gas pressure and all these cool things. Where if we go to a party, man, we can't really talk to those people about it. So in a kind of a reverse way, man, this is my escapism to come in here and talk to people that would actually understand what the hell I'm talking about. You follow me? I mean, does that make sense?
Man, it's awesome. Just you can actually relate to people that know what's going on, and it just helps you just to feel sane in a crazy world where people just we're living past each other. There's no communication anymore. There's no real relationships. There's nothing. There's just like people just living their lives. They're completely oblivious to each other. They're just completely. You can live next to your neighbors now. You can see them move in, you see them die, and you never talk to them. You never actually talk to them once. Like I've had 3 neighbors in the last couple of years, and some of them have died. Some of them have, become arrested by. They were criminals, and I didn't even know it at the time. And they were doing like weird businesses and from their house, and I didn't even know it. And then I found out at the end, and like all kinds of weird stuff. Some people have been away; they just disappear, and then they come back. You don't even know where they are because no contact. You don't even. These people, they're so busy. They run past you. You don't run past them. It's crazy, and you live in a world where everyone's like disconnected. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Yeah, the system has gotten way more unfriendly, unneighborly. I mean, when I grew up, man, I knew everybody on my street, and I could go walk in their house, and it was, hey, what are you guys doing? Like, oh shit, come on in. Yeah. Now, like, I can do that with maybe a couple of my neighbors. I could probably do that, but yeah, it's very disconnected. Most people stick to themselves, and I think a lot of that has to do with the television and the amount of media, Facebook, all that. People are just really, really busy on their devices, and it's just too hard to go out in the real world and talk to somebody. It's like effort. You got to put out some effort. But to go on Facebook and read everybody's posts and like their little pictures or whatever, that's easy, man. click, click.
Like what you
Most
said,
people- yeah.
devices, like devices, divide, devices,
There you go.
divide. The word's almost the same there. Kind of like a play on words
Exactly.
there. Divide,
Exactly
devices.
what it.
Yeah.
Where's Creation Bear? I'll break it down. Where do you go? Yeah, devices are very dividing, and it's just so easy to get on those things and just keep going and be in the matrix and not deal with the difficulties of talking to somebody in person. Oh my God, it's hard.
So true. So true.
And I don't know. I see a little lot more in your generation, a little bit younger. I've just been always open. I'll be at the grocery store. I'll just start up a conversation with somebody in the line. You know, so how you doing? You good? Oh, looks like you guys having a party. What do you guys got going on? I'm like,
That's good.
That's just the way I am. But I've always been that way. Before I even had device.
I don't use cell phones. I'm like an anti-cell phone person. So cell phones are like a no-no. That's definitely, I don't even go near those things. I ban them from anywhere around me. I just keep them away completely. I mean, sometimes you have to use them for certain things, but otherwise keep them like off at all times. That's my motto.
It's a good one. There's nothing wrong with that. I know several people that don't have them. I know several people that have never been on a computer. Like, whoa, cool.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, in Africa, a lot of people are like that, of course. I mean, nowadays, not so much anymore because they give these cell phones away for nothing. They basically throw them at you because they want you to have them. They want everyone to have these cell phones because it's part of the plan. Part of the Borg.
Get your Obama phone, man.
You got to become part of the Borg indoctrination. You got to become assimilated into the Borg. You know, you must be assimilated. You know, the Borg, Star Trek, the Borg, the square guys who like the cube guys who like assimilate your brain and turn you into like a machine. You know, you know that
Horrible,
Star Trek.
man.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Got to be turned into a machine. If you're not turned into a machine, then that's the whole goal. So the whole Matrix thing, for people to get into it, they think it's kind of cool, and then that's kind of like a door into the whole Borg assimilation as well. It's a kind of a way in because people want it because they I like that movie. Ooh, I want to do that. I want to become part of the Matrix. Deep down, they actually want to get in this adventure of the Matrix, but it's actually the wrong way. I think they're going the wrong way. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't think they even know what it is. That's the other interesting part of it. It's like, hey, man, you're in the Matrix and the Earth is flat. And they're like, oh, what? And they don't even know how to process that sometimes. You know, I've seen it over the years, and it's funny to watch the average, mind come to the realization that somebody thinks the Earth is flat, and they don't know how to process it, and they just go, "Well, you guys are stupid," and that's as far as they'll take it sometimes. And I've heard that in here, I don't know, hundreds of times. They'll just say, "You guys are stupid," and they leave. Yeah, and that's weird. It's like, hey, man, tell us about your globe. It's round. That's about all they know, man. They don't know weather patterns or anything. They probably don't even know their own countries or the continents or anything. They know they're on a ball. And that's just a fascinating position. I mean, we've all been there. We were all there. How the hell did we get fooled so easily? I mean, what happened? Or they shoved it down our throat every chance they had. Every movie, every newspaper, magazine, blah, 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 blah. They just kept pushing it. And eventually everybody just go, okay. and they went to the moon and the globe. So yeah, what a matrix. I'm glad you brought that up, man. It's a really interesting way of looking at it.
So I just thought to bring a little bit of discussion on the pros and cons of the matrix theory, and because a lot of people want to take it like really far, they want to take it to a whole religion as well. But I suppose if you don't have any religion, then you're gonna try and look for it some way. So you're gonna have to build on something, but try and make some religion. But because I've noticed some people, like even flat earthers, seem like they almost got like a religion out of the whole matrix thing. I mean, there is an element of things unseen. I mean, there are a lot of things going on in the background in different dimensions, and from the perspective of a false reality and living in false realities and deeper and living in your true reality and your true self and finding who you are really. There's kind of good points that you can kind of pick up from the whole matrix theory. Then you can take metaphors and stuff and put stuff together, and you can get some insight on that. I mean, there definitely is a sense of a false reality that you can live in, and a true reality. And definitely you can get caught up in false realities, and so definitely that's definitely a good thing. But yeah, so basically, I would say what I'm concerned about as well is like other people, like people that that normal people, normies and stuff, people that don't know about flat. They come along and they come to flat Earth. They're introduced to stuff that is just way out there. That's not proven, like matrix stuff or anything like that. And they try, and they're going to relate it to flat Earth. That can be a bit confusing because they really don't believe in flat Earth, and then you're giving them some stuff that's really dodgy, kind of religious, weird, pseudo metaphysical, matrix kind of religious stuff. And you got these guys, some flat earthers, I don't know who they are, but they make videos and stuff. They're making stuff that's kind of like pulling people's minds into this whole thing that nothing's real, and we got to like be part of the matrix. People are going to like just look at that 1 second. They're going to think, man, these flat earthers are crazy. You know what I mean? So you're not really doing flat earth a favor if you're going to go too crazy on new people or people that come. You got to feed them slowly. You got to feed them some facts, some science, some good, 8 inches every, the whole thing, the whole thing with the black swan. You got to do some basic stuff. You got to do the groundwork. You can't. If you come with that stuff, that kind of level stuff on the average person, you're away right away. You're not going to really win people over to the flat Earth with that kind of weird stuff that's kind of metaphysical. Some computer guy makes up this religion about the Matrix and says, "Oh, we're all in the Matrix now." I'm just saying, when you start going into that kind of stuff, you're going to probably push a lot of people kind of away from flat Earth. I think you got to keep flat Earth kind of pure. I think keep it real, keep it on the basics. The basic proofs, and some really good proofs. I mean, we don't really. If you want to go metaphysical, I'm sure that's fun, but you're probably going to put people off. Who, like the most people that I know, they'll probably put off if they hear stuff like that about the Matrix and stuff.
Well, I think you're right on. I think we do a good job here. Most of the people that hang out here, flat earthers, Nathan Oakley, I mean, even Arwen, I mean, they'll stick to the facts of what we can prove. We're not going to go off into some, la matrix land, man. And most of us aren't, but we've seen flat earthers do that. Are they controlled opposition? Are they just smoking too much crack? I don't know, man. I've seen some pretty wild flat earthers, man. They're like off into some really deep woods that I'm like, where are you going, man? There's
and they're not bad people, and it's great to do that. And it's great to think. I mean, you need to think. There's nothing wrong with thinking.
Absolutely.
And people are free to do what they want. But I'm just saying that could really be a hindrance as well to getting the message across. If you want to reach people, I'm just saying to about flat Earth. I think we got to keep it really simple, really, at a basic level as well, because it can,
we do a great job of that here. I mean, there's a few moderators and some gold and silver guys that are just on top of it here, include myself, and the real basics, man. How far can we see? What are we seeing? rockets don't work in space. But,
Good stuff.
things like that. Yeah, real simple. And that's it. It's like objective reality. That's the rock I'm gonna die on right there, man. Like,
Are you
show me
all
gas.
flat Earth servers, people?
Welcome.
I
Welcome.
am.
Does every single one of you believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, this is an open forum, so we're not.
Okay.
It's very open. We're open to everybody. That if you think you live in a matrix, come on in. If you think you live on a globe, come on in. If you think it's flat, come on in. So this is very, very open. So, what do you think we live on?
2 secs. Sorry. Hang on.
2 secs. I thought you said 2 secs, but 2 secs is like 2 seconds. Is that what? Anyway,
I couldn't understand her. The accent was too heavy.
that's it. She's she's got a deep one. That's good. Anyway, so yeah, we're super open forum here to allow people to come in and provide evidence for any belief system that you have. Whatever. You got a belief system that I don't live in a belief system. I live in a reality system, man. No beliefs needed. Thanks. I plant the seed and water it in the dirt. It grows. Hey, reality. Doesn't always grow. Most of the time it does, right? So there's that. You guys might have to handle her. I'm just about to pull in my driveway here.
Bro, we'll speak to the lady if she comes back. Not a big deal. We got your back.
I got your back, baby. Love it. So yeah, objective reality camp. That's the one I'm hanging out in, man.
That's good, yeah.
I like that one.
There's definitely people have their own little reality worlds they live in. I mean, there's definitely some truth in that. People create their own little realities, and
right.
But that's each person has that, and they've got to deal with that. So there is like a lot to learn from that, and that's in terms of the Matrix. That's a good way to analyze where are you? Do you have your own little world, or are you living in objective reality? So it can get you thinking a bit. At the same time, when it becomes like the Matrix becomes something that we're gonna find the answer in just totally like you in the Matrix, and for sure what and you think you have all the answers. That's when you're in danger. When you think you have all the answers, I think you got to stay in that place of like, hey, there's a lot of things we don't know, and it's okay. You can be totally happy with the fact that you don't know stuff and say, I don't know. And that's
Right.
great. That's actually a healthy place to be, where you say, I really don't know about that. And there's nothing wrong with having theories as well. I mean, I love studying all the different theories as well, but sometimes it's great to just say, I don't know. I have these theories, but I don't know. Yeah.
I think the knowing should be more based on the functional way of how we operate as individuals. Like, I know the owner of the store in the corner, he gets everything ready so I can go in and buy the milk, buy the eggs, and get the product. I don't know how he operates. I don't know how he does everything he does to keep the store open, and I don't need to know. But it's functional the way he operates, and he doesn't know the way I operate on my business or in my other stuff that I do. He doesn't have to know that, right? So we don't need to know everything. And when you said about everybody operates on their own world, I think you said a lot of people do that. There is foundations and objective reality, right? And then we kind of operate based on that, because there's no other way to operate out of the real thing. Then we can talk about things based on our experience, and then we can talk about other things that maybe we don't know of, we haven't experienced, and we can deduct some conclusions depending on the knowledge of or the share information from other people. But still, you can get pretty close to comprehend something that you don't know of. You heard it from someone else, but if you gather the information and can put it together, you could probably come to a conclusion that is pretty objective, even if you haven't experienced it. But then there's the other side, that people operate on fantasy and start thinking that the fantasy side of things might be related to reality. Like, you know, the spinning globe. They believe in the globe, and they believe in all these kind of things that it comes with the story of the globe. And they can associate their real experience. They think they're having this real experience because of the fantasy, and that's what a lot of people don't get. Some people don't get to kind of put those two in separate, I would say, separate branches, and see things for what they are, and see the other things for what they are as well, like a fantasy. You can see when I'm watching a movie or watching a cartoon or drawing, I don't know, a character that I never seen, I know it's just some type of idea of the mind that I'm maybe depicting, but it's not reality. So, yeah, we gotta be careful to the things that we imagine and try to conform to reality, because there's definitely a lot of stuff that we can say and imagine and make up in our minds that have nothing to do with reality. So to claim it is reality, we gotta be careful with that.
I mean, the imagination's not all bad as well, because we can just say, okay, now we're never going to imagine again ever in our lives, never dream, never have a vision again. But that's also a valid place where you can actually be communicated good things as well. So there's a good sense to the imagination too, where it can be used in a good way as well. So there's nothing. It's not like an evil thing, the imagination itself, but can be used either way. It can be. It's just when you get pulled into that whole, into other people's plans in what they're using to try and get your imagination triggered in the wrong way, you can get pulled the wrong way. But also, like, I would say, you just got to be open-minded as well. Sometimes, you know, if you just got one way of thinking and you can't hear someone else's thinking, sometimes you can miss out on good facts. Like, for example, you can hear, like you said, you can hear somebody else talking about something, and you can actually learn a lot from that experience that they had. And actually, you can basically almost as if you lived that experience, because you actually took what they said and you took their words, and you actually you really joined with those words, and you actually experience it almost as they experience it when they relate to you, their experience, and you can learn a lot from that. So that's also quite good as well, what you said about that.
Yeah, and you know, we do that with people to our immediate relation, like, you know, family, friends, and all that kind of stuff. But then there is this type of people that we will want you to think a certain way or to do something because they have some imaginary scenario that is based on actual fantasy, and they want you to behave and conform to their fantasy in their imagination, which we definitely kind of like figured that out about the globe, right?
Yeah, I still can't imagine how they could be so arrogant to think that they could do this in the first place. It still amazes me. It's like almost like a shock. I haven't even recovered from about Flat Earth now for about 2 or 3 years or so, and I still can't figure out why would someone even do this. It doesn't make sense. Even though it's like hard to imagine, because the whole agenda behind it. It's just like, why would they take so much effort? It's just like crazy. It's like, what is wrong with these people? It's like, wow. I mean, it still boggles my mind why they do it. I mean, every day I think, what are they doing? And why would they put so much effort into this whole thing? But then I realize, that's the whole root. Money, money is the root of all evil. I mean, the love of money, not money itself, but the love of money. When you worship it, that obsession, not the love, normal love, but obsession, that worship of money, where it becomes like money is your only deal, the only way that you can do anything in life. They think that's what they believe is through money. They don't have any faith in anything else except their ability to use money to get what they want in life. And that's pretty sad. It's a sad place to be.
Well, the controllers of money do comprehend something very fundamental, that they can exchange your time, your effort, your energy for something that you might have faith on it. So when people have faith on the money and think they can get things and do things because of money, they're gonna trade their time and effort, and whoever has control of that means of exchange is gonna hold a lot of power. And that's the situation we are at the moment, right? The money controllers, I'm pretty certain they know about higher you talk about design and something bigger than money. Yeah, I know you said that money is the root of all evils, or the love of money, but I think it's kind of like a certain level. There, in my valuation of the whole situation, there is higher levels than just money. Money is not even necessary, but I think there is what I could describe as God's money, but that will be something different from what we have right now. The exchange of your time, your effort for this paper money. The people trade their lives for paper money, right? So there is definitely evil over there, because the providers of the system of this money, they want your full attention and your full effort to work and trade your life for this money. And I think there's some evil there. But even though I think there should be some means of exchange, that it has to be utilized in a certain manner, that if you want to put energy into a goal or something, you should get an equal value. Not, I could say equal value, but if you do an effort and you do something, you don't necessarily have to get anything, right? But if you, in an agreement, want to actually get something out of value out of your effort, something of value out of your effort, it shouldn't be some controlled currency like the one that they have in place, in my opinion, because they can just devalue. So they're not just devaluing the money. They can rise the prices, so whatever money you got, it buys you less, right? But they're not devaluing your money. They're devaluing your effort, your time, your energy, everything you put to be able to get that money and do that exchange to be able to get what you want. So that's what's being devalued. You're being devalued.
Especially when the money's not backed by anything except for human work energy.
Yeah, and that's what they give. Okay, we have. I think that's why they have the system in place, because the administrators in high positions, they need your effort for them to have the positions. There'll be no king without the workers, right? What is a king gonna do without the workers? He's no king without the workers, or the people putting their energy or the value towards making him a king.
Very true.
Yeah. So they have to have this control over the monetary system to get people attention and effort to trade their life energy and time, which I think are actually resources, our energy. People. I don't want to use human, because I think human came from complicated rocks, then monkeys, then humans, right? I will say people have been kind of guided into this system that is at a certain level, because I think there's levels above the monetary system. And that includes, I would say, on top of all of that, the creator, the designer, I would say, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
yeah, like the system. Yeah, obviously, when you get to a certain level, you're not even worried about money anymore. For them, it's power, ego. They're just completely controlled by their ego. Their ego has taken over them, and they're completely obsessed with. They're filled with like darkness. They don't even have any. And eventually, it's not even ego. It's not even power anymore. It's just death, and they want to kill everything. The only thing that can make them happy when you get to that level of evil is that death. They just eat death. They just have to kill, murder, and do as much evil as possible to feed that demon inside them, the evil inside them. And that's the place that these people have got to. They got to the place where the only thing that can satisfy them is to kill and destroy and murder, and that's what they are, death. But yeah, as obviously there's God, and He's light and He's good and love. So He's the complete opposite. So that's the good. But it's good what you said about the slavery, the system of slavery, where they're trying to devaluate what we do. But little do they know, when you do whatever you do with the right attitude, you're actually doing that unto God. So it actually backfires on them, because it doesn't really matter, because whatever you do unto God is beautiful to God. You know what I mean? So it's not really, doesn't really affect the people that know, that have a high revelation. They're not going to be affected by their plans, and their plans are so puny, and their way of thinking is so puny, it doesn't even grasp a billionth of the greater plan that controls them. They don't realize, these wicked people, that they are such little puny little pawns. They got nothing. Figures in the streets basically, but they don't even realize they actually have nothing at all.
Well, once they've got money, and once they reach a level where money is no importance, money is of no importance anymore, because they got power, I think the next best motive is not like inflict pain on others. I mean, who cares? Fuck others.
There is a percentage of people that will do that, but there is another
I think the
percentage
next
that,
level is actually to seek out how to extend their own life, because everyone is mortal. Doesn't matter how much money you have or how much influence you have over others. You're gonna wither, you're gonna wrinkle like an old fruit, and you're gonna dehydrate, and you're gonna die, right?
you won't be able to carry the money anymore.
So maybe that's what they're into, those elites or whatever.
I think there is a certain percentage that might want to kind of like, in a way, control the system. But I think the money controllers, there's a spectrum of people behaviors. So the environment that is in place will have all kinds of people. There's gonna be people that are gonna have access to unlimited wealth, and they'll put it to good use. There's a lot of people like that. And will provide, I don't know, for their families or communities, and help wherever they can. In a sense, I don't think they can have the whole control if they're beating everybody up down and just forcing everything into everybody. It's more like an agreement, but some people are gonna be doing bad things. Other people are gonna try to be productive and provide something of value. Because you can have people that have money, and you're gonna have people that don't use any money, but they still gonna do some labor, and they still gonna do something for their communities or for their family, even if they don't get money as an exchange. They still gonna enjoy their work. Go ahead.
Who are we talking about, though? I mean, are we talking about people that are under the illusion that they know where they are? Or are we talking about people that are fully aware that they do not actually know where they are. Because
that's why I made a difference between we were talking about the difference between knowing your objective reality and act accordingly in your experience, right? And then having other people that have certain beliefs, like in the imaginary globe or whatever, and that kind of stuff, and trying to act based on those ideas and try to express that into reality, like trying to make you behave or do certain things based on their beliefs. And
well, sure,
there is those two people are in the same boat, right?
But just because you know that you're not on a spinning globe on some dreamed up vacuum, just because you know that doesn't imply that you actually do know where you are and what Earth is about and what life is about. And so if you don't know that stuff, I mean, how can you I'm not like attacking you personally or anything. I'm just posing the questions, right? So how do you know that anything that you partake in is not delusional? Because you don't know where you are.
Well, so at least I'm not gonna take into faith whatever someone else is telling me and telling me you have to do this because we have this imaginary idea that if you don't take part and do what we say, this imaginary thing might happen to you. So I don't have to take it. I don't have to take part of that party. I don't.
That's a good start. I think that's a good start because you're saying that you remove your attention from whatever bullshit is out there, and that you do not feel the need to obey or partake into everyone's delusion or more collective delusion or cooperative delusion or whatever, right?
And I can choose where to participate. If I want to go participate on whatever other activity that might have something that is not completely objective, I could participate in a festival where people are just drawing things. I don't know. I don't have to completely be thinking like I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna do a lot of things, but I'm not. There is certain things that I'm not just gonna take in and agree with you just because you're saying so, and partake on your venture of life just because you have this certain idea and trying to push it towards me or my family. I'm gonna at least know that. I mean, we did expand into the money thing, and I know we were kind of like brushing away from the main topic, but I was just saying that the effort that we put, at least we can kind of have some control over it instead of just acting like. Because we live in in my opinion, we live in an environment that has center fundamentals, that we have a role and we have to do certain things, right? We obey by certain, I would say, reality laws, right? Or this place, this design. We abide by those stuff, but then there is then there is these people that are trying to get you to abide in their made-up fantasy, and at least I'm gonna stay away from that kind of stuff if I can.
Yeah, it's called basic needs. You're talking about basic needs. Everybody has need for air, food, drink, shelter, basic clothing, sunlight. That's like basic needs. That's what you're talking about?
Work. I want to do that. I want to work. I want to enjoy my time with the family.
No,
I want to.
These are not basic needs, though. Like I'm talking about.
Family is definitely a basic need. That's definitely a basic need.
No, it's not. You can survive without a family.
How are you gonna survive without your mother when you come out of the womb?
Yeah, well, assuming you're an adult You can
Okay.
survive without a family. Like this is from what basic needs are, right?
Yeah, mothers are definitely a basic need, just as fathers. Very, very fundamental. Mothers and
Up
fathers,
up to a
definitely
point,
fundamental.
sure. Yeah, up to a point. But for a human, I mean, when a human is like, I don't know, maybe 11 years old, maybe 12 years old, depending on the circumstances, they can survive on their own. When they're younger, I don't think they can, to be honest.
Definitely not. But having the fundamental of family it creates the environment, family, community, where it came from family, it translated into community or into a nation, and then when you're 11, 12, you can go out there and you don't need your mommy and your daddy. But that foundation was able to kind of have the environment where even the people that you're going to go meet outside in the real world, they have some foundations and they learn from their families and their parents, and they're not going to just kill you for whatever reason.
Well, sure, but the level of control you're referring to starts by controlling the basic like access to basic needs. That's what the ruling class does, right? So you need coupons for food. You need to perform services in order to get fed and to get access to fresh water. Now with this so-called carbon dioxide or greenhouse or whatever they want to call it this decade, also air is like you evidently you have to pay tax for air, it seems like, and so this is your access to basic needs being attacked by the ruling entities, or however you want to call it. So that takes precedent over controlling family structures or controlling society structures. That comes next, right? So there is a much more imminent layer of control when it has to do with your food, your air, your water, your fuel, if you want to call that, because you also need heat to survive. I forgot about that one. So depending on where you live, if it's too cold, you're fucked. You'll need to somehow make it warmer. Otherwise, you're gonna have problems surviving, like basic problems, right? And you need a shelter to sleep. So if those things are attacked, then people get much easier to control, because they're gonna compromise. You're gonna be like, okay, I'm cutting access to your food. Fuck off now, right? Come back when you're hungry, and then you got them because they need to feed themselves like once or twice a day. So people live in a constant state of fear that they're not gonna make it throughout the day. Like a lot of people live like this. They don't have time to think about proper family structures and how society should be, and I mean they really don't have any time to think of that. It's a luxury that you and I can chill and do this armchair talk where we talk about the societies and the ruling classes and whatever. I mean, most people are hungry. That's what I'm telling you.
And I guess the dysfunctional system that has been planted kind of has served that environment, so people are not capable of fending for themselves in a sense. I mean, there's a big percentage of that, but there is definitely a lot of people out there that can definitely go out there and do things and provide for them and their families based on the basic needs, right, that you were talking about. But then there's people that only know how to go get that money. They're dependent in that system because once they get the money, once they go to, I don't know, to the bank and do their job, their accounting jobs, and sit in the computer for 10 hours and do this job, they're going to get a check. And from that check, they're going to get the money and they're going to go to the store and get the food that someone else produced, right? And they're pretty effective on that, but that is not a fundamental thing that the world actually needs, in my opinion.
Well, no, but they're gonna defend that because this is the way that they I mean, of course, depending on how aware they are, this is the way that they know that they can employ in order to avoid starving to death. So at some level, they are aware that they must do what you described. They must get their asses to the office, sit in front of the computer, push whatever buttons they have to push, because this is what secures their basic survival needs. This is what I mean. They don't have to go hunt. They live in an urban setting, probably, so they don't even know how to hunt. So that's the way they're trained to
fish. Go fishing, which is not that complicated. But a lot of fishing is really not that complicated. But you need certain comprehension and certain knowledge to be able to accomplish getting the fish. Right? You gotta know certain things.
Yeah, and you need to live by.
A lot of people don't even know how to do that.
Yeah, it also depends on where you live. So there's really, I mean, if you want to philosophize it, there is really no reason for people to live inside big cities. There is none. It's a circular argument. They live inside the city because that's where they get the job. And why do they want the job? They want the job because they can live in the city. And why do they want to live in the city? Because that's how they get the job. You see, it's circular. Doesn't make any sense.
Convenience of it. I mean, in a sense,
they keep doing it, but there is plenty of space for everyone. They're just not accustomed into living in a different way.
There is definitely plenty of space for everybody. In the convenience has been pushed to certain limits that people is the convenience of having everything very accessible and easy. I mean, I think it's great. We could make things convenient and not needing to. I don't want to go hunting every day, right? I probably maybe want to do something else myself and maybe go to the butcher that bought the meat from a hunter. And I'll be a recipient of that effort, and I'll want to. The butcher needs a knife to cut the beef, right? And the hunter needs certain tools that he built himself. But there is always some type of circle that could be very. It could be functional that will keep the system going. And then there is other stuff that are not necessary. And at this moment, we have concentrated a lot of time, a lot of resources, a lot of power, energy into things that are definitely not needed and not necessary. And forgetting about fundamental things that could, in my opinion, uplift and improve our actual quality of living. Instead of just the convenience of, I got money for working in the computer, I'm going to the store, and the guy's going to give me food I'm going to exchange the money. I think that could still be possible, but in a more efficient manner, a more efficient way of accomplishing that goal, that convenience. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, the thing is, what are you doing on a computer? Because the butcher is actually doing something useful. The hunter is doing something useful. The farmer is doing something useful. What is the computer guy actually doing?
Stealing money from others? No.
He's betting that you're gonna lose your money, so he's betting that he's gonna win your money. I think the markets can be could be a big spectrum of doing things. I think the computer itself has been watered down to a certain market that we do a lot of silly things in the computer, right? I think the computer system could be good to share information. Like I don't see, I can imagine a better environment that everybody can be more productive, and I can still be in the internet communicating with someone at 10,000 miles from here, and we could, I don't know, we could be talking about something. Hey, what's going on where you're at, and how do you do this, and maybe sharing some information. I think there is still some practicality to the communication system that this, the computer might provide, or the communication device, which is a cell phone, a computer. Right? Or to make a task that could take a lot of labor, a lot of work. I think we could make things more efficient, and things that are actually necessary, like, I don't know, food, or there could be, I think it still has a value, but there's an environment that has been converged into just being on the computer for being in the computer and waste your time and not doing anything productive. And there's a lot of incentives for that, and the incentive is money. A lot of people are just turn on YouTube, and 99% of the content is people doing silly things that has basically no value. I mean, I will say there's a lot of good information still in YouTube that you could learn some good things for sure. But a lot of the incentivized content where you get the most money off, right? The people that are producing it, they get the most money for doing things that are just useless, a waste of time. In my opinion.
A computer used to be
put into some tasks, right?
A human job. The computer. It used to be a job of a human person. The computer is the one that computes.
Yeah.
So it used to be some sort of computing and record keeping. But nowadays it's a multi-purpose thing. I mean, I agree with you that it's mostly a time waster. And it's also used as a cryptographic token from the controllers, right? Because with cryptography, like with barcodes and that kind of jazz, it's like information can be disguised, and a code can be created, and only the one that knows said code has access to it. So a lot of tricks can be done, like checking if a ticket is a genuine one or a counterfeit, or giving you a food pass, or issuing a flu virus pass for Is this live in the YouTubes? Actually,
yeah, it's all good. I mean, just use code words. It's all good.
Yeah, so I should watch my wording. So there's I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can be done, but I kind of disagree with you partially on the incentive that you said. I don't think money is the incentive. I think it's what you can do with money. So for everyone, it's slightly different. I mean, someone wants holidays. They want to travel. Others want to be lazy. Others want women. Others want to party. Others want to gamble. It really depends, I guess, on that.
A lot of that. Go ahead, bro. My bad. You didn't finish.
Oh, who, me? No. I'm done. Go for it.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's actually, I meant that in a way, like the money you need to get that money because you want to do other stuff, like you mentioned. Yeah. Also, the environment provides a certain product that people want that kind of push them to go get the money to get a product that is just something that is not necessary. Like, I don't know, gambling or that. I think people can gamble if they want to, right? But the excess of drugs and a lot of things that we put a lot of effort into getting the money and then go waste it on drugs and prostitutes, right? That you see how, I mean, let's say politics and war. We put a lot of time. Oh, let's say going to the moon, more in topic, right? Let's put all this effort, all this time, all of these people, all of these minds and time and resources into going to a fantasy land, right? And they got money and they wanted to go to the fantasy land and they accomplish it, right? On the screen. And you see how such a waste of resources, time, people's energy. Definitely.
Yeah, it is, but to tie it back to the overall, like for the general topic. I mean, if you do not know where you are, you cannot know that everything you partake in is a delusion, and it's useless. So the right course of action, if there is like any collective action to be taken, in my opinion, is we need to know what's under the North Star, because that's an obvious place where the sky is pointing to, right? The whole sky rotates around one point. So what's going on the ground point that corresponds to be directly under that point? That's one question. And the other one is where the fuck are we? Like, why are there places off limits? Why is that? The land doesn't belong to anyone, right? Belonging, that's like a human bullshit concept. So
Think about belonging. It's like longing something. Like you mentioned earlier, eventually we're gonna wrinkle, we're gonna pass, right? You're gonna die. So it doesn't belong to you because eventually it's not gonna be yours anymore. So it was never yours in the first place.
Well, yeah, well, sure, but I mean, you gotta leave, let's say. So but we don't have much time, and I think that the priority is first to establish where we are, and then we can talk about more like involved collective stuff. Like then we can talk about, okay, do we need money where we are, or do we need, okay, what sort of money do we have? What sort of jobs do we need? What sort of this and that and the other? But I mean, first we gotta know where the fuck we are. I mean, it's really that simple, right?
I think that the thing is that we are in the ignorant side of the equation, because on that sense, like, we need to know where we are. Because me myself, I know I'm in this body and I'm standing here, right? I know where I'm at the moment, right? But then on a bigger spectrum, I've been confined to a certain region that I will need to travel away from this point that I'm standing. And to travel, I have to I don't know, get in a vehicle or get on an airplane, and there's the limitations to that, to where I can go, right? And then if I want to go further from there and find out more, it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. So it will take a big group effort to actually accomplish that. And I think it has been done by the administrators in power. I would say maybe a higher stair, how do you say, a higher level of the pyramid. They probably are, that information is, some people are definitely privy to some of this information of let's say, the extents or the limitations of this place. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of more information about that what we know, because we have been limited about the information that we can share and the places that we can go. So
yeah, mostly the latter, actually, because information is useless. what can you do with information? I mean, I don't think you can do much.
But I will say, if you, let's say we put a group together and I don't want to go, and I say, hey, okay, let's put a group of I don't know how many men, 200 men with airplanes and enough resources and this and that to go towards the North Pole, and everything can be, I don't know, video recorded and logged, and every single movie, everything like distances and all that, everything, scans, like even radio signals, everything is what the compass is doing at a specific position.
No, you can't,
So
because
that
they got the Navtex. Do you know what the Navtex is?
The what?
So the Navtex, Navtex. So that's like let's just say an understanding of the Admiralty. So nation states are have agreed that they can announce that they bind some naval space, like a chunk of the ocean, to do live fire testing. So they declare a patch of the ocean to be a shooting range.
Yeah. So you can't
And
go
they
that
can
way.
do that. They can do that arbitrarily, right? They can,
I get
they
that.
Can just, yeah.
I was talking about doing what we're talking about in an environment that doesn't have those type of rules, because that's what it'll be needed to do something. But I think that's the point. That's a big point, because I think they already did what I'm saying. This navigation, this exploration, I think it has been done already, in my opinion. It has.
Sure. I mean, it makes sense that it has, right? I mean, if I was ruling your ass, I would have done it long ago.
Yeah.
Because who doesn't want to know where they are? Of course.
And that's why they build the fence. You can't go past this point. You gotta stay on that side. Follow the rules. That's it. Take your money. Go party. Go, stay in your cities and be happy. And like you were saying, myself, I would like to know the answers to those questions. I would like to know. I think we should know. Probably not everybody should know, but that might. I don't know if everybody knew what are the extensions of this place. It will definitely change a lot of things, in my opinion. If people actually were given the full picture, were able to see this place from a
If there is one,
more real.
Maybe there is no full picture. I mean, we can only speculate, to be honest. But
yeah, I agree.
Maybe there is no full picture. Maybe.
But
maybe
if they hiding something, it's for a reason. No, if they actually are limiting the travel, limiting the places people can go and the things they can see, there is gotta be some reasoning why they're doing that.
Could be more than one. Could be hitting more than one birds with one stone. Like it could be maintaining power and control for the sake of it, or it could be something. Actually, not or, and it could be something more involved. So maybe it is actually limited. Maybe there is an impenetrable barrier, and people would freak out. Or maybe you just go forever, and people would fuck off. So I don't know. Maybe there's like a switch that is accessible to every single human, and you can just flip it, and the whole place explodes. I mean, and you destroy it for everyone.
Switch, I'm pretty sure. If there was that switch, I think there's some of these people would like to press it to flip it. Some of these people will definitely. If there was such a flip,
or guard it.
Or guarded. Possibly,
Yeah.
possibly.
All right. Thanks for the chat. Take care.
Have a good one, man. Take care. Thanks. Okay. Pika Pika. Pika. Pika.
Hello, what's up?
No, Pika.
Hold on. Okay, what's going on? Hello?
Hi. Welcome.
So I just joined the server, so what is this about?
It's people in the internet talking about the foundation of reality, the ground
Is this
that
called
you're
live
standing on.
stream? Is this being live streamed right now?
It is. Are you worried about that?
Where? Where? I just want to
In the YouTubes.
see. Like I said, I just joined the server out of nowhere, and
Yeah.
this is what I see. So yeah, hello.
You mean out of nowhere? You are in your body and you're standing. Your body. You're sitting or standing in a place. That place is not nowhere, right? That
That's
place is
obviously
somewhere.
you know.
It is somewhere, right? Because for you to get an IP address and be able to connect to the internet, you have to be somewhere. So you welcome to the server. You did join the server. So yeah, we talk about the Earth is not a spinning globe going through space, to the vacuum of space. We talk about that. Are you
care
interested in
about
that
though?
topic? What was that?
Yeah, but here's the thing. What do you care about that?
What do I care?
It's a genuine question, though.
Hey, look, let me ask you this. Why do they care? Why do they push it in every TV show? They push it like when you go to kindergarten. They put it in every screen. They always showing it to you everywhere. They're showing you the globe everywhere. Why do they care about the globe?
They don't talk about the globe, they talk about politics.
Yeah, the globe politics, right?
They talk about politics,
global,
not that.
Remember global warming?
Hold on, Jancy, let me just ask you a question. So, you go to sleep, then you wake up, then you just all day long you care about the shape of the Earth. So,
No,
that's your
I
entire
don't care
life,
about the
right?
shape of the Earth. I think it's shapeless.
Then
I don't
why are
think
you in
we
the
can
server,
define
bro?
a shape. I mean, why not? Why not?
I don't know if this is your community, that's your thing, mate.
It might be one of the things I do. Do you do only one thing? That's why you do only one thing?
Yes, I do.
What do? You just sit in front of your
I'm a
computer all day
forklift
long?
driver in real life, so yeah.
You're
Pretty good stuff, you know.
forklift driver?
Yeah, exactly.
So why? Why do you do that?
Because I need
something
money,
else.
man. I need fucking money, man. That's what I need.
Oh, you need money. So when you wake up every morning, you say, I need money. And that's the first you do. You put money on your table and kind of like
I don't put money on my
read it and
table. I
eat it.
just use money as some kind of manifestation so I can survive in this society.
Oh, so you don't need money. You want money, which is a little bit different, right?
No, I need money.
You need
We're living in
air.
a society where we need money.
Listen, you need your mom when you're born. You need her milk. You need air, because that's the first thing you actually do. You start like crying. You start crying, and because you need fresh air, right? Do you agree?
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. So you need those things. You need a mom. You need a dad, because the mom to get you, it needs the dad as well, right? So you need those things. Then the money you want the money because you want something else that you can exchange for the money, right?
Are you trying to distinguish wishing from needing? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm not eating. That's not what I'm doing. I'm talking to you.
I mean, this is what you mean, right? Look, we're just talking about the basics of survival in the society.
No, but you asked me why am I here talking about the shape of the earth, and I told you that's
Because
not
it's
what
your
I'm
hobby,
doing.
right? It's your hobby.
I'm telling you, it's not a spinning globe. What do you think about that?
I really don't give a shit.
What if you don't give a shit? Why do you wake up every day and go to work?
Because I need money. That's what I need.
You need money.
Well, hold on, Jamesy. Are you saying that you don't need money? Do you even have money in your life?
No,
Would
in
you
my
consider
life,
yourself
no.
as poor or rich?
No, in my life, I'm very rich, super rich.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, I'm very sure. I'm very confident, 100%. There is no doubt about it.
You work.
What do you define as rich? Being rich, like having money? That's rich for you?
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, so you get.
Sorry, a quick question, Gemsy. What does his social status have to do with the aspect of the observation of the realm that we're hanging out within?
Yeah, he said he doesn't care, right? He doesn't care. But okay, can you answer that
I just
question?
joined the server and I see what is going on, and I see this voice chat is being live streamed somewhere, so I don't know what's going on.
You do know what's going on because you are here talking to us. You do know.
No, I don't. Enlighten me.
Bro, if you were able to connect to Discord and join the channel, I'm pretty sure you do know what's going on.
Well, it's obviously a flat Earth server, so that's it. Let's see what's going on.
You told me that you asked me why am I here, and you say you
Yes.
don't care, right? You said you don't give
I see
F,
that you're
right?
a moderator here, so yeah.
Yeah, and but why are you here if you don't care?
You just joined, that's it.
But if you don't care, why would you even click the link? You don't care.
Because I don't care, so I don't care about the consequences, so I'm just gonna click it anyway, so who cares, right?
Okay.
So what did you expect, like, for me to debate you or what?
No, I'm just talking to you, giving you what you asking, right? Like you asking me something and answer your question. What do you want me to say? What you like
Okay,
me
so
to say?
what do you think about NoFap?
About what?
NoFap.
What's that? Is that like a term, a word?
So it's a community which is dedicated on stopping porn addiction and stopping masturbation at all times. Because it's been a huge problem in our society right now.
I mean, you should make as an adult, or I don't know, you yourself should make your decision about that. Inform yourself, whatever adverse reaction doing something like that might do towards your body, right? So if you inform yourself and you think it's not the right thing to do, which I kind of will agree with that. I mean, I think you could probably save yourself to what you were made to do, which is getting a wife one day and making children instead of turning a TV on and start watching imaginary characters on a screen and doing that in front of the TV, which is, imagine God looking at you while you're doing that. How ridiculous you look doing that.
I'm serious, Kumar.
Hey, imagine you looking at yourself in a third perspective doing that. How stupid you look, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, James, are you a Kumar yourself?
A Kumar?
Yes, are you a Kumar?
I don't know what that is. Can you tell me?
Do you like jerk off 13 times a day?
Is that what you have in your mind? People, is that what you have in your mind? Like people jerking off? That's what you have in your mind?
Well, this kind of stuff needs to be fucking stopped, and this is why I'm here.
Bro, do you know where you are? you're in a server called Flat Earth.
Yeah, I believe we can have some kind of agreement on that. That jerking off is bad.
But please understand,
Because
like,
porn is literally destroying your
the
mind.
aspect of the truth, right, is garnered
What I am
beyond
saying is the
personal. Hang on a second. Let's agree that the aspect of the truth is garnered is what we're looking at this point in time. Observations is what we're putting forth. What somebody does in their own, that's up to them, dude. Like, why you gotta make this thing personal?
You know what's the problem that he doesn't care, and he believes everything they tell him on the TV that he's watching. That's why he's thinking about balls and doing that stuff all the time. And now he's trying. Now you see how he's reaching out. You see how he joined this Discord because he's trying to move away from what he's been doing, like jerking off 13 times a day, and now he's trying to move away. He's looking into an additional information, and that's how he knows about these communities, the people talking about this topic that he's bringing to us, like we don't know, right? And now he wants to talk about it because in his mind everybody's doing that, right? Everybody's doing it, and now
everybody is doing
he's trying to look outside from his mind, and asking other people about it, which is not the topic of the server, and Kiwi is pointing that out, right? But if you want to talk about that, you can go ahead and join a server that talk about that. But I think the only reason you've been doing that 13 times a day because you believe you live in a spinning globe, and that's why.
I believe that people who do that need to stop doing that.
Well, I mean, the other thing that you could do is just go down to the religious chat and hang out there, right? Because again, it's something that can fall within that. Because again, we're in a place right now. This specific chat is to do with observations, where I can have some. Hold on a second here. I'm not done talking. Observations where I can say to my fellow man, go look at this and look for this, right? I can't tell somebody to go look inside your bathroom. Like, that's just off limits. It's not okay.
So what do you want me to look at? Look, I'm not gonna watch porn, alright?
Do you know that water sits level?
I know that porn is bad and it ruins your mind.
Do you know that water sits level?
Let's try to bring him to his senses because he has the porn in his mind. You know that TV that you watch the porn. You know that screen that you watch the porn at. That screen, it has to be level for you to be able to see everything horizontally and at the right angle. You understand how that is accomplished?
Yeah, I don't know, man, but I think that kind of stuff is
Have you watched porn with the TV like not horizontal, like? Come on, bro. So, anyways, the TV, right? Level. You use the level to put the TV and the computer that you're sitting on, the computer that you're utilizing to do the research that you're doing. That is on a table, right? And that table is on a house, and that house was built based on level, right?
You get that, yeah? Which is being
you get it? Right? You get it? You get that the house was built based on level, right? You understand that? Do you comprehend it? Yes or no? Do you comprehend this? Yes or no?
Well, I'm confused, so I'm going to ask additional questions, right?
The house was built based on level. Do you comprehend that?
Of course, but we're talking about the screen, and I think that porn needs to be banned.
The screen is on a table. The table is on the on the floor, and that floor is based on the foundation of the house.
You completely fine that the screen is displaying porn.
Well, and hang on a second, Gemsy. Again, I'm gonna say to him, like, based on his location and based on Timble's location in Australia, my question to him is: can everybody's observance of level, is it all the same at the exact same time, or does everybody have to observe level at different times when they're looking at the TV?
There's people who watch porn, and then there's people who don't watch it.
Ultimately, because if the TVs are hung on the wall and they're actually level, then everybody's experiencing level at the exact same time, which completely flies in the face of this globe model.
Do you get that? You comprehend it?
No,
Pika?
because I think that kind of stuff is haram.
Okay, okay, Pika. I think you're having an issue, right? The only way you can watch the porn that you're looking at is if the people producing
Don't
the
watch
movie
porn.
for you,
No, listen.
the people
My
producing the
point is
movie
that
for
you
you,
shall not
they were
watch it.
only able to be in a on the floor that it has to be level to set up the camera and the tripod and set up the whole thing and set up the bed and do all that stuff, right? For be able to have the movie, right, that you're watching or talking about and you have in your mind. There is no other way, right? I think that we have a problem here. I think the globe has turned you into some type of damaged porn addict, and that's a really bad thing.
Not really, because I'm saying
You're
that you
projecting.
should stop
You're
watching
projecting
it because it's literally destroying your mind.
You're projecting this into other people in here, and this is what the globe does to people. It damages your brain, and too much porn also damages your
Yeah,
brain.
exactly.
And
So stop watching it.
And stop doing that, okay?
You know what
Like
I'm thinking?
I'm telling you to
Stop believing
doing
on
that
the
because
globe.
You're talking about porn all the time.
Here's the thing, Gemsy. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm actually thinking that we should probably take our friend down to Cogdis, so he can go into Cogdis for a little bit.
He's
and
just
see if he can-
trolling.
he can
He's just trolling. He's trying to trigger
cleanse
us, right?
himself. Exactly,
He's just
but I mean,
trolling.
You think it's trolling when I'm telling you to stop watching this kind of
throw him
material which
into
is destroying your
cognitive
mind.
dissonance to deal with his little issue because he can't stop saying the word. So I think he's more obsessed with it than we are at
But
this
this
point in
is
time.
what the globe does to people, right? It destroys their minds, it destroys their brains, and that's why he's damaged like this. And that's we're trying to help you, bro. Like, you don't have to think
How
about
are you
it
trying to
anymore.
help me? Listen, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to tell you.
You know,
stop
you know
watching
what's the
adult
problem,
material.
bro?
It's destroying
That
your mind. You can do other
think
stuff.
that
Like go to the gym. You can make a
you're
family.
thinking
You can be
about
productive.
other people doing something that you say you don't do, right? But you're thinking about other people doing it, so you're still thinking about it. You're still in your mind.
Yes,
it's ingrained
society is going to
on
be-
you.
Society is going to be virtuous if people stop doing decadent stuff.
So you see how it works? You see how it works? The only way you can accomplish this, what you're thinking about, is on a level, horizontal plane. The globe that you have in your mind that brought you the porn, that globe, it doesn't work on a globe, okay? It doesn't work.
The globe has
and
nothing to do
the
with
level,
porn.
the level.
What has
Oh yeah,
something
the
to do
globe
with
has
is about
destroyed
the
your
Jews.
mind, and that's why you're speaking like this. That's why you're trying to troll.
Gemsy.
What?
This guy.
The Jews have created porn
cognizant.
to make our Western society decadent. So we should stop using that. So like I'm telling you, stop consuming adult material. You're destroying yourself.
You are, yeah, definitely, yeah. Stop consuming the globe porn and watching the globe and believing you live in a globe. That's actual porn. The globe, it is porn. So stop doing that.
Yeah, I'm telling you to stop watching porn.
Yeah, I don't watch it anymore. I don't watch the globe. The globe, that stuff, I don't watch that.
What the fuck even is the globe? Like, why are you talking about the globe? I'm talking about porn. I'm talking about adult material.
That thing that you have in your mind that have destroyed your soul, your mind. That's why you are in the internet trolling people, because you have no morals. Do you have like your parents? Maybe it's because your parents are. Maybe that's why you're so obsessed about it. Your parents came from that industry, right? And that you are a result of that, and that's why you're traumatized about it.
Neoliberalism, though, and the Jews.
Yeah, I guess since you're a product of the
At least we
since
can
you are
agree
a
on
product
something. We
of
should
the
stop doing that.
since you're a product of the porn industry, that's why you are fixed on promoting your agenda about people moving away from it. But the server of the topic is the globe that has destroyed your parents' mind and your mind, and that's why you're so frustrated trying to talk about your parents' behavior and the movies that you watch. And this is not the topic of the server, so yeah. So what do you think about the world not being a spinning globe? What do you think about that?
I think you should stop consuming adult material. You're a coomer, man. That's what you are.
Are you speaking like a different language or something?
If you keep consuming adult material, you're
Well, Pika, you should stop thinking, having this imaginary imagery, and trying to project it to other people because it's damaging you, bro. you still have it in your mind, thinking about the globe and people doing this stuff in the globe, and it has destroyed your mind and destroyed your spirit. And I think somehow you should see the light that we're trying to show you and reach towards the light, Pika. Can you do that for us? Can you reach towards the light instead of thinking about people doing this stuff and you yourself destroying yourself?
Like if people are doing decadent stuff, then of course you have to put a stop to that. I mean, Islamic societies are doing that exactly. And this is why Islam is going to completely eradicate Christianity. And like in a couple of 50 years, you're gonna see that.
Is that like another of your imaginary things that you have in your mind?
Imaginary?
I think the globe has kind of like distorted your perspective. And watching too much of this stuff and coming out of being a product, you yourself being a product of the porn industry has completely taken your soul, I think, Pika.
No, I'm talking about me being a Muslim.
Do you think you have a soul, Pika, or no?
Of course, I have a soul for Allah.
And why do you join a Discord server and lie to people?
Lie? What am I lying about? Look, I'm trying to save you because you're a Kumar. You just
you're the savior. You're a savior. You're gonna save people, Pika. You're gonna save people.
Yes, exactly.
So why do you believe you live? Why do you believe you live in a spinning globe, Pika? Why do you lie to yourself? Why do you believe you live in a spinning globe?
I believe in Islam. And you should too. If you want to fix your life, you should, convert to Islam. You're gonna be happy, and that's it.
Is that mommy?
Yeah, I think you should go to the religious channel and talk about your religious belief.
So, what's your belief? Are you an atheist?
I don't have beliefs.
I wouldn't be surprised. So,
I don't have beliefs.
So you're an atheist, right?
No, atheists believe that there is no creator, right? So they have a belief. Yeah. They are the biggest believers there is. You see, your mind is destroyed. You believe atheists are not believers, and they are the biggest believers. Just like you believe in a globe. Really, you believe you're standing on a spinning globe, and that's what got you.
No, I believe in
got your mind destroyed like this. Anyway, Pika. Yeah, he dropped out. I tried to troll his troll somehow.
Good work, man.
Pretty silly.
What does the Quran or Islam say about the globe or about the Earth? Does it reference any like the Bible does?
Well, they do make reference to I believe it's the Rakia, which is ultimately, I believe, is the firmament in Hebrew. I believe means flat, something to that effect. So, I mean, anybody that's going to come in and make reference to a creator and it's going to claim Allah and things of that nature, I will firmly state then we need to appeal to Scripture and ask them what was created on the second day, because that is actually the containment device that was created on the second day. Therefore, identifying the cover to the enclosure that we're dealing with. That's anyway.
Other than that, a friend of mine looked into it as well, and they found that they say that in the Quran, Allah says that Allah has created the earth in a bed-like fashion, as a flat bed, and that's stated in the Quran as well. There's a lot of flat earth references in the Quran, but then there's this one particular place. I think I should ask her to hop into the server, and she's able to explain it way better. But the way they justify the Quran advocating for globe Earth is very fallacious, and they're more direct and literal in the context of describing it being shaped like a bed, a flat bed. But, yeah.
Most scriptures and many of the scriptures from many groups, they definitely describe it as something else that is not the spinning globe. But in the modern times, even in Christianity, I remember people like in my community, when they kind of spoke about it, they translate the scripture and say that the scripture describes the globe. And I think they do the same thing in the Quran for some reason.
Well, I mean, if we are okay to jump into scripture at this point, Gemsy, obviously you're a moderator and you're on listen. I'm gonna.
If anybody has a better topic, they can bring it. But if we're talking about this, we're talking about this.
Well, I am going to tie it back and state that in the books of Enoch, they talk about the sun going through portals. So that just talks about the movement of the sun and stating that the sun moves. There is Hebrews in scripture, that is in the Bible. In Hebrews, it does talk about like the basin, like Earth being the basin or the bottom of the pan, so to speak. 4 pillars as well has been quoted in scripture, 4 corners, things like that. But the sun and the moon are just identified as luminaries, and they're identified as moving. But there's nothing that states that the earth itself is moving.
I think one of the scriptures that someone mentioned me, he said it says in the scriptures that the earth is hanging on nothing or something like that. It's hanging on nothing, and for him, he thought that that's the spinning globe. It's hanging on nothing. I said to him, "Do you see this table right here? Is this table hanging on something?" He said, "No, it's not hanging on anything." So there you go. The table is not hanging on anything. So what do you think is a globe? He thought that the hanging means the globe going through space. We got new people joining the VC. You guys want to be unmuted if you got any questions. We got Go ahead, you've been unmuted.
Hello.
Hey,
Yeah,
welcome.
hello, I was brought in here with my pals. No, I'm just curious about flat Earth. Honestly, I don't really know much about it, but I got invited here, and I thought, why not? I can hear it out. If you guys know your stuff.
Do you have any questions? Any specific topic?
I don't know
Anybody
anything
wanna?
about it. I'm just curious, like what I don't know, like what are the basics of flat Earth? Like how is the Earth flat?
So it's flat is a description, right? Like a table, you could describe it as flat, but it's not the whole of the table. The table might have other descriptors to it, right? So the experience that we have as a level horizontal plane, motionless, and a contained ecosystem, we have been going out there testing certain claims of the globe. When you Google globe Earth, you see some type of image, right? You see some type of imagery, maybe cartoons. You see a lot of cartoons about the globe. It's being promoted almost everywhere. Movies, almost anywhere you go, you'll see depictions of the globe, right? So that globe as an object has some specific dimensions to it, like a geometry to it. One of those will be the radius. The radius from the center point towards the edge.
Sure. Yeah.
And we have tested that and falsified the radius by laser tests, long distance observations, water level. That you use water level. Everybody use water level to build everything that we know of, right? All structures. Sea level.
So when you say the Earth's flat, would you say it's just like a disc then, like a flat disc?
Well, that will be another cartoon. When you go to the search engine, and you type flat Earth, which is two words or a term, right? And it will give you this imagery, just like the globe. When you type globe Earth, you get these cartoons. You type flat Earth, and you get another cartoon. But this place, that ground that you're standing on, or the waters that you can traverse across, that is not what you are finding when you do a Google search or an engine search, right? This reality is not a cartoon. That's
what do you think it looks like then?
Well, our immediate experience is that it's a horizontal plane. That's why when we look far away, we describe it as the horizon, because it's horizontal. And then it's a motionless plane because there is no movement, and that your senses are indicating to you that when you're standing on the ground, that ground is not moving. And it's also a contained environment because you can breathe fresh air based on gas pressure. And I'm sorry, I got a lot of background noise.
So.
Yeah, there is a containment to this place, which is the antecedent to the gas pressure. Because when you look, let me give you some perms so you can see the VC. There might be people posting information in the VC channel. So I'll give you VC verify since you opened your mic and you are speaking. You are VC verified.
Oh, thanks.
So that will give you perms to mute and unmute your mic whenever you want in many of the channels, and it will also, you'll be able to see this other channel. So I'm gonna tag you in the live stream voice text. Do you see I tagged you? Now you can see the live stream voice text channel for text.
Yeah, I see something. I'm just trying to find the channel.
It's right above this voice channel.
Yeah, I see it.
Let me ask you this real quick so we can make this easier. The other people that join at the same time with you, are they your friends? Did you join with them?
Yeah, we got invited here by.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute some of them as well. So, I mean, we just gotta be. Okay, Genesis join. Do you know Genesis?
Yeah. Genesis,
All right,
Cornata. Okay. These guys, we all joined at the same time.
Okay, I'm gonna give him BC verified since you sound reasonable. We do get trolls. I think someone joined early.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The people quite close-minded. They don't want to listen.
I mean, it's not a big deal. If you want to have a conversation, we can have it. If you have questions, sure. If you just join to troll, from a troll server or whatever, it's just gonna get filtered out eventually. You know how? That's just how it is.
Yeah. Well, trolling's a waste of time. It's just, No, I'm genuinely. We just came here because we're quite bored and we just thought. Well,
Pika invited you, or is Pika is in the same server that you're talking about?
Yeah, Pika.
And he joined the VC and he wanted to talk about masturbation and all that kind of stuff, right? So.
Well, he's a bit of a weird guy, to be honest.
So are you honest, like
I think
is he your friend? Is he like your good friend, your real life friend? No.
No. To be honest with you, he probably invited us originally because he thought, we might join to annoy you. But actually, I'm quite interested in flat Earth, and a lot of us are as well. So no, I'm genuinely here respectfully. I just want to. I'm curious what you guys believe.
And that's totally fine. I get some people join the server and they have certain mentality, but that doesn't mean you have the same way of thinking, right? Just because you came from the same server, that's just everybody's an individual. And even if by any chance when you saw the link and you saw the label flat earth and whatever that means from that perspective, from that point, right? Flat earth server, a lot of people see that and they think about the meme, the weaponized term flat earth, the image that they found in Google when they searched flat earth and they saw a disc flying through space and they said these people must be retarded. These people are crazy. Let me go troll them, right? Because you know better. You know better, right? You know better than the flat earthers.
I don't trust a lot of things in the mainstream narrative, honestly. And so I've always been curious about flat Earth. So if I can talk to people who are into flat Earth, who knows, I might learn something. So it'd be quite interesting.
So and that's the thing. I'm trying to stress the flat Earth thing because flat Earth is just a description. It's a term that is used to communicate something. It's not everything that you experience. You're gonna experience a lot of things in reality and you will never use the term flat Earth. Okay? So it's just two words making a description to point something out. And the globe that is being claimed has been tested, and some of the claims, like the globe claims that is curving, right? You know the globe, the curvature of the globe.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know of any, you yourself, do you know any test or anyone either now or in history, a test or a method that was used to determine the curvature of the Earth that will demonstrate a radius of 3,959 miles and that will conform to a drop over distance? If you're standing on a ball, at the point that you're standing, looking towards the horizon, you will have a drop because that ball is curving downwards, right? It's curving away from you. You get it?
Yeah.
So that ball should be curving, and this should be testable because this is geometry, right? And you should be able to test that dropping over distance especially when it's conforming to a specific claim, which is 3,159 miles radius, which will conform to
Let me ask
8
you this.
inches
I'm
per,
sure
per
you've,
mile square. My bad.
I'm sure you've
Go ahead.
heard like this a million times, but I'm genuinely curious. What if the Earth is flat? What if you fall off, or can you fall off, or is there something preventing you from falling off?
So think about when you go to the beach. Do you fall off the edge of the? Do you find off the sand? Do you fall?
No.
When you go to the lake and you go to the edge of the water and the sand, do you fall off that? No, you don't, right? So yeah, this image that you were given, this cartoon of the globe or the flat Earth, this is not what this place is, right? This is not a cartoon. So when any of your experiences of my experience, when I go to the edge of the water or to the edge of the beach, there's water. And then if I get on a boat and then I go across the waters, eventually I'm gonna reach another land. And I get on that land and I walk and eventually I'm gonna reach water. Right? At one side of that land. You get it, right? There is no falling of this disc that you were given as a cartoon. Because you're thinking, I think this is what you're thinking. You're thinking the Earth is a disc flying.
Yeah, well, I imagine it like, just like a circle, like a flat circle, and you can fall off the circle. And that's what I'm confused about. What shape is the flat Earth then? Like, I don't understand that. And how can you not fall off it?
What is the shape of a lake? What is the shape of a seashore?
Is it just endless then? Is it like, or I don't know? Is it infinite or?
I will say there has to be some type of containment, or there might be some type of limitation to a certain point, but that's my opinion. I haven't tested it. I know, as a matter of fact, that the necessary antecedent to have gas pressure, which is the pressure that is around you, right? When you try to breathe air and you expand your lungs, your muscle lungs, you have the pressure rushing towards your lungs, right? If there was no pressure, you wouldn't be able to breathe, right? So the antecedent to that pressure is a container. Because the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. If there was no container, there'll be no gas pressure. And the fact that you can breathe fresh air, and there is when you go to sea level, there is a 14 per square inch pressure, right? PSI. Everywhere in the world, you get 14 PSI at sea level. That indicates that to have that in the first place, a container is in place. How far, how big, how high, what's the color of it, how does it taste? I wouldn't be able to tell you because I'm not allowed to go to the limitations of this place. Same as you. You can't go to explore this place just willy-nilly and do whatever you want. Nobody is allowed. And but there is a container, and there's a lot of references from many of the past civilizations about people describe it as a firmament, rakia, and many names. They describe some type of containment. That is, like I'm saying, when you look at the laws of nature, or what people call entropy or gas pressure, you see the definition, how it's established, how it's demonstrable, and how you can demonstrate it and repeat it. A container is required. So if we have gas pressure and you can breathe air, a container is in place. So I don't think the fish can fall outside of the container. Like, because you're asking why don't we fall off the edge, right? Because this is the given idea that you've been given this idea that the Earth is an object and you can fall off this object. And that is propaganda that has been injected into your mind as cartoons. But like I'm trying to tell you, this place is not a cartoon.
So, what do you? I mean, obviously we don't know, but So let's say one person was in a boat and like just went off in one direction. What would happen to them, do you think? Or do we just not know? If they just went in a straight line and they didn't hit any land, like what would happen?
Like you mean on a
how
boat?
Would they be contained? Yeah, like how would they be contained? Like
Okay, the waters, when people travel on a boat, they use Cartesian coordinates based on the position of the luminaries, which is the North Star, celestial north, and they use the positions of the sun and on the other stars and they have like a chart of maps to be able to navigate utilizing that. Based on they use the sextant and different tools to determine the angle of the stars, right, and the sun and celestial north, to be able to determine a position on the ground. I know I didn't explain it the best way. There's people that could probably do. There's navigators in here that could definitely do a better job explaining that. But when people navigate, they get on a boat or a vessel, and they go from port to port, right? Or they travel. They don't go. Nobody goes on a straight line anywhere. You get on a boat, and that boat is gonna leave a port, and it's gonna travel towards another port on a horizontal plane. So if you get on a boat in the east of the United States and you want to travel to the west of Europe, right, through the Atlantic Ocean or the Atlantic Sea, the level at the shore of the east of the United States is gonna stay horizontal until you reach Europe to the other side. Level, horizontal. You're not gonna go on a curve because there's no curve anywhere. So it's pretty simple. I mean, hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. But how, kind of curiosity, you don't have to answer, but how did you realize all this? Because it must be quite frustrating if like the majority of the world is like believing in this lie, let's say that the Earth is a globe. How did you kind of like reject that? Like, what made you go, I don't believe that, and research into flat Earth?
Well, first, when I was young, I was a child, and when you are a child, you are kind of dependent of information that you're being given.
Yeah.
So, as a trusting child, I was, looking at the screen, the cartoons. People said it was a globe. I saw it on the movies. I saw all the propaganda, and I believed it, right? In my mind, when I saw a TV show and they were doing something, and then they zoomed out of whatever they were doing on the baseball field or soccer field, then they zoomed out, and when they zoom out, they saw a globe. You've ever seen that perspective, when they zoom out of a place and they show you a globe?
Yeah.
So that was imprinted in my mind, and that's what I believed. But then, as I started looking into a lot of information, I started looking into many topics, economics, health, and many other things, politics, and I saw that things sometimes are not the way they're being presented as, right? I saw that some people might say something that is not based on objective reality. It's more maybe their opinion, or maybe a story that they just made up, and they telling you it's true because they say so. So, but that was by me verifying certain things, like, in the politics, you have two sides. People argue about different things. On this specific topic, the flat Earth or whatever, I heard the term flat Earth in the internet in some videos, and I ignored it at first. But then I did watch some of the videos, and I was like, oh, this information is interesting, right? And I kind of like brought me back to observations that I did in the past from really high peaks, mountain peaks in places that I've been at, that I was able to see very long distances. And it kind of brought me to think about things that I saw in the past, right? And things that I also understood, like level. when any structure is being built, is based off a level, sea level, right? Have you know that? People build and they want things to be straight and not kind of like not being at an angle, because if you build a structure on an angle that is not level, everything is gonna kind of like be at the wrong angle to build a solid structure. So I understood that, and then I started looking into laser tests, the first transatlantic communication that was accomplished by Marconi. He was able to do a direct message communication from the east of the United States from Massachusetts towards Scotland, and that was over 3,000 miles. And in their papers, they describe it as a direct message, two-way communications from transmitter to receiver. And if this place was the globe that they claim to be, there will be a wall of water and ground between point A, the transmitter, and point B, the receiver, and it will be impossible to do that transmission. And I kind of like saw that, and that piqued my interest. And then I started looking into many other topics, because there's so many different topics like aviation, navigation. So it was a combination of different things that pointed out to me that the curvature and the movement of the ground go against all of my senses, all of my experiences, every practical, objective apparatus that is used to accomplish anything, like construction, structures, navigation, airplanes, communication systems, lasers. All of those things never utilize the globe for anything. So if you want to practically do something in reality, you will never use the globe. If you want to make a movie or a cartoon and make up stories, then you can use the globe, right? But for something practical, you never use the globe.
Why
for
do you think
anything.
they do that? Like, why is like the status quo opinion that it's a globe? Like, surely they must know better. Like, why do they? What's the purpose of that deception? Do you think?
To gain an advantage over a group of people. But I'm speculating, because why does the liar lie? I can speculate. I can ask the liar if I meet him. I'd be like, "Hey, liar, why are you lying?" And I don't know if he tells me something, I'll still believe him. I'm not sure about that, if I believe whatever he says. But I could speculate and kind of tell you that they want an advantage over your mind. They are hiding the design of things, the design of this place that we're in, therefore hiding the creator or the designer. People have many names for that and many claims about it, right? You probably know about that. There's many religions and many people claim different things about God, the creator, the designer, the architect. Even the people that give you the money, the monetary system, they say have you seen in the dollar? Say, "In God we trust." Even they believe in the creator, right?
Yeah.
So to have an advantage of a positional advantage,
do you think
a
it's
mental
like
advantage
do you think it's
over
like they're doing that to sort of make people nihilistic and kind of not believe in a creator, like as you say, like control?
If you think that you are a speck of dust, right now I could pull up multiple videos of these priests from the globe, and they will tell you that you are a speck of dust going through nothingness in space. So they're telling you that you're nothing.
It's like a way to make people feel irrelevant and small.
Yeah, because you're just dust. Eventually, you're just gonna go away, and it doesn't matter. That's what they're telling you. And that some people, when people believe that kind of stuff, they might. I mean, I'm not saying that someone that believes in the globe cannot be a good person still, but they've been deceived, and they might be other lies that will come after that one, and they believe those lies, so they can be manipulate. I would say maybe for a lack of a better term, manipulated or guided to do certain things based on the wrong information, because they might have a misled conclusion about the place that they're standing on they're in. Because when you have the high priest telling you something and you believe in the high priest, you just believe what he says, because he is the high priest. And what are the astronauts? They are the highest people here. Who goes higher than the astronauts? Nobody.
Yeah.
They are higher than the Most High, because they took away the Most High, which is, people say God, the Most High, and they put the astronauts very high up, right? So that's my speculation. I will say, this is me speculating about it. We can talk about so many different topics: laser, radio, navigation. The navigation that you asked about earlier, right? Why going on a straight line? Yeah. The navigation, they use specific positions of the luminaries at a specific time of the day, and they can know where they are in the ground. If you were on this ball going through space at 600,000 miles per hour, right? Like they claiming that the ground that you're standing on, it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Then the Earth is following the sun 66,000 miles per hour, right? And then the sun is going around the Milky Way at 600,000 miles per hour, and the Milky Way is moving across this the vacuum of space or whatever, following the Great Retractor at almost the speed of light, at almost like a 900,000 miles per hour. So they're telling you that you're moving at multiple vectors, multiple speeds, all at the same time, and you don't feel anything.
Yeah, that seems...
You don't feel this movement.
But what do you think about space then? Like, what do you think like the sun and the moon is? Like, how does that relate to us, do you think?
So the luminaries are observable phenomena that we can see. We can observe. We can see the sun. It works in cycles. The sun, the moon, the wandering stars, which is the planets, and then the stars. When you look at a time lapse of these luminaries, you can observe. You can do the observation that they work in cycles and they reset. And there's many cycles depending on which one you're looking at. If you're looking at the sun has a certain cycle. The moon has a cycle. The wandering stars, the planets have their cycles. The stars themselves have cycles. So it works like a very complicated clock, like a calendar clock that is very precise. And even the watch that you have on your wrist, and the clock maker, the people that make clocks, watches, they have to adjust to the clock in the sky to make their watches that they build give the correct time. You get that?
Yeah.
So the luminaries in the sky, if you were going through space at these speeds that they claim in all this movement, all that soup of movement, you wouldn't see these cycles repeating year after year, day after day, week after week, decade after decade for such a long time, and it's always in the same positions, same cycles, and there is no parallax. You know, when you are in a car and you see at the edge of the street, you see the fence, and you see a tree behind the fence, then you see the house behind the tree, then you see a hill behind the house, then you see a mountain behind the hill. You see how, depending of the movement that you have, you see like a parallax in relation to your position. You see the tree moving, the fence moving faster away, the tree moving a little slower, the house a little slower, then the hill a little slower, then the mountain away from you is the one that is moving the slowest, right? But you see this angle, you see this change, you can notice that. But when you look at the luminaries, if you see structures on the ground, the pyramids everywhere in the world. You could go anywhere. You could see many of the modern structures that have been built. You can see them aligning to the luminaries.
Just to clarify, because as I say, I don't know anything about this at all. What is luminary specifically?
Lights, a luminous object, light in the
lights
sky.
in the sky,
Luminary.
like the sun. And, yeah.
Yeah, when you look, think about this. If you go out right now, if it's nighttime, even if it's daytime, you can see the sun. When you look at the sun, does it look like a light? Yes or no?
Yeah.
When you look at the moon, does it look like a light? Yes or no?
Definitely.
When you look at the wandering stars, the planets, or the stars that go in around Polaris, the celestial north and the celestial south. When you look at the stars, do they look like lights?
They do indeed.
So yeah, luminary is a term that has been used to kind of talk about all of them, but each luminary can have like their own little label. But when I'm talking in plural about all of them, I say luminaries.
Okay, I see.
Hopefully you got that.
Yeah. But I know that Flat Earth has been censored a lot, right? Like, does this place kind of? I know that you don't really trust us coming in, so you obviously get a lot of trolls, as you said. But do you get like I don't know, like does Discord try and come after you? Or I know a lot of people have had trouble with YouTube, for example, like censorship and whatnot. Is it like
the censorship? Do you know the censorship is prevalent in many topics, and this topic is no different? There's even been when you go to YouTube, search right now YouTube, search the term flat Earth, and you might click a video, and it will give you a disclaimer saying flat Earth. Let me search myself. Yeah, you'll see the disclaimer. So they have this when you search. I mean, I'm not a flat earther, right? Flat Earth is a term, a description, 2 words. I'm not that. I'm not a term in a piece of paper with a description, right? That's not what I am. But I can wear a hat for my favorite team, right? I can wear a hat if I'm a mechanic and I know how to fix car. I have a shirt for my company. I'm a mechanic, whatever, right? Because I know about that. Flat Earth, I can use the label, but that's not what I am. It's part of my knowledge. I know about the topics. That's why I'm talking to you about it. But you gotta kind of see that extra perspective, because you yourself, you're not a term. You're not a glober. You're not a glober. You're not a flat earther. You're not any of.
It's just a way to brand people to get them
exactly.
to not believe.
Yeah, correct. I'm so glad that you get it, because the term flat Earth has been weaponized, and when you mention this term to most people, they're gonna tell you, you believe in flat Earth, you must be retarded.
Yeah.
And now whatever you say after that
is dismissed.
They're gonna look at you with a funny face, and they're gonna speak to you with a funny tone.
Yeah,
because you're funny to them.
No, I know exactly what you mean. So it's a way that, like, they brand you as that.
Discredit. Yeah,
and
go ahead.
anything that comes after
I'm cutting you off a few times, but
no, it's all right. No, it's that. So they brand you as that, and then so anything that you say after the fact can be discredited. So it's just a way of silencing you without silencing you in a way, because the people are dismissing you themselves, in a way.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Would you say?
Remember, when real quick, another point about that: when you go to the engine searches and you use this term to search, you're gonna find debunking videos, and you're gonna find videos that are just making fun of it, how stupid it is, and they're gonna obfuscate from the actual conversation and from the actual point of bringing and questioning their claim of the globe, and they're gonna present to you 2 cartoons, and you're gonna see the flat earth cartoon doesn't work, and they're gonna put characters on top of the flat earth cartoon, and then they're gonna show you the globe, but we have the globe, and the globe does make sense because NASA has videos, and NASA this and NASA that, and we have, and then they're gonna give you all these excuses of why that flat earth cartoon doesn't work. But I'm not defending that cartoon either. What I'm talking to you right here, I'm not talking about that cartoon that they're showing you and they're debunking. Okay, they debunked that cartoon. I don't believe in that cartoon either. But that's what they're attacking. They're attacking like a straw man of reality. That's why they have to label it and weaponize the label. So when you are looking for something besides the story that they're trying to give you, the globe story, they will give you another story.
Would you say that,
Flutter cartoon.
Would you say that the way that they try and like obfuscate that and like censor it, it only kind of proves the point that they're trying to hide something in a way? Because otherwise, why would they censor it?
Pretty obvious, right? If the liar's lying to you and then you say, hey, liar, I know. Say, no, he's going to give you another lie. Well, I didn't lie to you, but this is going to give you another story. And then if you call that story, he's going to give you another story. Have you seen how the globe is always changing? Their claims, they're always changing. It's never settled. It's always evolving and changing, and there's something new that they came out with. It's always a new story about the globe. Have you noticed?
Well, I've always thought it was interesting that, science is all about asking questions. But when you ask a question that they don't like, they try and silence you for it. And they overrule you and threaten you. And I've never liked that. That's
because there is a difference. Yeah, there's a difference between the scientific method and what they claim science to be today, and also what they actually using is actually pseudoscience, which is the church of science. That let me the term pseudoscience, I almost have it in the tip of my head, but okay, let's read pseudoscience. Pseudoscience. A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. So they're telling you stories, and they telling you, you live in this globe, you live in this curving, moving thing going through the vacuum of space. So they are actually making all of these claims, and they never put that through the scientific method. What they're giving you is stories that reinforce their stories to just give you a bigger story. They put stories on top of stories on top of stories, and if you don't actually can tell the difference between something that you can demonstrate, like I was specifically talking about the movement of the ground. There's no tests ever done that can tell you the ground is moving, or the curvature of the earth. When you pull out a laser or the communication system, so you could do many tests that will show you very clearly that there is no hump of curvature between the laser and the target, or the observer and the observed object at the distance. If there was curvature between those 2 points, there should be a blockage of view at a certain distance, because the globe, they claim, has certain dimensions. So when they say globe Earth, science, they're just being like parrots. They're saying science, paka, 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 science, paka. That's what they're doing. They doesn't mean anything.
What they've been told.
Yeah, it doesn't mean. It actually doesn't mean anything. They're just making a claim, saying science, and that's it. They can't back it up.
Well, what do you think their end game is? Like, what is the overall goal here? Because flat Earth must obviously just be like one part of it. I mean, I guess it's impossible to know, right? But if you had to guess, like, what is the end game of these deceptions, these lies? because it's clear that our governments and establishments don't have our best interests at heart. I think you'd probably agree with that. But what are they trying to do here? Would you say?
Well, having control over the masses, having control over the resources, the economics, the administrative places, high places, having control over those positions will give them a very it's an incentive for a lot of people to I don't know, like gain control over other ones, you know. Just having control over other people is a big thing. And in a sense, I mean, I think it goes deeper than that. I think they're definitely hiding God, hiding the design, hiding the containment, hiding the reality as a whole. But the thing is, most people operate in reality. Like when you go out there in your day-to-day, you will never use the globe for anything. But you are under a spell, because remember, you read all these spellings since you were a child, and they put this in certain books in some specific parts of your literature, that you read this spelling and you fell under a spell that in the background of your mind, you think that everything you do and everything you accomplish and everything we do, technology, everything, it's done on a globe. Because they added the globe somewhere in the text, and that's part of the spell.
So I see that in the chat that Platter says, hide God, confuse people, lower the vibration, create division, and sow deceit. See, I don't know if you guys are religious. I'm quite religious myself, and you know, are you religious?
You can know of the design of, I would say, I could use the scientific method. In my opinion, we can actually go through the scientific method and prove that God exists, because of the fingerprint of design. It's on everything. Everywhere you go in nature, you go and there is a fingerprint of design. And for me, in a globe that is just an accident, because you're an accident. In a globe, you're just an accident of a star that exploded, and now you're these specks of dust. And by every coincidence in the world, like the moon and the sun, they look the same size, because it's a coincidence that the sun is so far away and the moon is so much smaller, and that's why they look like it's all coincidence in the globe, right? But in reality, when you see the design of things and the laws that everything abides by, there's no way that switch, that BMW or that switch watch that you have, that's definitely not an accident. There is a designer, a very integrated, very specific design behind that vehicle that you drive every day, right? Imagine if I grab all of the pieces that make up that vehicle, and I grab all of the pieces that are necessary to build that vehicle, and I put it inside a box, and I start shaking the box. Do you think once I stop shaking the box, I'll stop and then I'll have a functional vehicle?
No.
What is needed to have the functional vehicle?
You tell me.
A very precise design. And a very precise, piece by piece, step by step way of doing
There's no way this could be accidental. I would agree with that.
There you go. It's very simple. I mean, when you actually put it in context and look at this place for what it is, I don't think you can hide God. That's why they have to obfuscate and start lying to you since you're a child and give you all of these cartoons and all of these fantasies. So they fill your mind with all this bad information on all these coloring things and imaginary places. So you are preoccupied. You are preoccupied in this place in your mind, and you don't pay attention to the obvious thing. It's like a magic trick, like a spell that a lot of people fall under. But let me tell you, mind control. Yeah, mind control, exactly. But let me tell you, a lot of people have broken out of it and a lot of people have never been under it. So that's an important thing a lot of people don't consider. Lots of people never believed in the globe. They know that this place is a design environment. There is the globe that they see in TV. A lot of people know that's BS. Even without talking about flat Earth, even like I'm saying, a lot of people have talked about this and knew certain fundamentals of this place that will point to you that the globe is an impossible, no pun intended, impossible. Got it? It will be impossible to be this curving, spinning globe going through space. And they don't, you just have to look at this reality and take it for what it is. No, you don't have to put any of your opinions or, I mean, yeah, we share information. I'm not a scientist or any of that. I could say I could do science, in my opinion, I could, but I don't know everything. And I myself, I cannot accomplish every single task in the world. There's a lot of people with a lot of traits, a lot of knowledge, but we have shared a lot of information, and at least these communities have allowed an environment where people can question things, talk about things, and at least for me as an individual, I came to the conclusion that yes, the globe is a lie, and I know they're lying, and I can call their BS, and I can see pretty clear that they're lying. What this place is as a whole, I don't know. And you know something, it is okay to say that you don't know everything. Because these Globers, they want to tell you they know everything. They know what the universe is and how far these galaxies are and how big they are, and they know how they smell. Even though they never been there, nobody has been there. They don't have any evidence how your anus smells like rotten eggs, but they still tell you your anus smells like rotten eggs, right? They know.
Well, I don't hear that often, but
but you get my point, right?
Yeah.
You get my point.
What else?
Can I add a little something in here, Jimsy?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The globe itself is, like he says, it's a lie. It also violates some of the scientific laws, like the second law of thermodynamics and gas laws. Completely violated with the globe. You can't have like a ball of gas inside of a vacuum. What do you think would happen to let's say, a ball of gas if you put it into a vacuum? What would it do? Do you know?
No. Do tell.
Well, it would instantly try to fill the space, right? It would just go out into the vacuum, right? If you had a vacuum, if they have those little glass domes that they put a little vacuum on the desk and they pump all the air out of it, it's a vacuum, okay? And then they take the tube off. What happens? All the gas rushes right back into it from the room, right?
Yeah.
And so use the globe as an example where it's this ball with a atmosphere of gas around it. Stick it into a complete vacuum. What do you think would happen to the gas? It would. They say gravity is what they say, holds it to the earth.
It will rush very violently to the available medium, right?
Right, very violently. Anyway, so I just wanted to kind of cover a couple of things on like gas. Gas laws are that they expand in all directions and they bond to nothing. They bounce off themselves. They bounce off the walls of the container. That's how you get gas pressure. In fact, it's in the definition. Gas pressure. It says as the gas bounces off the walls of the container, that's how you can measure the pressure of the gas. So we have gas pressure here on Earth. So the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is to have a container. He was talking about that earlier. I just kind of wanted to get a little bit closer into the science that we know about and how this place, they want to believe that it's a globe, like they say. It violates many of the laws that they make. They know about themselves. They know that these are gas laws, and they know that the second law of thermodynamics is entropy, and hot goes to cold. Always, it just does. High pressure always goes to low pressure. It just always does. There's nothing we can do about it. It's just a law. It's a gas law. And so this globe violates many of the gas laws, like the gas laws in the second law of thermodynamics. It violates the first law of thermodynamics. It violates just about everything. So that's why he said impossible. It's impossible for it to be what they say it is. Now, we're not saying that we know what it is, but we know what it is not. It is not a ball of gas in a vacuum, because that's impossible. The gas would violently try to fill the available space. So we know that that's not where we are. Anyway, I'll finish for now, but I just wanted you to kind of think about that. And one more thing, what these scientists do, what they do is basically called pseudoscience, and you can they'll even admit it. Like Michio Kaku, this famous scientist, says that they're off by, I can't remember, way off when it comes to cosmology and the stars and the universe. They're off by magnitudes of whatever. They're way, way, way off. And he says, we just fly by the seat of our pants. We just guess. We take our best guess. That's not what science is. Science is very strict, where it's called the scientific method. It's like you witness a phenomena, and you form a hypothesis, and you have some independent and dependent variables, and then you manipulate them and whatnot. If you wanted to go through that, someone could go through that for you, would help you understand that what these guys say about the Earth is completely violates so many of their own laws that they know exist, and they can't, just are what they are, and so we know that it's not a ball. It can't be. It's impossible. So anyway, I'll finish with that for now. If you're more curious about any of that stuff, I'm sure there's some guys here that would love to help you, or even Jemsy. If you don't
do you want to reply to what he said?
No, it's very interesting. So you guys would say that it's not that that it's not, that the Earth is definitely not a globe like that, but it's not that what it is.
The foundational claims of it, like one of the foundational claims, the radius. This ball that has specific dimensions. They say, can you look up and can you Google the meaning of radius? And the radius of the Earth, it will tell you is 3,959 miles, right? So based on that claim, we can go to any water body, because the globe is mostly water. Do you agree? Have you seen images of the globe? It's mostly covered over water. So we can go to the bodies of water and devices like lasers. We can use you can even use mirrors to reflect light. We can use radars, binoculars to observe long-distance objects. When we test what is called the drop value of the 3,959 miles, the radius, it will be close to 8 inches per mile square, because it's a ball, it goes over every direction, right? So the ground or the water should be dropping at a specific ratio to be able to show you the ball that you see on the photograph or the images, right? On the images that they show you, that ball. Yeah. When you're on the ground, it will have to be dropping to have at a specific rate. You get it so far?
Yeah. So it's no, I agree. So it's just like impossible, as you say.
Yeah. So when you go and they tell you, the boat is going over the horizon, right? What they mean is that the boat is now behind the curvature of the Earth. That's why you cannot see it anymore. But this is a claim, because there's many reasons why there might be obstruction between the observer and the object. Like there could be in the medium, there could be humidity, there could be heat and cold, depending on the distance, and there could be a lot like dust particles and a lot of things that will obstruct the visibility and cause the observer to not see the object anymore. Have you ever seen the Weather Channel and they tell you, oh, the visibility is 50 feet tonight?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that is what's happening. And I was talking about the lasers. There's been many laser tests that has been done by engineers and field experts, people that all from many nations in many walks of life, that they have made a lot of tests testing the claim of the 8 inches per mile square, which is the radius. And then when you pull out the devices and you test for this curvature, what you find out is that there is no curvature. You can see the objects way beyond their claim radius. You can hit the target with the laser way beyond the distances that they claim it should be possible. And all they give you in reply to that is the hand waving explanations.
Yeah.
Like they say, dismissive, let's say refraction or whatever. They say a few things. But the fact is that we can see very far distances, and we can do these tests and the communication system that I mentioned earlier, like from tower to tower, or even radars from radar test. You can connect a direct signal from tower to tower. And if there was a wall of water between the two apparatus, there'll be no communication. There'll be no connection of the laser or the radar towers.
Yeah, like microwave communications have got to be point to point. It's got to be dish to dish. They don't curve. The microwave signal does not like bend or curve. We know that. It's just a fact that if you take the dish, say you've got a dish that's 100 miles away from the other dish, and you put something in between it, or you drop it down behind a mountain, it won't hit the target. There'll be no communication at all. And so we know that microwave signals are definitely point to point. You've got to have a straight line visibility of the other dish if you're going to try and use a microwave as a communication device. And so if you put it 100 miles away and you shoot the microwave signal toward the other dish, and you catch the signal and you hear the voice or whatever you're broadcasting, and you know that there's nothing in between you. It's just because without microwave must be point to point. Without it, it cannot communicate. So, and that's just one example.
That's one example. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's one example of many examples. You yourself, if you live near a shore, you could grab a mirror, and depending on the distance, you have to put the numbers in, and this is very doable. Anybody can do it. You grab a mirror, you go to a certain side of the shore, and then you send a friend with a cell phone, and then to the other side of the shore and with a mirror, and you guys can deflect the sunlight at the edge of the water. And depending on the distance, there should be a hump of water that should be covering the light from the mirror. You get that?
Yeah.
Exactly. So if the Earth was curving, like they're saying, like they show you, there should be an obstruction. But then you get to find out that you could do so many different tests and long distance observations, infrared imagery, photograph. You can see hundreds of miles with photograph and infrared and other opticals. So, and even the militaries, they use lasers that go over 100 miles from line of sight, from the laser to the targets. So it's just very obvious. It's just that if people that don't look into this, they will just believe what they're being told, right? Because they haven't looked at the actual objective stuff. Yep.
But what else do you think they're lying about? Out of curiosity, because it can't just be that. It's surely.
What do they not lie about is what the question is. If you go turn on the news station or you turn on, seriously, what do you think they tell you the truth about? Do you know anything that you know the fact is absolute truth? Very little of it out there. I can tell you that right now.
Well, they definitely lie. Yeah, good way to put it. Why they don't lie about, right? So they lie. They definitely lie about this, and they put people in this mind state of some people. I forgot the term, but nihilist. I will say, is that the right? Yeah, and then they definitely lie about the economics, how energy works. I say economics, energy, health. They lie about so many things. Even transportation, the means of transportation, history. They lie about history. They lie to you about the flood, the worldwide flood, and a lot of. They lied about when you go to school, and they teach you spelling. You know how to read spelling. They making you read their spelling. And they're casting spells about different things, and you are willingly learning this stuff that they're telling you. And since you're young and you don't have you don't know better, you don't have other information, you're just taking this information. There is a lot of practical things that you learn during life. There is a lot of objective things that are real. Most of the things that you learn are real. But a lot of this information of the most important topics, because, economics is important, health is important, communication systems, the foundation of the earth, all those topics are important, and they have the resources, the scarcity system they have in place, right? Instead of an abundant system that we could be having if we were doing the correct things. In this globe is a scarcity system, because there's a limit to everything. Fossil fuels, we're gonna run out of fossil fuels. Everybody be scared, that kind of stuff. So this scarcity system keeps people in fear, and fear is a very powerful tool that they use as well. So yeah, and they lie about a lot of
You'd
stuff.
say it's like a group who wants control over the society at large. So they make up these falsehoods. They lie a lot about pretty much everything, confuse people, make them disbelieve in God, make them nihilistic, and they can, when they're in that state of fear, they can then control them and essentially indoctrinate them to do whatever they want. So they dominate them in a way. Is that kind of what you mean?
Very accurate.
Sure. That's a big aspect of it. There's way more than that, but that's a big chunk of
accurate. It was definitely accurate.
I would agree with that for sure.
But it goes deeper and higher than that. It's a full spectrum of this system that there is a lot to learn about. We're just brushing the surface at the moment. We're just brushing the surface of it.
When you get into the stuff, like you said, it's spelling, that the English language is a spell. That's really a deep subject, and you've got to really kind of dig into it quite deeply to figure out what that means. I don't know. Maybe you have already. Maybe you know that a lot of the words in the English language, like I'm just going to give you a couple examples. Like one, like cure. I'm going to cure your cancer. If you look up the word cure, it's to preserve. And so there's a lot of words in the English language that are meant to basically lie to you, and you don't even know what you're saying half the time. I mean, it's really a deep subject. If you wanted to dig into that subject, be advised, it's going to take quite a minute and quite a bit of referencing and looking into it, where other people have and can point a lot of stuff out to you about the English language. The English language it's horrible. It's what it is, what it does, and what it's capable of doing to people. I know it sounds crazy, but it's absolutely the truth. It is made to put people in spells and to keep you there. And I know it might sound a little bit wacky, but it's absolutely true. But it's also used for just normal day-to-day communications or whatever. But that's where they can get you. You think that you're, talking the truth, and you're just being confused about the whole matter to begin with. I mean, I don't really want to get into that too much. I probably already got into it too much. Unless you're really interested in it, we could.
Well, a good example is about the language is if you go to let's say a court and you try to win a case using the English that you learn in the school, you lose the case because it's a total different language when you go to the court, right? It's still English.
Yeah, they have their own like special terms that they use in their own circles.
So imagine something similar to that. The English that you're learning in school, in a sense, if you don't go actually very deep into the root of the meaning of words, what things actually mean, and what you're communicating, you could be speaking babble. You could be babbling to people when they actually understand what you're. I mean, you could be saying words that don't mean what you're actually trying to portray or trying to speak about. It's a little tricky, but yeah, they do lie about the languages as well, for sure.
No, I've never heard of that. That's an interesting rabbit hole.
Well, when they tell you, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" and you say, "Yes, I understand." Understand is mean standing under. So when someone with authority, they come to you and they are telling you, "Do you understand do you stand under me?" And you say, "Yes, I stand under you." That means they have authority over you, and they'll take it. They'll take the authority.
Yeah. So it's like subtle means of domination over other people.
That's why I use the word comprehend. Do you comprehend what I'm trying to communicate? Because understanding or overstanding have different meanings.
Yeah. Well, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, read some. I mean, the legalese is very confusing in many ways, in my opinion. But if you read like the Black Laws Dictionary, and you look at the meaning of words, that's in the legal or law side of things, and that's how they actually operate in many. Like, I think there is like almost like a parallel universe of information, in my opinion, that people operate under a certain, I'll say, jurisdiction in some sort, and then there is there is the private side, and then there is the public side, which is, public school, the governments, they speak to you. You know how you hear the politicians speaking, they're always speaking in code towards people. They saying something in TV, and people think they're listening to the politician saying something, and they mean something else. And they're telling you the truth. They're actually telling you the truth somehow, but it's always some type of spelling that they portray. And they actually lying to your face, and they also double speak. They will say something today, and then there's a different camera, a different group, and they will say the complete opposite. It's just, I know we're moving away from the topic, but we're talking about things that they lie about, and if you want to talk about everything they lie about, I mean, there's so much. We could be here for years talking about lies. Sure. But I like concentrating on the objective, because there is things that there is a lot of practical stuff, a lot of I'm sorry,
what are objective truths?
Yeah, objective truth and things that are functional instead of dysfunctional, right? You want to concentrate on the functional side of things, so you can, learn new things and develop yourself and be a better version of yourself. But under this other system that they want to lie to you and promote and fill your mind of bad information, I think that's why you want to know and be aware of what's happening, in a sense, because I don't know everything, but at least I can call bullshit on some things, right? At least I'm able to see things for what they are, and whenever they come with this propaganda machine and try to sell me some BS, at least I have my walls up. I'm not just taking everything they say automatically.
Yeah, and that's the test, like he was talking about, like a laser test out over the water. You can send it out 10 miles over the water and hit a target. There should be how many feet in 10 miles? Someone know right off the top of their head?
16 feet. 10 miles, 16 feet. 10 miles, I think it's 16 feet or something like that. I'm sorry. I'm not 100%, but
I think it's more than that. But anyway, if you were to shoot a laser over at a target, and someone's standing on a beach and you're standing on a beach, and you get the laser beam to hit the target at 10 miles away, and you're standing the laser, you put it like 3 or 4 feet off the beach, off the water, on like a tripod, level it so it's leveled as level as you can get it, and you shoot it toward this other target, which is 10 miles away. On this ball that they'd give us, that's an impossible target to hit. It's impossible, and not hit it, because the laser light would be over your head so many feet. And it's just not. Every time we take these lasers out over the water and shoot them at a target, we hit the target every single time. We do not miss. And the ball would dictate that there's no way to hit it. It would be over the curvature X amount of feet. But that's not what happens. So that's why a lot of people say it's board flat. Like what does water do? You put it in any container whatsoever, like a swimming pool, a glass of water, a small lake. What would you say the water does when it's at rest?
Level.
Seeks its level. That's why they use waters and levels to build homes. Water level, because water levels have been used for 100 years to build homes and whatever else, because they are level every time. Water seeks its level in a container, swimming pool, small lake, ocean, wherever the water's at, and if it's at rest, it will always seek its level every time. It's another thing that cannot be changed. It's just what water does. And so that's why we say we know. It's another one of the reasons why we say we know it's not the ball they tell us. It's not what you're telling us is going on here, because water is level, and where's the curve? Where is it?
And also on the ball, the claim of the ball, you know how the water, when you have it in a cup or you have it in the bathtub or the pool, it has to be contained and level. If you tilt the cup or the bathtub or the pool, what happens to the water? It will spill out, right? Out of the container. What do you think?
Or it will still seek its level. It will still.
Yeah, it will.
If you don't tip it enough for it to spill out, it will still seek its level, though.
So what happens if you grab a ball and you kind of, I don't know, put water on it and then spin that ball so fast? You think the water is going to stay attached to that ball? What happens when you spin a ball that is soaked on water?
Like a tennis ball.
It fucks off. Yeah, just using logical, looking objective, logical thing, you can figure this out. It's really not that complicated. It's very foundation. There's foundations to how things work, and you can, based on that, you can definitely tell that the ball is impossible. Do you have any other questions, or maybe reply?
No, I was just going to say, it's 3 a.m. here in the UK, so I'm going to sleep soon. But it's been nice talking to you, gents. But I do have one more question, actually. Who do you think is who are the people? Like the government, or what is going? Like, who are the people behind these deceptions? Like, do you think? Because there's a lot of theories, but what do you guys think? Like, what is the group behind it?
There is many levels to the pyramid, and whoever is sitting on top is still not the highest, because the highest is beyond what the ground or we can build on here. So the layers, you have the workers or the slave, whatever people describing out the slaves, but you need the workers, you need the administrators, the police, you need the big companies on top of that at higher, yeah. Then you need the owners of the companies, the big families, or the bankers and the people that own the banks. And when you look, there is certain families that own most of the wealth of the world. They own most of the companies. They own most of the resources. I think there's people higher. Obviously, when you see the president, the vice president of a nation, or the prime minister, those are public faces of the administrative side of things, right? Like a company. You have the president of the company. He's not the owner of the company. right? But he's administrating. So those are the politicians. They're kind of like in positions of administrator positions, but they still have their owners that tell them what to do. You have the militaries of the world, and above that, I wouldn't be able to tell you families. You know, people say the J.P. Morgans, the Rothschilds. Those are still, in my opinion, public faces. And then the people that actually are actually the ones on a stair above that on the pyramid. I don't think they don't have any Facebook, no Instagram, any of public life like that. They live in the private side. You don't know about
they're
it.
like underground. They like don't even know. No one even knows them.
I mean, not underground. They probably own islands and they go to wherever they want to go. And
I think
and
he
there's
meant underground. I think he meant underground is just.
oh yeah,
like unknown. Yeah,
true. Yeah. That's what he meant for sure. Yeah. Yeah, but you get it, right? You're going to have these people, you're not going to have them publicly flexing all of the world. Like, you know, like, it's not this guy, Tristan, no, what's his name? You know, these rich people that they flex on the internet, they show their, like, Money Mayweather. You know, Money Mayweather has a lot of money, but, you know, there's a guy signing his checks, right?
Yeah, they're not like
someone,
the main guy.
Exactly, but you have these public characters that are part of the entertainment, part of the show, part of the globe. What was the famous writer? The word is a stage. Shakespeare. The world is a stage, and you know what was the stage? The stage is a globe. So on that stage, you have a lot of characters in that globe and that kind of stuff. But whoever is at the top, I think God is on top of everything, or the creator. Absolutely. And under him, there might be, I don't know, other entities. And I think the people that are under control, it's possible that, I don't know, they might be, you know, influenced by, I don't know, demonic stuff, in my opinion, possibly, because there's evil out there. I mean, I've seen some evil, and I heard some other people speaking about very, very deep evil, and I don't know all about it, but I can tell you there is evil out there, and
I'd agree with that. Yeah, 100%.
And whoever is on top of that, well, I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know, Lucifer. I don't know, someone, some entity, but I don't know. We are actually speculating at this moment. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, gentlemen, it's been really nice talking to you. I gotta sleep, unfortunately, but yeah, Gemsy and God Rock, and I might come back in the future. I don't know how often you guys do this, but
it's 24/7. You can come back later on, and hey, you have some friends that join. You're welcome to join anytime, and if your friends have any questions, they can open their mics. I gave some permissions. I'm gonna open their mics here, and get some rest. It's 3 a.m. for you, so come back later and speak to other people. There's gonna be other people in here, so good talking to you.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's been a lot of fun. All right,
that was great.
Guys.
Thank you.
You see, that was cool. Oh, it's awesome.
You did a good job, Gypsy.
Thank
you. He's the element of surprise.
Yeah, he was awesome. He was very polite. He was listening. He also replied to what was being said, and yeah, that's great. That's how people can have a conversation. I like that. Even though I'm not the best person to communicate ideas or speak about this stuff.
You did fine, Gemsy, especially for the first timer like him. I think you kept his attention. You did a great job, bro. Really did.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We have other people. We have Otis Wong. He was muted earlier. Extreme Ivan. Extreme Ivan. Hey, welcome, Ivan. You've been here a few times.
Yes.
Right?
Hi.
Hey.
So, I actually came from that other server, House Hexagon and shit. So, I'm gonna head there now. Okay, bye.
Not a big deal. All right, have a good one.
I got a little nervous, didn't he?
Yeah, no, everybody can jump in the mic and speak, you know. It's, that our guy, he joined like with 5 different people, and before him there was this guy in here, Pika, and he was horrendous. He was, I don't know, he was trying to just push the a topic that is just disgusting, actually.
Oh, that's too bad.
Like porn, he was talking like pushing porn and watching porn and that kind of stuff, which is kind of stupid.
No.
So yeah,
Well, that's not what this channel's for. That's for sure. So,
but at least he shared. I guess he shared the link in his server, and other people joined. So that was good.
Flat Earth is the best thing than sliced bread. No.
Sliced bread. I like bread, but can't eat it.
it's not good for your. It's not good for your diabetes, Jimsy.
Shut up. I try. I do like bread. Yeah, bread is good.
If you're gonna eat bread and it's bad for your diabetes, you might as well go all the way out. Get honey soaked butter.
Honey soaked butter. That sounds pretty good. I just stick to. I'll just stick to ribeye for now. Ribeye. It's better than bread, honestly. But yeah. Too bad the other new people stayed.
Who are these new people? I know you.
Well, there was like 5 people that joined, and they were in the chat texting as well. Some of them, but I guess they heard the conversation. They heard the conversation with Aw, and then after Aw said he was leaving, many of them also jumped out. Right, Ivan is here. Extreme Ivan, are you able to open your mic?
Yes.
Would you like to ask any questions or just introduce yourself, whatever?
Maybe I just want to listen.
That's totally fine. All right, Ivan. He wants to listen.
Still learning.
You interested in the topic and you're learning about any specific topic right now that you're learning about?
I'm learning. After I know about the flat Earth, when I open my Bible, it looks more synchronized.
Interesting. That's yeah, the actual biblical text speaks to you, and you don't need the globe to get it, because the globe actually doesn't make any sense with the scriptures.
Yes. Why this affect also the belief? Because when we just imagine when we read the Bible, we cannot imagine when there is a moment when wait.
Well, if it's any help to you, I believe the Bible does a great job of describing the earth, what it might be, or what it may possibly look like, or what it does say quite a few things about it in the Bible. I personally find it very accurate myself.
It's all good. I will say definitely stick to scripture is great. Here in this channel, if you scroll down, you're gonna find what is called additional information channels. Have you seen that in this server?
Yes, yes. I found in the scripture in Joshua 10, verse 11 until 13.
Okay.
It's tell about Joshua speak to Jehovah in the day of Jehovah, giving up the Amorites before the son of Israel, and he said, before the eyes of Israel, sun in Gibeon stand still, and moon in the valley of Ajalon, and the sun stands still, and the moon had stood still. The nation take vengeance on its enemies. It is not written on the book of the upright, and the sun stand in the midst of the heavens, and had not haste to go in as a perfect day.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Do you think the earth was stopped spinning, or do you think that the sun actually stopped like the Bible says?
If the earth is globe, it's never happened like that.
Correct. I feel the same way, my friend.
Ivan, just your mic, I think is way too close to your mouth. Just push it a little bit away, a little bit. Yeah. That definitely. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because if this was a globe like people claim, and God stopped the earth, there will be oceans of water, right? Like rushing towards the cities or something. I don't know. That's just some crazy thought, but it makes sense that the ground is motionless and the sun and the moon stopped, because when we look up and we see the sun and the moon moving, that's what is actually happening. The sun and the moon are moving. Some people are claiming the opposite of that. They're claiming that the ground is spinning, and that's why you see the sun and the moon moving. So when you look at from your perspective right now, looking at the scriptures that you just read, is saying that the sun and the moon stopped. It makes more sense, right?
Yeah.
For you? Yeah.
Of course.
Me too, my friend. Me too.
That's great.
That's why we should continue to tell people about this earth. What is it as the truth? Not a globe. Yeah.
And that's all. This is a community. We talk about things in here. The server is about bringing that to light. We realized we were lied about the topic, so we just in the internet talking about it with other people, and some good conversations come about when we're talking about this. In my opinion, I've learned many things about many people in here, and even now you wrote those scriptures, and that's a very interesting scripture. So thank you for that. That's amazing. So I imagine, since you're reading the scripture, I imagine you probably have people that might be interested on the scriptures as well, and you probably will bring this up to other people eventually. Have you?
Yes, of course.
So I will say sharp your sword, or sharp your knowledge before you you could do whatever you want. I'm not telling you what to do, but if you can gather as much information about certain topics, I will say it will reinforce the way you're gonna communicate to other people, and you'll be able to bring your message in a better sense, hopefully. Yeah.
What is better when people interested, then we give the topic. If they not, they can.
Yep, definitely. The interest of someone has to be there. I don't like being pushing things to anybody. Just like I don't like people pushing anything in me. That sounded kind of weird, but anyways, yeah. If someone is interested in talking about that kind of stuff, definitely bring the topic and bring the information forward, because it could help. It could help people to know certain things and be able to realize that they've been lied about something, so they can, I don't know, grow and not allow other people to lie to them so easily. I think that should be important. Let's see. Yeah, man. Welcome to the server. Anytime you want to speak to us, you're welcome to. Sometimes you could get hectic in here and people are gonna like jump over what you gotta say, but yeah, you're welcome to tell us about what you find. And I'm always ears for whatever it says in the scripture. So in this VC, a lot of people kind of like, they don't wanna talk about scriptures, but it's allowed in context to the topic, in my opinion. But the way you did it was good, because you brought a verse and you just said what it says and we spoke about it, and that's it. It's not, you're not pushing your religion to anybody, right? Or you're not pushing the scripture to anyone. You're just saying what it says there, and that is your opinion about it, which is, it definitely adds up to what we're talking about, that this place is not a spinning globe.
Yes.
Let's see this guy. I'll be here, guys. I'm on mute for a little bit.
Finally, on this Gemsy character. Only kidding, guys. Yeah, I was just going to make a comment on this, this guy talking about who's at the top, who's at the start of the well. I don't know about that. I don't think many people do, but this is a contract realm, and they've worked very hard, clearly, to make this a contract realm. You probably heard that saying, rules for thee, but not for me. And some people don't apply to these, it's not applicable to these rules. So they seem to work very hard on that. And I'm not going to unpack the entire Living Man. I'm sure a lot of people here know all that stuff. I'm quite tired now, but I always think it's worth a mention, because the whole legalese and the injustice system, oh God, it's just so disgusting. It's just so. But people think they need a lawyer. If you get a lawyer, that just basically tells the court that you're an idiot. You're an imbecile. You can't speak for yourself. So, yeah, I just wanted to make a comment because the corpse orations are telling the living, the dead are telling the living what to do. Now think about that. Let that sink in. That's where we find ourselves. That's what they've done to us. It's tricky. It is so tricky. So, yeah, I don't want to point fingers, but you have to pay your dues. Or something that sounds a little bit like that. Thanks.
Is that why they have to attach the living man or woman to a dead entity, like a legal fiction, a name, to be able to do transactions and operate it or something?
Oh yeah, that's why they're obsessed with your name. That's why they're obsessed with you. Got to submit. You might have noticed every time you get one of these little things on the even on the computer, you got to submit. So yeah, this is why they're obsessed with your name. And the moment you were born, your parents, they signed that birth certificate and they handed you over to the state. And I'll put you on the stock market. Of course, unbeknownst to them, they had no idea. My parents had no idea. But it's not all bad. As I keep saying, I quite like the fancy pants and lollipops that come along with it. Because I think there's a lot of people out there now that are getting wise to this. And they're not doing it. But you see, then they're out of the system. And they're going to have a difficult time of it. And this is why I keep saying that at some point there's going to be quite a large group. I mean, obviously the vast majority is going to be in the system. But there's going to be quite a large group that don't have the birth certificate. And they will literally be able to drive their car from point A to point B because they're just moving their property, right? And they won't be in the system, and their life. I don't know. It's like I can paint this picture where it'll be harder, but it'll be way more fulfilling, and of course the food will have way more nutrition. But again, it's a lot to unpack. So, and it's funny because I sometimes forget. Oh yeah, there's an audience. I should be explaining each part to the audience. But at some point, I get stuck because I think, oh, I'm preaching to choir. These people, they know all this shit. They've looked into all this. So I've got to stop doing that. I've got to start thinking of the audience. But yeah, it's definitely worth. It's like 3:22 here, so I'm not going to start unpacking all that. It's too much. But when you were talking, Jamesy, it made me think of that. So, yeah.
When the judge comes into the room, they said, "All rise," because they're raising the dead.
Yeah, I love all that. I love all the. It's really interesting to me. In fact, that's the next thing I might look into a lot. Law, just looking because it's a huge subject, obviously, and they're using maritime law, and there's common law. There's many different types, I suppose. But I always used to talk about that on here. That video. I want to see if I can still find that video of that guy when he barks at that judge, that female judge. He's so good. He's like, "I'm a living man." And as soon as he started barking, because he was so calm all the way through it, and then she starts shouting at him, and he's like, "Who do you think you're shouting at, woman? I'm a living man. The soil has a voice. I was like, holy shit, this dude means business. And of course, then she just runs out of courtroom, and he looks around to his family and he goes, "Come on," and they all just get up and walk past them. It's so funny. It's kind of been removed, I think.
Can you send me that one? I want to hear it.
Yeah, I last time I looked for it, I couldn't find it. So
I mean, I wouldn't try to. I probably won't have the strength to speak like that to a judge, because I think in the U.S. this asshole was just throw people in the cage, but I don't know. There's gotta be a way to the madness. There has to be a way to do it. It's just that under the circumstances, it could be pretty difficult.
This what I found is not. This is like the proper video is like 15 minutes long because he has this whole start. This is a bit rubbish actually. I don't know what's this. This is like a taste of it, but the proper one is so much better because he shows you him breaking down why he practicing British law in an American court. That gold border around that flag denotes the Jolly Roger, and then he goes into that, and the other bloody lawyers start. I don't know what this is about, Your Honor, and he's so calm and he knows his stuff. And then they move into a different room, and that's when she starts really barking at him. And all he's done is he was fishing, and he's like, "I'm allowed to. I was hungry. I'm allowed to fishing without a license. Sorry, let me just get that straight. Fishing without a license in America, the land of the free, or should I say, the land of the fee, and the home of the slave." Ugh. So that's the proper video. I don't know where it is. I wish I could find it. It's about 15 minutes long. But the first time I watched it, man, it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was just like when she runs out of that courtroom and they just walk past them. And coppers do the police do nothing. They just let him walk. It's so good.
Why are you fishing without a license? Because I'm hungry. Do I need a license to be hungry? No, you didn't. You need a license to fish. No, when I fish because I'm hungry, not because I have a license.
Yeah, man, it's so good.
Why am I fishing? Because I'm hungry. You need a license. No, I need to be hungry. And I am. I'm going fishing. Are you telling me I cannot be hungry? No, you cannot fish without a license. It's just, the legalists are just kind of crazy. But yeah, when people actually know about this stuff, it's very powerful in my opinion. It's just that, obviously, I don't want to fight anybody in the streets about this kind of stuff. Some police could get pretty abusive. But either you're gonna stand or die a slave.
Yeah, every courtroom you walk into, as what's his name, Eustace Mullins said, in America, every courtroom you walk into, you're essentially walking into a Mason's lodge. And he tries to do obviously this is I can't do I want to do the action so you can see, but I can't. But basically, other Masons throw their hands up in the air as if they're throwing themselves on the court. That's their little telltale sign that they are, they need some help, basically. Yeah, apparently once he says he found a Mason's ring on a some sort. I don't know what it was, like one of these boot sales or whatever. I don't know. And he tried to, like, he walked up to the bench and flashed it to Judge and all this lot, and he's like, but he goes they were too smart. They knew exactly, they knew who the Masons were and who weren't, and he didn't get away with it. But he said, like, every time in that situation he tried to be clever, it backfired, which is usual in life. But yeah, I used to recommend Eustace Mullins here all the time. I just love that guy. And he speaks so well. I'll post a video. He wrote the original Federal Reserve book, and he also wrote this book, which is called The Rape of Justice. And yeah, he's an awesome speaker. And he's funny too. God, the amount. He's like, if you're not having fun in court, then you're doing it wrong. Oh, Platter's on it. Look at Platter. Of course he's beat me to it. Yeah, it's been so long since I looked into that guy. I'd love to just go into. It's in there somewhere. It's in my head somewhere, but I wouldn't be able to break it down too well. But basically, he helped this guy, the original guy who told him all about the Federal Reserve. His name was Ezra Pound. That might be a name you haven't heard of. Ezra Pound. Now, he allegedly influenced lots of people in the literary world, and he was essentially locked away for about 12 years. Basically, they locked him up inevitably. They said he were like, whatever, like, you know how they sort of, they put people in a loony bin, and it was Eustace Mullins that got him out of there, but it was Ezra Pound that taught him about the Federal Reserve, how it's not federal because it's privately owned, and it has no reserves, which always makes me laugh because it's not backed by anything. Yeah, it's pretty
funny. The Federal Reserve is not federal, and it has no reserves.
So I've got a bit of a cold still, but yeah, I'm just shaking it off.
It's like the globe Earth. It's not a globe, but that's how you know it's a globe, because it's not.
Yeah, basically, he's one of these guys who this is what I fear for all of us. Basically, you probably heard all this right wing stuff. Oh, they're right wing. Everyone's right wing. Who's basically saying. And I fear this sort of treatment for all of us, really.
Wait, what do you mean? Everyone.
You've never heard that. You've never heard that. No. Well, I just keep hearing that more and more. I mean, I try not to look. Honestly, I went down every rabbit hole there was back in the day, but I've sort of stopped looking into truth and bullshit because it annoys me. It starts to get on my nerves a little bit. I realise that most of it's just a distraction, obviously. You know, I usually say to people, imagine there's a rabbit hole in the middle of a field, and it's so pure and so simple and so, you know, but then the deceivers, they put 1,000 rabbit holes around it. And it's just all shit. It just leads to nowhere.
I agree with you, brother.
I just stopped looking, basically. I just stopped looking into everything, and And when people say, "Oh, you've got to look into this," I'm like, "But do I though?"
I agree with you, brother. I feel like I went down every rabbit hole too for 10 years or more, and after I named the nose and found flat Earth, it was like that for me. That was the bottom. There was nothing else was important enough for me to waste my time with after that.
Yeah, don't forget Oscar Wilde was gay also. So that's an issue, especially when he was alive. I mean, it's not like it is now. So, sorry, there's a private message. I should be saying that, but couldn't be asked to write it down. I can't type like you nerds.
You're a nerd.
Tim!
So, what happened to Izzy?
She put some, like a kebab picture in the health and nutrition with a poo on it. And got server banned.
Oh my god. We have warned her so many times.
Yeah, I know. I told her afterwards, I said, look, at this point I can't really defend you, can I? You're not making it easy for me to defend you. So anyway.
It's what it is.
It is what it is.
Wait, doesn't food turns into poop eventually?
James makes a good point.
What's the difference?
But I will say this, but they did teach me something, and it's this. I was starting to enjoy talking to normies again, as weird as that sounds. And I did think I was getting somewhere, and I might be delusional about that, but I was teaching them. We had like a word of the day game where I'd teach them a word, and I was enjoying that, because as much as we know that, words are a freaking nightmare, and they send you into this left brain prison. It's difficult for me to throw all the words away. I mean, I've clearly, I went beyond.
You can't throw all words away.
Yeah, it's like time, isn't it? We know time's just gone through, but we need it basically. Well, at this juncture. So, yeah, it's difficult for me to throw all the words under the bus, because I do love them as well. But I also recognise how dangerous they can be. So, but yeah, I'm enjoying that, teaching them, words, and because I was terrible at grammar. Oh my god, my grammar! I kicked out of school at 13, so yeah, my spelling's still terrible. But like I said, once I looked into language and words, and I just realised, don't beat yourself up again, especially about English. I feel sorry for any foreigner learning English. Ugh. Yeah, Tim speaks so good English, he's forgot how to speak Denmarkian.
Now you're just trolling me.
Denmarkian. That makes me laugh. Anyway, Tim, what have you been doing?
Well, I did what I said I would do. I went to bed. Went to bed too early. Woke up at 3 a.m. And now I'm here, 90 minutes later.
Well, Loggy just said he's going to start movie Sunday. I was like, that's a bit early, dude. It's a bit early for me.
Yeah. The servers are still booming, so there's probably good conversations to listen into.
Yeah. Yeah, Earth Awakens has been dead, hasn't it, for a while?
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, the thing is, Earth Awakenings does not have as good a mod as me, for example. So
Oh yeah, of course.
mainly, like, I'm pretty sure I spoke with someone yesterday. It will even out over time. It's just new place, breath of fresh air. As soon as that place have settled down, and many of the main speakers from Geo and stuff like that. I don't know. Like we spoke about last night. Like, I mean, it will even out over time, and you can see, like, I mean, no matter how many servers that is made, 24/7 has stayed untouched. Sure, there's times where there's low people in here, but that's not uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, if I weren't such a technophobe, I'd have been here. I'd probably been here in like 2019 or something.
I mean, I came to this place relatively late compared to how long I've been to the topic, but yeah. I feel like I'm glad I haven't been in these servers for several years, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm like the guy. I'm like, I am a place until I'm not, and then I just move on. Anyway, so the world is still flat?
Yeah, nobody showed us a globe yet. Well, they showed us a globe on the screen. Yeah, they showed us a globe on a screen. Or in the math. It exists in the math, apparently. Yeah, I'm still waiting for these reparations to the American people from NASA. That'd be fun. I think I might be waiting a long time.
Hey, if I get a check from that, I'll send you. I'll give you 30%.
Are you in America? Are you an American citizen? What don't you know?
Possibly. Depends on what setting I'm at. If it's for a check, yes, it's for money, sure.
What are you trying to say, Jen? Do anything for money?
Not anything, but if it's free money because I'm American, sure. It's just hush money. Just give me the hush money. It's okay. I've been hushing for a long time, so give me the money.
Yeah, I've thought about that with the people that sell out. I don't hate them. I don't hate them at all. I mean, I don't want to listen to them anymore because they're the mouthpiece for the wrong kind of people, but I don't blame them either. One bit. Especially if the choice is a ditch or a yacht. Yeah, well, why not? Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Perfect example.
I mean, I'm saying that about NASA because I know I'm not gonna get the money, but sure, if they come up with a check and paying everybody back, I'll take the check. Especially if it's coming from NASA. And I'll give you 30%. You know what? I'll give you 10% so you don't feel as guilty. I'll take 90% of the blame. Of the guilt. For taking the money.
That's so nice of you.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy! I'm just on the YouTube thing. I'm doing a Miggy. This is a good name, Flurf Williams. Flurf Williams, get your hand in here, dude. Come and show me the globe. Show me the curve. I believe most flat earthers believe we love TV NASA, etc., when we have a lot more middle ground than either side thinks? But I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, how clever. We have a lot more middle ground than people think. What a clever thing to say. It's just a lazy man saying, well, I'm just a globe zealot with absolutely no desire to show you any evidence. So I'm just going to make up all this story about middle ground and just call it good because I'm too lazy to do anything about it. That's all it is.
This John Curley asks a good question. How much gravity does a tennis ball have? Question mark.
Half a cup.
Well, let me ask you a question, John. In your Big Bang religion, when there was a lot of stuff in a small area, relatively, I mean, that's a pretty huge gravity well, is it not? I mean, please come in and explain it to me, because it doesn't seem to make any sense. I don't know.
If it's such a small speck and it has such a huge gravity well, which it would have to have if gravity is what they say it is, it would have to have such a huge gravity well and so infinitely strong, an infinite amount of gravity that how could it ever expand into anything other than this dense little speck? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, I've said many times, physics is not really my passion. It's a passing interest at best. I do kind of like to look into the systems, how one acts on another. And, you know, thinking about that with Saturn's rings, does anybody know anything about that? Because I know that from, you know, from my basic knowledge, that you've got these rings on the outside. I think they're mostly ice, right?
Well, they're not really rings,
And
but
you've
yeah,
got
they're debris and ice.
No, but you've got a centrifugal force that's pushing outwards, and gravity, quote unquote, is pushing inwards, and this creates this equilibrium. This is my limited understanding.
When someone asks you about gravity, just tell them they don't understand the gravity of the situation if they're asking about that.
Yeah, well, I usually just say, which gravity are you talking about? But, of course, this situation with Saturn, like I say, it's fascinating. I probably should look into it a little bit more because, I mean, aren't these, you know, a huge chunk of huge boulders and ice, and aren't they all different sizes? Would that make a difference? Tim?
Sure.
Thanks. I'm trying to get the conversation moving. And he gives me a one-word answer.
Well, I don't know, man. Like, I would go back to when people have tried to map it out in a program, and there is this three-body problem. Like, it works when it's just the Earth and the Moon, but as soon as they are tapping in the Sun or any other body, the system itself just crumbles. So that is what I would point towards with all these kind of things. But yeah, I mean, I really don't dwell a lot in the outer space prehistoric thing.
Hey, 7/6R, are you there?
Sir, what's up, Bo?
What does refraction do to your 20-inch biceps? Do they refract up or do they refract down?
Oh, they expand in all directions. They're made of gas.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still figuring out 7/6R when it comes to body parts.
Sounds a little suspicious to me, Jim.
Yeah, we're sometimes you think Texas people are pretty normal, but we can be pretty weird sometimes.
Yeah, you taught me that. Thank you.
Yeah.
weren't for you, I would think that Texas people were completely normal.
I want you to do me a favor sometime. I want you to go to that place. I want you to go to that place that has the most beautiful women in the world, that isn't far from you, and take some, good photos, nothing bad, just some nice photos of some pretty ladies, and just post them online. On here, so we can see some pretty ladies.
I think they already did that.
You did?
Yeah, they did. That's how, when they determined that was where the most beautiful people in the world were found, they did a survey. And it was picked 2nd South and State Street in Salt Lake City, I think they said, where you could find the most beautiful people in the world any one given time. Where you just have to go out there and stand on the corner. Pretty soon, some beautiful woman would walk by, and on average, they were the most beautiful women in the world. Now, that's what they said, and that's why they determined, with lots of investigation, lots of street corners they went and looked at, lots of prostitutes I'm sure they've seen on the way. And as a matter of fact, 2nd South is the main prostitute street in Salt Lake City. So,
wow.
Yeah, pretty strange. Yeah, I don't know who did the survey, but it was in some magazine years and years ago. They're probably not where the beautiful people are anymore. They probably migrated to somewhere a little nicer, a little warmer. It's too cold here in Utah.
They're down.
Probably down there in Texas. Probably down there in Texas somewhere now.
Yeah, I think they're like 4 blocks from me. Lots of pretty women.
Wouldn't doubt it. Would not doubt it, Mr. Jim.
So how many people did you have over for Thanksgiving dinner?
Oh, I didn't go. They didn't come over. I went to my brother's house. So in Layton, he lives, I don't know, about 10 miles south of me, 12 miles, I don't know, a ways. We was going to have it at his son's house. They called the night before Thanksgiving and said, "Oh, we decided we're going to have it at Scott and Carol's." So it's my brother and his wife. We went to Scott and Carol's for Thanksgiving dinner.
Was the night before Thanksgiving.
Yep.
And all through Loch Ness's house, not a creature was stirring. Not even a mouse.
Right.
But then up woke 7 over 6R. Came down to get milk and cookies. And the Loch Ness monster Nessie ran away.
Yep. I posted a picture in live stream yesterday when I was at Thanksgiving dinner. Showed the room full of my huge family. Nobody probably looked at it or whatever, but I don't care.
I saw it because right under your picture, I posted a little video of where I went for Thanksgiving.
Oh.
And so yeah, you posted, and then I posted right underneath you. It was on Thursday.
That was Thursday, Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah. I posted right underneath. Mine's a video.
So. Oh, I see. I'll have to go back and look at that. I was at dinner. I usually don't go on Discord on my phone. I usually use my computer. So I sent that picture. I just took it and sent it. I didn't even really. The thing I did was make sure that it went there.
Was the 2 days after Thanksgiving, and all through God Rockin's house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Are you in the Christmas spirit or something, Jim?
It's going to be here pretty soon.
Yeah. Right. That is right.
I might have to do it. I might have to do a caroling of one this year. Just go out and carol by myself.
Hell, there it is. My phone keeps going off. Like I got some kind of a message and I couldn't find it. It was right underneath my nose. Isn't that funny how that happens?
It was underneath your bicep. That would be a huge shadow that it would cast.
T-Mobile. Here is your Black Friday giveaway. Show thank you for your outstanding payment record. Congratulations.
So what did they give you? $15 gift certificate?
I don't know. I'm not going to go even look at it. I'm not even going to open it up. Because I think it's a bad thing to do that. You really want to know. I don't like. Probably, in order to get the prize, they would probably want a certain amount of information from me, like my address or something to send me my gift card or whatever they're trying. No, I ain't giving out no information. I don't care if they're going to pay me. They aren't getting any information. Sorry. No, thank you. Move along. Move along. Move along.
You should open it up. It might be a gift to all expense paid trip to circumnavigate the globe. What do you think?
If I thought that was even in the realm of possibilities, I'd be all over it, Jim. But you and I both know that was too big of a stretch.
I hear they're going to fly over Antarctica and come up the other side.
When did you hear that?
And that's what I heard the grand prize was. For that. Yeah, if you open it up, they had a grand prize and they had other prizes, but the grand prizes, they're going to circumnavigate the globe north to south over the two poles.
Oh, I'll wish them good luck.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and take my seat on the plane if you'd like, Jim.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll tell them you're me. They'll believe it.
So I can go to the South Pole and come up the other side, and then I come back and go, ha ha, we live on a ball.
I'll be standing there looking south, watching you, see you when you're on your way back, and you'll sneak up from behind me. Is that what you're saying?
I circumnavigated the ball, and you didn't.
Like I said, I'll be standing outside looking south, watching the plane go away as it goes away down over Antarctica. And then I'll be standing there thinking, oh, that dumb bastard, he's just going to have to turn around and come back. And then all of a sudden, he's pulling up. There he is right behind me, buzzes me with his airplane, and then lands and says, ha ha, we circumnavigated the globe. Ha ha.
We're told that it's 41 miles shorter to circumnavigate north to south than it is east to west. So I might get back sooner than you think I do.
Maybe so, Jim. 41 miles?
I read it was, I don't know who came up with this one. Probably some scientist that's unemployed got $20 for coming up with it. But I hear it's like 24,901 miles equator and 24,860 north to south over the poles. I like to know who figured that one out.
Yeah, that's interesting. It was probably Matthew Lawrence.
It's probably the same one that came up with 7/6R. It's probably the same one that measured the weight of the Earth, like 13 billion, 17 trillion pounds. How anybody can measure that, I have no idea. You can actually Google that, and they'll tell you how much the Earth weighs.
Wow. It's pretty heavy, isn't it? I wonder how they weighed that.
The Earth ain't heavy. The Earth's my brother. He ain't heavy. He's my brother.
Yeah. Trying to order something for my sister for Christmas, if you don't mind. There it is.
If you go to Amazon, they have I read this yesterday. It's next weekend. It starts on Saturday and Sunday. It is a half-off sale on Gravity. They're instead of Gravity being 9.80 meters per second, it's just going to be 4.90 meters per second squared for the weekend.
Oh.
They're taking half off.
Wow.
Yeah, so instead of paying 9.80, you only have to pay, what's that now? 4.45. Half off of Gravity. And then if you really hurry, God rockin', they're going to give you half off of 8 inches per mile squared. They're going to make it 4 inches per mile squared, but at the same time, they have to double the circumference of the Earth to be able to do that.
Okay, so. All right, I ordered that for my sister. So. It's called a. What is it called? A bed something. Anyway, it goes on the side of your bed. It's like a loop, so you can balance on it when you stand up. You help stand up, kind of like a walker. It's fastened. It's hooked to the bed. It's like a loop that comes up above your mattress. You can hold on to it when you go stand up off your bed. And it has a little bag or some, like a container area on the front of it. You can put your magazine or your I don't know, your bottle of water that you drink while you're in bed, or a book, or whatever like that. So you can set it right next to you, you get on and off your bed, so you got something to hold on to. Have a safety device thing. My sister's getting old. She needs help.
Hey, God, Rock and I just got here. What are we talking about?
Well, it certainly wasn't the Earth, so you better get us back on track.
Well, if you had to get something like that, if the Earth was spinning, it would be difficult to use, wouldn't it?
Well, you'd be thankful for having it. Otherwise, you might spin off the bed and fall on your head and break your head. I help you balance a little bit.
Now, that's one of the things that really hit home with me back in 2015 was when I finally realized, hey, I'm not in motion. You know, I finally gave up that. I mean, I knew the curve wasn't there, but when I fully realized, damn it, I'm not spinning. It's just it's hard to describe moment, you know what I mean?
I do. Yep. Yeah, the whole thing kind of came to me all at once. I just went on a marathon and watched everything I could watch for like 24, 36 hours and just kind of all fell into place. It's like, oh my God, we're not moving. Oh my God, outer space is fake. Oh my God. It just all fell into place. And I'm like, dun-dun-dun. It's not a ball.
You did it all in a couple of days? That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
I could see that if you binge it, I understand that, you know.
I was total binge for sure.
I mean, after the first couple of weeks, I was pretty convinced that when I went and did my test on the lake, that's when I knew I gave gravity its last chance to show me curvy water, you know, and it wasn't there.
Wasn't there. Well, the only difference between me and you is I believed people like you that the tests they did were real. I watched them and I thought, no, they aren't lying about that shit.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, there's a preponderance of us doing it too. A lot of people have done these tests, you know. If the curve is there, it would be showing up, and it's not there. But it's, you know, if you want to go I encourage new people that don't understand it. You know, I understand where you're coming from because you've been there since the beginning when a lot of people were waking up. But these new people, they need to go do an observation. You know, if that's what it takes for them. And we're not here to convince anybody of anything. Just go look where you live. You know, is that hard? Anyway. Any new people here?
I don't know. There was earlier. We had one really cool, really nice guy that Jemsy talked to.
Cool.
It was really, really good conversation. The guy was definitely didn't believe we lived on didn't think it was flat. But after talking to him for about an hour, Jemsy, the guy was just kind of like, wow, that was a really interesting conversation. And he wasn't rude. He was real polite. You could tell he understood what Jemsy was, how he was describing it. So it was one of those conversations that go well, you know.
The guy seemed like he was going to be critically thinking and thinking about what Jemsy was telling him and stuff. That's cool.
Yep.
That's all we can do. That's an example of all we can do. You know, we can just give people information. Like, however you want to put it, we can open the door. It's up to them to walk through it. However you want to put that.
Yep.
You can lead a glober to flat water, but you can't make them think, right?
That's right.
So was somebody else talking before I butted in? Because I don't have to keep talking. I'm dead every day if I keep my reputation up.
Oh, Jim was talking to me. We were just wasting dead air. So I would invite Jim to go ahead and say hi to you and take over the conversation. Where are you, Jim? Why did you bow out?
I had to go out and find some 7/6R to go with my 8 inches per mile squared, to go with my 8.1 meters per second downward acceleration called gravity. And then I called somebody in Australia, asked them how they were doing. They said, they were doing fine. They were standing straight up because gravity pulls everything towards the middle of the ball, and so they were standing up just fine. They thanked me, and I told them go ball, and they said thank you.
That's impressive, Jim. You got those glove fights down pat.
Are they upside down? Is that what you're telling me?
No, because of gravity pulling everything towards the center of the ball, they were standing straight upwards, just like we're doing here. You know, God Rockin', you need to understand gravity. You know, until you understand gravity, I don't know what we're going to do with you. I don't know.
Maybe I don't want to understand gravity. Maybe it's one of those things where I'm so mad at gravity that I will never understand gravity. Just like my wife that cheated on me. I will never understand why she did that. Oh no, I'm not going to understand. Sorry, Jim.
Hey,
I'm mad at gravity. Really upset with gravity right now.
Oh, gravity's your friend.
I'm really upset.
Yeah, just telling him that whenever you're on the table, you got your food, before you eat your meal, you gotta say, "Thank you, gravity, for keeping the food on my table."
I'll be honest with you. I understand gravity more than I do the bending and warping of space-time, so that's why I can't give my gravity up, because the other one's just too deep for me.
Well, you got to do a set of bowling ball on the trampoline. See how it sinks down in the middle. Then take a marble and roll it around the bowling ball. There you go. That's your gravity well, and the trampoline is your fabric of space. So it's really simple, Jim. I mean, that's the easiest gravity there ever was.
Yeah, in 1915, they threw Newton to the curb and said, sorry, we have to explain this little star going through an eclipse. So we got to throw you to the curb and come up with Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock type of bending and warping of space-time. That's such a stupid thing. That bending and warping is more stupid than gravity.
Wasn't Newton thrown under the curve? Because, you know, when you pass away, they put you in the soil, which is on the curving earth, so you are under the curve. Does that work? That's how it works?
And I think the caskets bend just a little bit too. I think.
Oh yeah, the casket is bending. Yeah.
Don't you guys think it was funny that Witzik couldn't even get those Glover guys to concede to agree with Einstein's bendy space-time? Basically, the whole, it's all he was asking for to start the initial point, you know, and they won't agree with their own paradigm. It's weird. It's like they even know it's so screwed up they can't agree with it, or I don't know what the reason is. Y'all know what I mean.
Was that in a recent debate, or was it in the other server talking to someone?
I don't know. I just watched some of Witz's recap of evidently McToon and that one Bryant guy were doing a critique on when he debated Fight the Flat Earth on Discord. And Witzit was doing a critique of their critique. It was kind of funny. It's Witzit's last video if you want to check it out. But anyway, they wanted, but he was just trying to get them to agree with the principle that, you know, Einstein stated there at the end that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth, and no terrestrial experiment can detect the motion of the Earth. And they won't agree with that, even though Einstein did.
I think they say Witzer is taking that out of context or something like that.
Yeah, they try to say that, but he's sitting there explaining to him how he's not. You know, it's we all agree that Einstein was a heliocentrist. That's the whole point. It's like a, hostile witness kind of thing. He finally conceded that nothing we do here on Earth, we can't detect the motion. No matter what we do with light or whatever, we can't figure out how the Earth is moving, right? What it boils down to. Because it's not moving. So they were trying to reverse the burden on Wissett, telling him he needs to prove that it's not moving. Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
How do you prove it isn't moving?
That's what McToon does. He likes to play word games.
I don't have any self-control when it comes to him. If he was in the same room as me, I'd end with an assault charge.
I got to admire Wissett for trying to stay on an intellectual level and expose these guys for how they're not even agreeing with their own paradigm. So what kind of argument do they have? They have nothing. They can't prove the motion. They can't prove the curvature. They can't prove gas cells. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Can't even make sense of his own argument. Someone needs to slap him back into reality.
McToon lives in a cartoon. Cartoon. Maybe he's projecting.
I'm sure it is, Jimsy. It couldn't be anything else, now could it? Sure can't be reality in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, you're right.
So have they done the fake circuit of the moon? I haven't kept up with that. Or does anybody care? Does anybody know?
I think that the spacecraft is about ready to crash into the moon. Much gravity.
Aren't they going to bring it back so they can gather all their data?
How's it going to come back if it crashes into the moon? It's up in a million pieces.
Are you just messing with me, or they're literally planning on crashing into the moon?
I don't think they're planning on crashing it. I think it's going to they're losing control of it. They can't control it.
Was just curious. Sorry, I brought it up. Anybody believes that, please just keep believing that. There's nothing we can do for you. If you think we've got some little penis rocket going to the moon, you get out of here. Just get out. Quit listening if you're listening to me right now. If you believe that.
Just go. Get out of here. I like that. That's a good way to deal with these people. Just put your shoes on and go the F home, will you? Oh, boy.
Let's do a quick shout out and catch somebody listening on YouTube. Maybe just coming across this subject. You'd like to have civil discourse on the matter of the shape of the earth. Come in to discuss. We've got some experts on the panel, not me though.
Let's see here. Let's see if I can read this. It's from Edwin Hubble telescope.
Oh, sounds like a famous guy.
Such a condition would imply we occupy a unique position in the universe. Allegonous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, must be compensated by spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape. Edwin Hubble. We can't be the center of the universe. That is intolerable to think of. It's a philosophy. It is nothing else. It's not reality.
How
It's a,
horrible would
it's a
that be?
philosophical choice, not science. Correct. Good job.
Astronomer Phil Plate. I have two things to say that might surprise you. First, geocentrism is a valid frame of reference, and second, heliocentrism is not any more or less correct. And Johannes Kepler. I demonstrate by means of philosophy that the earth is round and is inhabited on all sides, that it is insignificantly small and is born through the stars. It's a philosophy.
I thought it was real. What are you talking about?
Physicist Hendrik Lorentz, who's famous for the Lorentz contraction that kind of tried to explain away Nicholas and Morley. Briefly, everything occurs as if the earth were at rest.
As if, huh?
Historian Lincoln.
No terrestrial experiment can prove the earth is in motion. Go ahead, Jim.
Right. Historian Lincoln Barnett. We can't feel our motion through space, nor has any physical experiment ever proved that the earth is actually in motion. It's a philosophy. Last one of that won't bother you anymore. Physicist I. Bernard Cohen. There is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun.
Who's that? Now that said that?
Let's see who said that. Now I forget. See, I'm getting old. I can't remember these things. Let's see here. That was physicist I. Bernard Cohen. Some of these quotes are old, but nothing has changed since relativity in 1922. Nothing's changed. Everything's remained the same. The only difference is we have clowns now called Tyson and Bill Nye and that Michelle Thayer lady who thinks she's a descendant of a rock, that are our three gurus now. But nothing's changed with relativity. Relativity is still gravity, and the special theory of relativity, the special is light, and that's all it is, and nothing's changed in 100 years. So people can come and say, well, that's 100 years old, that's 90 years old. Well, nothing's changed. Relativity is the same as it was when Einstein, well, actually, Pokhari did it, and Einstein stole it. So nothing's changed.
Oh, like that.
You'll get all these young people go, well, that quote is so old, it can't be the same. Well, relativity is the same.
And there's still no experiment that follows the scientific method that can prove relativity. So I throw that in. So basically, you're saying they're stuck with bendy space time, whether they like it or not, right?
They are stuck with bendy space-time and $25 billion from Space Force that they can spend any way they want to keep their globe lie alive. Isn't that amazing that the United States government or whoever runs the government can allot $25 billion with a B for an agency that will never step foot anywhere to explore outer space at all? $25 billion, do whatever they want to with it. And if that includes 500 million or $1 billion to saturate social media with globe pushers, they will.
What are you talking about? NASA has been probing Uranus since 1958. That joke never gets old. Anyway, anybody else got another topic? What else you got, Jim?
Go up to a glober who's giving you a hard time and go to them, whether they come on here or you meet them somewhere else. Come on here and say, are you willing to bet your soul that the earth is a globe, as science tells us? And see what they say. Are you willing to bet your soul that the earth is a globe, as science tells you?
That's like the ultimate flat smack there. Throw your soul in there. I don't know. That would be a tough question for a lot of these deeply indoctrinated people. Sure.
Would you bet your soul that the earth's a ball?
No, if you go back to me before I was 52, so go back to me in my 30s, if you asked me if the earth was a ball, I would have laughed at you and called you a stupid flat earther and never would have thought about it again, probably. But funny how I'm sitting here 60 years old now, and in 8 years now, I know I'm on a stationary plane. It feels pretty damn good, really. I mean, it's been kind of isolating, but it also has enlightened me in better ways too. You know what I mean? Good to be grounded, mostly down to earth now. You know, all these other people are lost in space. I feel sorry for them.
Hey, let's see if we can bait Yokemaster to come on voice and give us a little Don Pettit. Hey, Yokemaster, you there? Can you do a little Don Pettit? Are you feeling a little better? Hey, Don, can you do a little Don for us? How you feeling, Don? Don. I want to hear you say, I go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we lost the technology. I want you to say that, Don. Don.
I can play the clip off YouTube for you.
There you go. Sounds good.
Find it real quick. If anybody's got it, drop it in the chat. Flo is usually the best Don Pettit impersonator. He's not on here right now. I hope everybody had a good holiday weekend. I got to spend some time with my wonderful little grandchildren, so that's a good thing for me. Got 3 young ones, 5, 2, and 2. I got 2 grandkids that were born in 2020. I don't know if it means anything in numerology. Shut up. I'm looking for this Don Pettit thing. Looks like that might have been scrubbed off of YouTube. I can't find it. Somebody's got to have that saved. I know CB does. He's not here right now either, obviously. I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but the problem is we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back. I wasn't trying.
I've heard that somewhere before. Who was that?
That was Don Pettit, an astronaut.
Why would he say that? We destroyed it. Why would they destroy it?
I don't know. I would have liked to have been in on the meeting today that whoever got ordered to destroy the technology, like when they raised their hand, like, why are we destroying the technology? Wouldn't anybody question that? I know we're all working in NASA or whatever, but let's see. Next Tuesday, we need to take all that moon landing stuff and destroy all that technology. Okay. We don't want to save this or this telemetry or whatever. Nah, just destroy it all. Don't worry about it. Sounds legit, don't it?
Sounds like they never was going to ever go back again to me. Never had no plans to go there. Beginning.
Like Buzz says, it didn't happen.
Yeah. I think I know what happened. He says, "Fat little girl." He says, "Oh,
we didn't go there.
We didn't go there."
And that's the way it happened. I swear, little 8-year-old girl, I don't want to lie to in front of God and everybody. The people that made that choice on that side of this deception, that's got to weigh heavy on them, on their soul or whatever. I mean, I don't wish bad on anybody, but people that actively knew they were deceiving people, that's got to be tough. You know? That's got to eat away at your insides. It's not good for your soul. That's all I'll say. I can't find it on YouTube, so they must have got rid of it. Which channel would have that quote on their channel somewhere? Jeranism would probably have one. I find it though. Anyway, y'all remember the quote anyway. It would go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but the problem is they destroyed that technology, and it is a painful process to build it back. He said it differently though. But that's exactly what he said. Why would you ever destroy the technology, the greatest achievement in entire mankind of space travel? Let's just go ahead and destroy that, okay? Sounds legit. Well, we do have a VC verified here. I just noticed Extreme Ivan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, welcome to the server.
Yes, hello.
Has somebody already talked to you? Can you hear me? So there, Ivan.
Yeah.
Has someone already talked to you, or is this your first time talking on here?
It's already.
Somebody already talked to you. So, what's your You think you live on a globe and in between? Or you think what?
What?
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Of course, flat.
Why would you say of course? Weren't you taught it was a globe? I mean, that's okay if you think it's flat, but weren't you taught in school that it's a globe? Can you hear me?
Yes.
And if you don't feel like talking right now, I ain't gonna make you talk. You're the only new person here right now.
Yeah, what?
You don't want to talk?
No, I just want to listen.
Okay. Hopefully somebody else and they will come in. I'll be asking them the same kind of questions, okay?
Yes.
Thanks for speaking up, at least letting us know you're human. So welcome to the server.
Yes, thank you.
All right. I got about another little while before I'm going to go to bed. So if anybody's got any requests for the bot or whatever, let me know. This is Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're going to go to right now to silence or the next person talking, whichever comes first.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, cool. How can I get the recording of when Gemsy was talking to that guy? That was like a really cordial conversation. It was very, very good. And if I could get a recording of that somehow, that'd be awesome because I have some people that need to hear it.
Well, just Helio publicly states that anybody wants to take anything off his live stream, just go to the channel. You know, we're being actively recorded right here now on 24/7 on YouTube, Discord. So you can just go to that video. It'll post tomorrow sometime. Go to that video and just clip it out of there. He won't care.
Okay. Yeah, there's not like a. It's well. Is there like a date on the video? Is it like
Well, it's the one
timestamp
with
somehow?
well, you'd have to figure out the timestamp. I don't know enough about how to
Oh,
do
no,
it.
I'm saying I know what time it was that was playing. Like, is it posted every 24 hours? Like, one video is 24 hours long or something?
About 12 hours. So look at it this way. It's the video that's currently playing on YouTube right now is what it's going to be in. The one that's currently on YouTube right now. Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Anybody wants to clip anything out and share it or post it anywhere, he don't care.
All right. Thank you.
I've already overplugged this on here already in the last 2 weeks. Again, the latest. Why do you try?
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
You're okay. You're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
Vaccinated people do not get sick. I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
Consuming level brain, missing curves, spaces gate, busting, bombing, false flag, Joe Biden torpedo. Dr. Fauci always lied, Stevie Wonder is a blind fake career, we should see it down the line. Fake bomb, Michael Obama, huge down bar, Rasta Kenyan guy, has your wife identified. Warp speed, vaccine, J&J, ultra genes, sweet as goodbye. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts on wires. This world is making you know it. Now it's time we expose it. Health Department, NSA, CDC and TSA, IRS, CIA, and NASA is a crock. SpaceX, Space Force, space is clearly fake, of course. Devon Island is Mars. Elon Musk is launching cars. Einstein was a queen. 2 more weeks of quarantine. Jussie Smollett fake attack. George Floyd swallowed crack. Said he couldn't breathe at all. Overdose on fentanyl. AOC and Alex Stein. My big booty is so far. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns. Let's get the circus shut down. Bin Laden in the sea. Robbie Parker smiling. Epstein didn't die. Flight logs are classified. California communist. You soon tops the list. Mask your kids, stay inside. For your health, formaldehyde. You know nothing eat bugs. World economic thugs. Klaus Schwab, Castro. His son Justin Trudeau. Psychos, the elite. Bill Gates is tracking me. Biotech, Moderna. Pfizer, AstraZeneca. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making me know it. Now it's time we expose it. 9/11, no planes, another dream, another day. Building 7 falling from the plane they're calling. Nanothermite concrete, passport found in the street. Lucky Larry Silverstein, wounded like a slot machine. Shanksville, Red Pill, Rumsfeld, it's up. That's what hit the Pentagon. Where is all the footage gone? Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns. Let's get the circus shut down. Climate change, MSN, selling fear on CNN, a moonshot, space walk, all fake, it's all time. All the astronauts who died have a chance still alive. Challenger, master plan, Buzz Aldrin is drunk again. We have moon rocks, petrified. That sucks. Yeah, they lie. The rockets fly. CGI. Planets no. CGI. The ISS. RBS. It's Earth flat. Actually, yes. Not dinosaurs. Yes, of course. I can't take it anymore. Would you trust these liars? It may be concerning. NASA building is burning. Maybe carbon copies liars. They deserve a take down for saying we go around, 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 around. Why do we trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making me know it. Now it's time we expose it. Why do we trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making me know it. Now it's time we expose it.
That was the good one.
That was the latest from the Conspiracy Music Guru. Y'all check him out on YouTube and other places. Continue. Who has something to say now? Did I hear somebody? I'm not going to be here a whole lot longer. We can go with silence, or if there's somebody else with block control, play something responsible. We're done. Silence works because it represents the amount of globe evidence there is. None. In a weird way. I don't know, kind of grasping there. Y'all know what I mean. One more shout out to YouTube if you're listening. Great time to come in and have a civil discourse on the shape of the earth. If you live on a spinning ball, it's okay. Come in here and talk to us. Most of us, if not all of us, thought we lived on a spinning ball too until we actually investigated it properly. Critical thinking. Accept the reality as it presents itself. That's all I got, guys. Everybody's got a request next 5 minutes. Start putting the live stream voice text. I'll play it.
Oh, I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond.
Only problem is we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Hey, Don.
And also,
Don, what's your opinion about Artemis? What do you think?
well, I was supposed to be on that launch, but I've come down with the Chugga Chugga virus, and I had to stay back home. So I should be out there on the Artemis with that dummy, taking pictures of the dark side of the moon, but I'm stuck at home with some sort of pox.
How you feeling? Have you taken the PCR test yet?
No,
Okay.
I don't want to even know if it's the Corvid.
I see. Are you getting lots of vitamin C and vitamin D from the sunlight, and getting some magnesium and zinc, or are you just kind of like hanging out?
Well, there's no sun here, but the rest of those, I'm taking some along with my chuggas.
Hey, what's your opinion? I've never asked you, Don, even though we've been friends for years. What's your opinion on the Challenger explosion in 1986? Were there people on that shuttle, or were they? What do you think? What's your opinion?
Speaking of painful processes, I think that all those people have siblings that are alive in their memory, and Chugga Chugga, I don't know.
Do you think that we'll be at Mars by 2030? What do you think, Don?
Well, the truth is we're already on Mars, and we're on the way back from Mars now. Elon and Trump are on their way back from Mars, and they were checking it out for a Space Force base. But that might be classified still, so don't tell anybody.
Hey, Don, do you get any extra money for being the spokesperson for NASA?
Not directly from NASA, but I just got my first gig promoting and selling the Chugga Chugga machine that will be coming to America soon.
Don, can you explain to me again about the O-rings and how they keep out the vacuum?
Well, Tony down there in Shop 40 asked what happens if we get a leak, and I told him, if there's a leak, there's a leak.
That's right. That's right. If there's the leak, there's the leak. That's all you know.
And I'm a science guy, so I don't deal with that department. I'm over at the other end,
Hey, if they can't pet it, you can't pet it,
in
right?
front of cameras and stuff.
Hey, Don, talking about leaks, when humans go on Artemis next time, will they have special bathrooms or just the same old, same old?
Well, it's illegal to leave your excrement in space, and now we will have the Space Force enforcing that. So that's why we need a Chugga Chugga machine on every flight.
So there will be no more shit storms from Russia?
No more Polish turds flying towards Russia.
Thank you.
So the rules for Antarctica and outer space now are the same. No turds left anywhere. You got to pick them up.
No turds left behind.
much is the fine for something like that? I mean, is it a pretty hefty fine, or is it just a couple of dollars?
EPA says that every Clean Water Act violation is $50,000. So I'd imagine it's somewhere around there. And they consider anything going down the drain a Clean Water Act or Clean Water Violation Act. I'm not even kidding.
Whoa.
Hey Don, is there refraction in outer space like 7/6R? How do you factor that in the vacuum of outer space?
Well, let's go back to O-rings for fuck's sakes.
Okay. Okay. Hey, how much does an O-ring cost to put on Artemis if you got to replace it, Don?
$1.23.
$1.23. That's not much, Mark.
Well, I mean, you got to factor in the silicone lubrication. That's like 2 cents per application.
Yeah, you always got to factor in the lubrication. Exactly. Always. That's what Don said.
You don't sandwich a rubber O-ring between two pieces of plastic without silicone lubrication, which I don't think I saw one mention of in your interview with that guy, Don. Why is that?
Well, I'm a science guy, so
Chugga.
let the engineers handle that. I let the engineers handle that, and I just like to go on PBS and talk shit with Bill Nye.
Hey Don, there's a lot of my viewers, a lot of my listeners are interested in your personal life. Are you married, Don?
To his work?
Yeah, I have a partner.
I didn't know he was gay. Don's gay.
Your partner. What's his name?
Hey Don, nope, none of my viewers are judging you, Don. It's okay, Don. Thanks for playing.
Party, he said partner. Oh.
Hey Don, we love all people on my show. Maybe on God Rockin' show they have a bunch of, but on my show,
hey,
on my show we love you. We love you, Don. We love you.
Love is love, even if they're underage.
Yeah.
Even if it's man to man, he loves you. Let me tell you.
Very libertarian of you, God Rockin'.
Sir. No, I'm talking about Jim, not me.
Okay.
So Don.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
Hey Don, my listeners on my podcast want to know if you're still a young man. Are you and your partner going to adopt? What do you think?
Maybe they'll pre-seminate.
Seminate?
Yes, I've actually froze my sperm back in the 70s when I had good stuff.
Good swimmers.
And we're waiting for a womb.
They're waiting for a womb?
Me and
that's very
yes. Me and Harry Pettit are going to have a surrogate mother.
He's waiting for the right womb to walk by the right bush.
Yep. So my little guys are frozen in a hospital over in Seattle.
Since what, 1975, 76, Don? Is that what it was?
Yep, back when I had more chuggas in the swimmers.
Hey, Don, what does the ice do to the cellular structure?
Yeah, Don? My listeners want to know about that. Can you answer that question, Don? My listeners are waiting.
What does ice do to a cellular structure?
Sounds like an engineering problem.
So whenever you freeze a cell, ice crystals will pierce the wall of that cell and render it.
It does sound like an engineering problem.
It renders it dead. So I don't think your sperm are viable if they're frozen.
Does sound like an engineering problem. You are correct.
Hey, Don, my listeners have emailed me. They have a question specifically. Did you pay a one-time fee to have your sperm, frozen, or do you pay a yearly fee?
That's a good question. What's the subscription
70s,
plan? what did Disney charge you?
They paid NASA employees to do it back in the 70s.
Wait, no. Okay, so this was Walt Disney who did it for you, right? Because he was doing that shit at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to understand, Don, my listeners on my podcast are very smart like me, so we ask very good questions.
It's like the gym membership you never go to.
Excuse the pun, right?
Hey, Don, how did you meet your partner? Did you meet him in outer space, Antarctica, or was it around NASA somewhere?
Yeah, Harry worked at NASA.
Harry worked at NASA? Okay, very good. I like it.
Yeah. There's three requirements to work at NASA. You got to be a Freemason, you got to be gay, and you got to come down with COVID-19.
Wait, that's
Otherwise,
like
you ain't working at NASA.
That's a triple oxymoron.
You gotta be a Freemason. You gotta get the tiny invisible microbe. And what was the other one, Don? My memory's
You got to be gay. Gay.
Oh, okay. I've had too many beers with my listeners.
You mean adult libations?
Yeah, something like that. Hey, Don, I'd like you to join my subscribers. I have 2,482,383. They pay me $10 a month. So I'll give you a discount. I'll just charge you $8 a month.
You sound like Twitter.
Yeah, don't tell anybody, but I'm Elon Musk's secret partner. Twitter.
You're Elon Husk.
I'm a secret partner.
Oh, that doesn't sound too good, Jim.
Hey, excuse me, Don. When I said secret partner, I didn't want to offend you, because you said partner.
Yeah. He gay.
Hey, Don. I want to ask you an intellectual question. One of my subscribers actually called me. I didn't know I gave my number out, but I guess I did. Actually called me, and they want to know what you feel about the bending and warping of space-time. What's your feelings on that?
It seems like a physics problem to me.
Wait, you don't do physics problems? I thought you were a scientist.
I do strictly science.
not science, but strictly science.
Yeah, just the Bill Nye kind.
Yeah.
Where we draw stuff on a mirror in front of a TV screen and tell you about it. That's the stuff we like to do. When it comes to real life stuff, I actually go to the NASA manual and look up the aircraft linear flat Earth thingy, and then we start building the real stuff.
But it's a painful process, but you get it done.
Yeah.
Hey, Don, what do you like?
Everything's painful.
I had a listener just give me a shout out on Twitter. They wanted to know what do you do for fun?
Me and Harry Pettit, we like to go to the dog park. We got 3 doggies, and
do you
I
mean
like
fur
to play
babies?
StarCraft too.
Do you mean fur babies?
We are fur babies.
Hey, Don,
I like to play StarCraft.
Hey, do you come, Don? Do you come to people's houses for parties?
We'll shimmy around a little in the summertime.
Do you
around Fire Island?
Do you charge per hour or for the party, Don? If you come by and spend some time with some kids, who want to meet you,
And do you give lap dances?
to the kids?
Well, the extras are in there. I usually just bring balloons and my clown shoes and get it done that way. But lap dances, Harry will come along and Harry Pettit will do some lap dances. That's what we practice for in the gyroscope.
Because you destroyed your own dancing technology?
Yeah, back in the 80s, we were the men, but it's been destroyed. The program is gone.
Hey, Don.
You donated your dancing to the YMCA?
Technical question, Don. Technical here. When your partner Harry dances, does the axial rotation of the Earth or the sidereal rotation of the Earth pick up his gyroscope when he's dancing?
Sounds like a question for Neil Snake in the Grass Tyson.
Oh, Don.
He's the expert on pushing off the Earth when you're jumping and stuff.
Hey, when Harry goes higher into the sky, does his gyroscope show more movement of the Earth or less?
Yeah, more or less.
I mean, Don, you can answer that one. I'm sure you can.
I believe it's more.
It's both more and less, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more unless it's less. Then if it's less, it's probably what was more earlier. But now it's more.
Don, if you had to come back as a flat earther, or would you live your life over again as a glober? I think Cat's got.
I'd probably do it all again.
I'd
probably do it all again.
You do it as a glober? Okay.
Yeah, we've had fun destroying this technology. It's pretty fun working for Baphomet,
Yeah, Don. Last question from my loyal audience who pays me $10 a month, makes me very rich. How high?
$10 isn't that much.
Well, yeah, but with 2,484,234 subscribers, that adds up pretty good. Anyway, I digress. Don. Now I forgot my question. Anyway, I actually forgot it. Anyway. Oh. I was thinking about all the money I make and I forgot my question.
What was your question?
It was going to be a very technical one. I forgot what it was.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. I can't remember what it was now. And the email.
My body is ready for this.
The email that I read it off of, I deleted it already, so I forgot what it was. I get so many emails from my loyal supporters that I can't. I don't have enough hard drive. I don't have enough hard drive space to cover.
2.4 million.
Yeah. I even got one from Joe Biden one time. It was very nice.
True, not a shop of depression or bad at calf care.
Hey,
if you don't vote for him, you ain't black.
I know. My bad.
Poor kids are just as smart as white kids.
Hey Don,
I'm just quoting Joe Biden. Sorry.
Hey
He's our
Don.
president. So
Hey Don, Don, when you're up in outer space, is God there, or do you leave God on the Earth when you go to outer space? What you feeling? I know this is a very deep question for you, Don, but give it your best shot.
Well, we here at NASA are all atheists, so we believe God is, somewhere in the Middle East or non-existent or something.
basically, your competition. So you're not.
We didn't see God or any stars when we were on the moon.
What about
Yeah,
you?
who's
Said
God? He doesn't exist, right?
right. You said you saw the zodiacal lights, which you mispronounced zodiacal, but that's fine. You said you saw the zodiacal lights. What did you mean by that? If you didn't see the stars, but you saw the zodiacal lights.
Well, the zodiacal lights came and flew over us, and I got cancer, so I figured it was true.
Cancer from where? From Pisces?
Yeah, the constellation came, went through my body, gave me cancer.
You got hard sagged, or you came screaming out like a Libra?
I knew what my question was. My listener just emailed me again. Thank you, Kathy. What would cause you, Don, to become a flat earther if there was one thing?
If you could go back in time and take away all the space missions I went on and seen the Earth myself, then I might believe it, guys.
Okay.
But I've been to space and I've seen the Earth, and so you gotta believe me. There is no God. There is a globe.
Really quick. When you were on your spacewalk, Kathy just emailed me too. When you were on your spacewalk,
Kathy gets around.
No, I've heard that about her. When you were on your spacewalk, because you've been on how many spacewalks? Like 5 spacewalks, right?
Yeah, 5.
Zodiacal. Okay, so you're on one of
5
your
zodiacal walks.
When you're on your spacewalk. When you're on your spacewalk, how many diapers were you wearing on your head?
So as soon as I drop acid, that's when the diapers go on.
Like the first moment you drop acid,
like 5 layers of diapers.
So before you put on the suit, you drop acid, you put on the diapers right away.
Yeah, we do that Hendrix thing where you put the headband on, covered in acid, 5 diapers on top of that.
Right. So
then
was
I
Hendrix
do 5
actually saying?
diapers
Was
for the other end because it's illegal to shit in space?
Was Hendrix saying, "Let me kiss the sky" or this guy?
This guy, definitely.
Okay, that's what I thought too.
Excuse me while I kiss this guy. And then you put on your diapers and you're ready for the highway.
You ready
Space
for
walk in.
the zodiacal lights?
Yes. The zodiacal spacewalks are always best tripping on shrooms and acid or a lot of acid. So
right,
that's what
your
we usually do.
Your Pisces is going to be dipping right into your Aries, which might lead to Uranus.
Yeah, and the LSD just slides all that together for you. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Don. Kathy sends her love. She thinks you're cute for some reason. And so give Harry a big kiss for us because we don't care one way or the other. And because I'm advanced and not a bigot. And so anyway, thanks for answering our questions. Your profile pic actually is very cute. If I was gay, I might ask you out. I'm not.
It's okay if you're gay, though.
It is. No problem.
We don't want the global homo coming after us. We got to say it's okay.
It's okay. And it's okay that Don isn't Harry. Hey, Don, last question. I know it's a tough one. Have you been married long to Harry?
We haven't officially been married, but we're legally married because we've been shacking up for like 15 years.
Are you keeping your options open?
Yeah.
For when you go to parties?
Harry hasn't proposed. Harry hasn't proposed yet.
Isn't that your job, Don?
Well,
I mean, you are the man, right?
The rubber O-rings.
Yeah, rubber O-rings, right? What is he, an engineer?
Yes, he is.
You're going to defer to him the whole time?
We could have. We've wasted a lot of time. I just figured we'd give him the benefit of the doubt. We're done with that. No more. First straight to the rubber. Guy that's proficient.
Yeah, Harry's above me in the chain, if you know what I mean.
I don't. You mean like, are you talking like Fleetwood Mac, the chain?
The one around your neck.
Yeah.
Lost me.
No, I'm
on that one.
Yeah,
Harry's the one that's supposed to propose.
Oh. Gizmo, do you hate all of us?
Do I?
Yeah.
Why would I?
Oh, I don't know. It's because you have your mic open and it's like making weird noises. I thought you hated all of us. That's why you were doing it.
No. Did I say that?
No, I assumed because you had your mic open and it was making weird sounds that you hated everybody here.
No, I just have my mic open so that way I can speak freely if I choose. Do you want me to mute myself?
No, I'll allow you to speak.
Go ahead, speak.
No, I just got off work, so.
What do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a paramedic in the ER.
That's tough.
You
see all the worst shit.
Yep.
I really have a lot of time to speak in that situation, do you?
What's that?
How much time for speech in that situation? It's act, and I mean now, right? What'd you say you were? First responder to emergency situation like death?
No, I'm a paramedic tech, and I work in the ER.
Yeah. First responder to possible deaths.
Well, I work in the ER. I work at the hospital. I don't work out on the field.
Oh, they don't bring them to you? I thought it was a delivery service.
Well, they do, but you'd be surprised what gets brought to you.
I would be.
Huh?
But other than that, like, it's not as life and death as you would think.
Huh.
Like, there's sometimes that it's life and death. Or, like, I'll give you this scenario. Like, half the time people come in and they could figure it out and fix it on their own at home. And the other half of the time, people come in and they're probably like, if they didn't come in, they probably would have died within the next couple days.
Over 90% of those that would have died would have been men, because they don't go to the hospital unless they're about to die.
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Now that I said it, you won't stop seeing it.
All right. No, I don't believe in jinxes. I think if something's going to happen, it was always going to happen.
It was already happening.
Right. Like,
I don't believe in
for
jinxes
example,
either.
Thanksgiving is probably the most most overdosed day, whether like people go on alcoholic binges or they overdose on drugs. It's probably more overdose than Christmas. Like with Christmas, people already know, like they if they're already in a bad situation, they've already lived a life where they never really got anything for Christmas anyway. So what difference is it? But Thanksgiving, it's kind of a time for family to come together, and usually there's some form of food involved, and you would think you would be thankful for things, and then you get people who don't have family, or their family gave them the ultimatum of like drugs or family. They chose drugs, but then because they're not around their family, they overdo it on Thanksgiving, or Thanksgiving weekend, I should say. But with the weather changing and everything, there's a lot of people that are coming in. They're like cough, congested. Like the older patients, they can't. They need help. The younger patients.
It's the fentanyl, man, right?
The what?
Maybe it's the fentanyl. All that new drug that's out that's super strong. It's killing everybody.
Oh, dude, they'll overdose on anything.
What? Aspirin?
People will overdose on anything. They don't have to overdose on fentanyl. Fentanyl is probably the least.
I was just basically asking, have you seen an increase actually because of that, or is that just
not in my area? Maybe in like towards downtown Dallas, but my area is a little more kind of affluent, and so people tend to live like happier, but like more safe zoned lives. Like a lot of people come to the ER, believe it or not, because of they're like non-compliant with their diets or their medication. Where I'm
like
at.
a lot of diabetes and stuff.
Diabetes, congestive heart failure, COPD, chronic abdominal pain. You get a lot of people coming in for their. I mean, honestly, the one thing I'll see a lot of here that it really makes me mad when the doctors bend over for it is like when someone comes in and I'm like, they're dope sick. What do you mean they're dope sick? They're not drug abusers. I'm like, no, you're the one that giving them the drug. They're here because they ran out of their benzodiazepine, or they ran out of their opiate, and they haven't had it for a few days and they're withdrawing. Oh no, they just have abdominal pain. No, they're withdrawing, man. I see that a lot. Like chronic people with chronic pain that like are on opiates, hardcore opiates, and then they don't get their prescription refilled in time. Yeah, I see that quite a bit.
Well, this got depressing really quick.
I'm sorry. But it's funny though, my hospital that I work at, as soon as we became a trauma center, like probably the first 10 trauma calls that came in were people that shot themselves in the leg because they were unholstering their gun.
What?
That was some funny stuff. Yeah.
Well, for hunting season or what?
No, people just unholstering their gun for whatever reason. It's Texas, man. We don't need a reason to carry a gun. People just carry guns.
You shouldn't need a reason to carry a gun. You should carry a gun regardless.
Exactly. It's the only thing that makes you even with your oppressor, or keeps the oppressor away.
A bullet a day.
Yeah.
Keeps the oppressor away. Just shoot it off into the air. Fuck you, oppressors.
But you know what we'll see a lot of on Christmas is nursing home patients where like they have like dementia or Alzheimer's, and they're really sick, like they have a really bad UTI or something like that, and the family will call 911 because they haven't seen their family member since Thanksgiving, and they looked fine at Thanksgiving, but now they're sick on Christmas. And I'm like, man, dude, you could have like brought them in 5 days ago, and we could have all been chilling on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
But that's what we're there for. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whatever you need.
I'm against old folks' homes. I'm okay with convalescent homes, but old folks' homes need to go as far as society is concerned.
I
agree. What the hell's the difference? There's no difference, is there?
No, there is a difference when you are able to care for the person that you're looking after, like they're beyond your ability to care for, then a hospice or convalescent home is necessary. There's a difference. There's a huge difference.
Well, if my loved one became hospice, like then you become a DNR. I'm just gonna take you off all your meds too. Like if I'm your medical power of attorney, I'm gonna do the right thing. Like I'll give you an example. My mom, she's a smoker. Like let's say she gets dementia or whatever, and I'm just gonna keep her happy. I'm gonna keep the house clean for her because she likes a clean house. Buy a cigarette for her, sit out there on the porch, hang out with her, do all the things that she wants to do. And like in the event that like something happens where she goes downhill, I'm not gonna let her suffer or anything. But like if she takes a turn for the worse quickly, like I don't know. Like for me, being a healthcare provider, I probably let her finish out her days, knowing that she isn't mentally capable of. Like she's not mentally there, you know what I mean? Like there's no quality of life. But that's just me.
I somewhat agree, but I vehemently oppose because of what's going on in Canada right now.
Let me tell you this. My dad just passed away about 7 months ago, and they brought him home under the care of hospice.
Right.
I didn't really understand what hospice was all about until we got there. And about halfway through, he was starting to hang on for a little bit too long. It's like they said they would give him 2 weeks at the most. After 3 months, he was laying in bed going, I'm going to beat this. You'll see. Anyway, when hospice come in, and then all of a sudden they said, okay, we want you to stop feeding him. We want you to stop giving him, his medications. We want you to And I looked at him and I said, you got to be out of your freaking mind. If you think I'm going to kill my dad, I'm going to starve him to death, and he's
I'm not going to starve him.
He wants a pain pill, and I'm going to give him 3 if he wants one for health.
Right. That's not the hospice I'm advocating for God's sakes.
Right.
The hospice I'm advocating.
I was lit up, bro. I told those guys, you got to be out of your freaking mind. I said, that's your job, is to come in here and peacefully kill these people. I said, I'm out.
No, hang on. Hospice is generally actually taking care of them, both medically and physically. And then you've got convalescent where it's just physical care that you as a normal person aren't necessarily able to do. Those are two different things. The hospice you're talking about, they're literally just trying to, I don't know, like
they're making buck.
There's a sadistic streak running through our medical system right now.
Yeah, there is.
It does not make sense whatsoever. It goes against the Hippocratic Oath. It is sick and depraved.
Yeah. What do you mean the Hippocratic Oath?
They wanted me to help kill him. I'm sorry, I'm out. I ain't doing
Wait,
that.
what was the question?
I'm about to teach you something. What do you mean about the Hippocratic Oath that it goes against?
That you don't do harm?
It's not in the Hippocratic Oath.
What is the Hippocratic Oath then?
It's a prayer to Apollo. What you're saying, first do no harm, is was written. It was also written by Hippocrates, but it was in a book called Pandemics.
Okay.
And it was a book about how to cultivate sickness and heal people when they're sick using remedies. And that's where the first do no harm is. Like if you're doing harm to your patient, stop. But that's where that comes from in a discussion over the book of Pandemics, ironically. And but first do no harm is not part of the Hippocratic Oath. You can look it up. Matter of fact, I'll drop
I'm looking it up right now.
The Harvard EDU discussion on the first do no harm, and it's actually quite interesting. Like Hippocratic Oath, it's a complete prayer to Apollo and praising Apollo for it, which Apollo is the sun god. So go figure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, everything or not everything I read, but most of the stuff I read.
Amazing what we do.
Just in my cursory Google talks about the Hippocratic Oath and doing no harm. So I'm not off base for thinking that, but I see what you're saying.
Right? No. Like when every doctor takes the Hippocratic Oath, it doesn't. They don't take an oath to do no harm. That's the irony of it. Like everybody's like, "Oh, doctor took an oath, first do no harm." No, they didn't. And when they say that they're practicing medicine, again, this is not medical advice, just to let y'all know. But when they're practicing medicine, they're just throwing a remedy out there, and like they'll have their protocols based off of statistics. And if you don't fit within that statistic, they'll stop that medication and move on to the next one. It has nothing to do about practice. Like there's things they could do to practice medicine, and they don't. They keep everything within a protocol because the protocol is what gets the insurance to pay the bill. Again, sorry to burst everybody's bubble.
No, you're writing a misconception that is obviously commonly held because it's in like the first top 6 of what I searched. And even in this, so why the confusion? I will follow the systems of regimen, which, according to my ability and judgment, I consider for the benefit of my patients and abstain from whatever is deleterious and mischievous.
Now, let me ask you this, right? That's all subjective. That's not even objective. That's all subjective.
Right, but so is doing no harm.
No, that's objective.
No, it's not.
You can be objective about not doing harm. And even so, like you can make an objective decision to do harm for the benefit of your patient. Like if you were trying to splint your patient and set the bone back into place and everything like that.
Yeah.
Like that would be, you're causing harm to relieve the injury. So I mean that's all a judgment thing right there, and that's objective. You can be completely objective on that, but being subjective, like I'll do whatever I can in the best interest of my patient and blah blah blah. Like I'll give you a subjective example. Someone comes in and they have a cough, right? They take an X-ray, they determine you have pneumonia. You know what pneumonia means?
Fluid
in
in the
layman's
lungs?
terms, fluid on the lungs. That's all it means. It has
Right.
nothing to do with whether or not you have a bacterial infection or a viral infection. But they assume you have a bacterial infection, they give you antibiotics. Why? Because it's not going to hurt you if you take it anyway.
Right.
Right. Even though we really don't know what it's doing. Like, what if it's like lowering your immune system for future, like you keep having it done over and over again. Eventually your immune system gets worse and worse because it's so dependent on those antibiotics.
Right. It could be, you could be having a cascade failure that started off in your stomach. As soon as they give you antibiotics, it kills the only good gut biome you have, and all of a sudden you're bleeding out your ass. I understand.
That or C. diff, yeah. C. diff is caused by that for long-term use, yeah.
Yeah, and I understand, like, the generalized terms that they use, like anything with itis is just an inflammation. It's a generalized statement. They don't know what it is.
Nope. It's swollen. That's all they know.
Yeah. And they'll give these big, long terms with the end of it being itis and be like, oh, so you don't know what it is.
Yep. And, but they'll treat you with antibiotics and an anti-inflammatory just because they can bill for it. Because they can't bill for diagnosing you, they have to treat it in order to get the billing out of it. Even though you would be safe to just go home and take your own ibuprofen in certain situations, if not most situations. I'll give you another example of some things that they do that are harmful to your patient, to the patient. When you have kidney stones, you know what they give you when you come into the hospital if you have kidney stones?
What?
Morphine or Dilaudid.
Oh.
Right?
So that it passes easy. I get it. I didn't know.
No. All it does is mask the pain. It does nothing for kidney stones. All it does is get you really, really high.
Right.
You want to know what helps kidney stones?
No. I mean, yes, I want to know, but I don't.
High doses of ibuprofen.
Really?
Yep. Because it's excreted through the kidneys and it's filtered through the kidneys. So it particularly acts on the kidney. One of the best things you can give for somebody that has kidney stone is Toradol.
What's Toradol?
Ketorolac, Toradol. Usually your dog will get it after after they get spayed or neutered or some kind of other surgery. They'll use it as an anti-inflammatory for them.
Is it another NSAID or what?
Yeah, it's a very powerful NSAID. It's like ibuprofen times 80. I've taken it before orally and IM and IV. I can't take it orally. It hurts my stomach so bad because it's so strong. But like I've broken bones and IM shot lasted me 12 hours. That was the best feeling I ever had. I'd rather have Toradol any day of the week over morphine.
Is the live stream on?
Probably.
Maybe dangerous.
This isn't medical advice, by the way. I'm just spouting.
Or financial advice. Don't forget.
Or financial advice.
There you go.
But I've talked to doctors and they say Toradol is one of the best things that you can get. But because patient satisfaction is important, a lot of times you get morphine.
Wait. So you're telling me that they give this to dogs?
Toradol, yeah.
So you're eating dog paste?
No. Every medicine they give to an animal, they can give to a human, dude.
Hey, watch it. Oh man.
But yeah, no. Just like ketamine, it's a horse tranquilizer. No, it's a dissociative drug. Like I get, like it's hard to explain what ketamine does to you, but I'll give you an example. Like the only thing I can do is give you an example to kind of help you understand. I mean, in a way, it's a lot like LSD. So like if I put you on a whole bunch of ketamine and I chopped off your arm, you would know somebody's arm got chopped off, but you couldn't comprehend that it was your own.
And that's how the movie Saw was made.
Right. I mean, that's how come it was used as a date rape drug for so long and everything, was because women, the woman knew somebody was having sex. They just couldn't understand that it was themselves. Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I see it all the time. People come in for flu-like symptoms and complain of pain. Instead of getting Tylenol or ibuprofen for their pain and their aches, doc will write them up or give them, have the nurse push some fentanyl or some morphine. It's like, why? You're creating a monster, man. They'll be in here 6 months from now having withdrawals.
And that's how we create the homeless.
Yep.
I guess it's not a problem if you created it.
Yeah. I mean, they create problems just to fight them so they can throw more money in. The easiest example is like how they say NASA is going into space. They create this problem like, we need to go back to the moon. We need to go back to the moon. So what do? Spend $5 billion to try to send an unmanned rocket to the moon. Or was that an egg? Was it an egg or a moon?
What do you mean? It was a movie set.
I know.
How could it be an egg if it was a movie set?
Look in the live stream voice text.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
it was an egg.
That perspective's been squashed.
Oh.
But yeah, like it makes me mad. Like doctors will jump straight to an opiate for pain, and it's like, why aren't we trying ibuprofen or Tylenol?
Honestly, even with like powerful NSAIDs, because of the inflammatory response, you're better off with just a non-NSAID pain reliever, because the body needs to know how it's fighting, what it's fighting. It may help with reducing or promoting blood flow. I understand that, because once you reduce the inflammation, you're going to promote better blood flow.
Yep.
But nonetheless, like I wouldn't suggest more than a day of it, just because your body needs to know what's going on.
Oh yeah, no. Like if you came out of a knee replacement surgery, like by all means, your first week probably should be on some kind of a narcotic regimen. But I would try to. So like if I came out of knee surgery, maybe a day or two, maybe 3 days on opiates, and then I would be asking for pain medicine less and less. You know what I mean? Like by day 6, I want to be on as little pain medicine as possible.
Yeah. Well, with every surgery I've ever had, and I don't take what I'm given just because I don't like how I feel off of or on it. I either 1, can't eat, 2, can't stomach move around, or 3, just
right. No, it paralyzes
don't like
the
it.
gut.
Yeah. So it's not good.
No. I could never understand it, but I guess like even when I was on, like everybody's like, oh, well, you never had to deal with chronic pain. No, but I mean, I had shingles and I beat that with ibuprofen. I didn't take anything else. And the reason why I beat it with ibuprofen was because I knew that the Zoster's virus was in between the nerves and it was inflaming the nerve. So I took a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought I was going to get shingles once, so I went down to the corner with a broken off broom handle, and I beat the shit out of him.
You cut out.
Oh, I don't think I did. I beat the shit out of the guy named Shingles down in the corner.
Oh, okay. But you know the difference between a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug and a steroidal anti-inflammatory drug is?
Yeah.
One's prescription, one's not.
Yeah, wait, really? They're both steroidal?
Yeah. One's non-steroidal and one's steroidal. Like Decadron is a steroidal drug.
Anything by Upjohn is a steroidal drug, right?
Right.
Right. But that actually has like a certain amount of testosterone in it.
No. Steroids are different things. Steroids are cholesterol based.
Really?
Yep. They're cholesterol based because they can go into the nucleus of the cell. That thing that happened the last, whatever.
Yeah.
It has a steroidal compound to it, a lipid compound to it, and a steroidal compound to it to allow facilitation into the nucleus.
I'm glad you said lipid instead of cholesterol, because it could be a triglyceride too, right?
Oh, yeah. There is a triglyceride on like 3 of them. One of them is a cholesterol base, 1 or 2 of them. But I don't think any of those are here. I think those are overseas, the cholesterol ones.
But I mean, like a triglyceride and a cholesterol are near but a molecule apart.
Right. You work in healthcare? You seem pretty smart about this stuff.
No, never even studied it.
Are you a science guy, or are you just somebody who kind of gets it?
I just gets it.
He just gets it?
Yeah.
It's nice to just gets it.
Yeah.
Hey, Deuce.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
Yep.
Hi. We've got a guy in the Helio. We've got a guy in the Helio Cult Convention that wants out and wants to get into the live stream, and he wants to wreck Flat Earth.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, man.
He doesn't get it.
He doesn't?
He obviously doesn't get it. Where is he?
He's in the Helio Cult Convention room.
Where?
No, I'm not even seeing
the Helio Cult Convention room. It's like one of our timeout rooms. It's right under the cognitive dissonance room.
Okay. Sorry, I'm new here.
All I have is usual suspects, cognitive.
No, I see it. Hang on.
There's another room I don't know about?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Must be.
I don't have perms. How you doing tonight, Twad?
You should be able to.
No. Which room is it called? Is it usual suspects?
No. It's in rehab.
Yeah.
You got detention,
I got
cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
I got cognitive dissonance, usual suspects, and cogdis
Okay.
VC.
You must need the cognitive dissonance VIP role. See it.
Oh, see, I don't have that.
Yeah, yeah. He was saying in the in that room. He's saying I was disputing his. He says you don't need a radius to get satellites into orbit. And I pointed out, I pointed out the escape velocity formula, and he said, "Well, you still don't need. That's just for the rocket, not the satellite." And I'm like, "Well, if you've got no escape velocity, radius for escape velocity, then you've got no way of putting satellites into orbit, right?" And he's like, and I said, "So have you got a radius?" And I said, "Never mind, we've debunked that." And he's like, "How?" And he started throwing a few ad homs, just showed him the Black Swan, and he's like, "I'm sick of this. I want my voice permissions back." This is weak. So,
Like, no, dude. Like, here's the thing. Like, let's say you have a satellite flying 400 miles above Earth, right? That means that the radius from the satellite down to the center of the Earth, it has to maintain 400 miles all the way around, 400-mile distance. So, like, you just turned it from 3959 into 4359. Like right. You have to know the radius.
Right, and is that changing when it goes? Like if it's if Earth is an ellipsoid.
Right.
That guy's a plunker.
He dipped. He didn't. He wasn't up for it.
Yeah. He got scared.
A douche. Oh well. So he wasn't willing to. He wasn't willing to meet criteria to get in here.
He wanted to stream his screen, which could be anything, right, and post embeds, which could be anything, but he can't even talk to me. What a weirdo!
Right? Yeah.
This isn't AOL chat.
I told him nobody can share their screen in here. Nobody.
No, I can. I can share my screen right now. But nonetheless,
I've seen some people in live stream share their screen.
Yeah, no, some people can. Some special people can.
Right. We're not giving him that. No way.
No. Hell no. I just wanted everybody to know how special I was.
But anyway, that was my rant, Deus. You go by Deus or Deuce?
It is
Deus. Call you Deuce. That's
it
what
is Deus.
Thought. Everybody calls you Deuce.
Deus. Right, Deus. Deus.
Yeah.
Which means God, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The name literally means God wills it. Deus fault.
But no, that was my spiel on what I see go on in my daily. Well, what I see go on in my daily life.
Yeah, no, and I find it very interesting. Don't get me wrong. I could talk about medical stuff all day.
Yeah.
People get really touchy around here about it because this chat has been threatened to get blown up because of anything medical whatsoever.
Right. But no, if you ever want to talk about other stuff on that subject and like actually get it down to the nitty gritty, let me know. We can go down to chill chat or whatever. Because I got a lot more in depth information on some of this stuff. Done a lot of the research on it and everything, and it's mixed jargon everywhere. But the worst part is like when you read the research papers, if you know the medical language, like you actually see they're telling you the truth in the medical papers.
Yeah, like the term indication doesn't mean what you fucking think it means.
Yeah.
It literally means side effect.
Yeah.
But they never say side effect. They say indication. No, there's a million things that drives me mad about that because they're hiding it in plain sight. It's become, the jargon has become a fourth rail of English, like legalese.
Yes.
Yeah, that's with intention. Anytime you get a license, there's going to be jargon involved to hide your practices.
Yep. Like, and I have a hard time. Like a lot of the doctors I work with, they're cool people, but when it comes to protecting their licenses, like I get really upset with them, and because of all of that legalese. But I could never be friends with an attorney. I can tell you that right now. Like, I think those people are the devil, dude.
They're not. Do you know what a hospitaliter is? A hospitaliter is? Sorry.
Hospitaliter?
Yeah, hospitaliter.
No.
It's a doctor who belongs to a very old fraternity of doctors who, because of that fraternity, 1/3 of all their work has to be given out to the poor.
Oh, okay.
That's who doctors used to be. And it's no longer who doctors are.
Right. No, I know. One of my friends died because he didn't have insurance and no doctor would take him. And he had pancreatitis so bad his triglycerides were like in the 4,000.
So he wasn't able to process the
they wouldn't take him.
properly.
He ended up going septic and dying. Right.
What does septic mean? What does septic mean to you? Because it means two different things to me. You're breaking up, bud.
And your right count is over 20. All right, hold on.
Go ahead.
All right. I should be back into service. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. So, in my opinion, it's when your lactic acid is over 5 and your white count's over 20. Your body is so stressed to its limits that it's doing everything to fight off whatever is stressing it. And there's only two options next. You either third space everything or you recover.
Right. So, okay. So there's that definition of septic, which I agree with. But I think there's another definition of septic where you're, where not just your white blood count or white blood cell count, but also the bacterial count of your blood is up. So you've got a.
Oh, that's septicemia. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got a bacterial infection of some sort, right?
Right. That would be septicemia.
Okay.
Infection in the blood. Because the semia is or the emia, I guess should say the emia comes from like hemia, HEMIA, for blood.
Which is blood. Yeah, which is blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they use them interchangeably, unfortunately.
Right. Well, like you could have any indication for sepsis in the hospital setting.
Right.
You come into the hospital setting, and if your lactic acid is over 2.2, you're septic. If your white count is above 11.5, you're septic. If your heart rate is above 120, you're septic. If your blood pressure is below 90, you could be septic.
So okay, so there's a bunch of things that are septic. Okay,
Right.
So
It could be any
I'm
one of
not
those
wrong
things,
for
or
thinking
the
that there's a
combination.
myriad of problems that can be considered septic.
Right.
So it is another itis kind of deal, right?
Right.
It's another general indication of ailment.
Right. So, like, when people say you're septic, you usually fall under a sepsis protocol, and it's basically getting out in front of the disease, the pathology, and that's why they'll blanket you with a broad spectrum antibiotic, depending on which system seems to be affected, and they'll load you up with fluids, usually 1 to 2 liters, unless you have like pulmonary issues, then they'll drop it down to 500. Or if they give you 1 to 2 liters, then they'll give you a whole bunch of Lasix to pull it all off. Either way, you need to be diluted, and then you need it to all come off.
If your lactic acid is way up there, you're cramping all over the place, right?
Yeah, it's no different than if you went to the gym, and it has to do with anaerobic metabolism. So, so when you go to the gym and you work out really hard, it's kind of what Orange Theory is and like HIIT training is. Your lactic acid will go up because your oxygen stores are depleted. You go from aerobic metabolism, which is the electron transport chain, to anaerobic metabolism, which is the Krebs cycle.
So you need
Krebs
fluids and
cycle-
electrolytes to get rid of it, then, right?
Electrolytes will help. Mostly just fluids. You need to be diluted and then urinate. You need to have it all pulled off. Because it's just like if you have too much lactic acid, you can do harm to your kidneys, and even with lactic acid, you can have rhabdo and all that stuff. So it's better to dilute it so it doesn't burn when it comes out. Do damage to your kidneys. But so the reason why you get a high lactic acid when you're septic is because as your body is stressed, your white count goes up. Like your body senses a stressor, and then your white blood cells proliferate, right, to build a defense system. Well, all of those white blood cells that you just created all require oxygen in order to keep going, right? So what's it going to do? It's going to deplete your oxygen reserve stores in your body. You're going to go from aerobic metabolism to anaerobic metabolism. That's why you feel winded when you're sick, because you're in anaerobic metabolism. You don't have the excess reserve.
Right. Anaerobic means without oxygen, right?
Correct. Or a lacking of oxygen. Like you'll get oxygen. That's why you breathe. When you're in anaerobic metabolism, that's why you're breathing faster and heavier and deeper, because you're trying to get full amounts of oxygen and trying to blow off all that carbon dioxide as quickly as possible so you can get more oxygen back into you, because you have to sustain. I bet I've probably made more sense to you in the medical field than any doctor has your entire life.
I've met some pretty good doctors.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was understanding. Thank you.
That's the same way I feel about about lawyers as well. There are good lawyers. Don't get it twisted. There are good people out there all over the place.
I would hope so, man.
There are good. I wouldn't have known about the hospitalers if it wasn't for a doctor.
Yeah.
Right. There are good people all around you. It's easy to get black-pilled. It's easy to think that the world as we see it is as it is, because what dogs are the book of our life are the outstanding things, and the outstanding things are, of course, where if we see wrong, we're going to want to right it. So the bad things are gonna make a note in our life.
So here I know there's good doctors out there, because I work with doctors, and there'll be homeless people that come in and they're really sick, and I've seen doctors order the bare minimum on them, and I've seen doctors order the freaking works on them and then admit them, knowing that if they go home they're going to get or if they go back out they're going to get worse, but because they'll be inside at least for a few days they'll be well taken care of, and they'll at least have a chance to recover. I've seen some great doctors working at my hospital, so I don't disagree with that. I know there's good doctors. Now, the attorney thing, on the other hand, I have yet to meet a good attorney. That's all. Every attorney that I've ever met has never given me like decent like advice that I could go and do on my own.
Right.
Like it just tell me what paperwork I need to fill out. Right. I can do all the work myself. Just tell me what paperwork I need to fill out, and where do I need to go in order to fill this out. And I'm not even going to include you on the paperwork. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I thought all of them were shit until I had one sit me down and talk to me about what I needed to be talked about. There are good people in every walk of life doing what they're doing for the right reasons.
Every attorney I've ever had took me for a ride for my money, and
Attorneys are assholes.
Are you as fascinated by the law as you are by the medical profession?
I think the law is very, very, very overrated. Because there's no justice.
The legal system is morally bankrupt, top to the bottom.
No, I understand there's corruption.
I just think if everybody was treated equally under the law, there would be less crime.
I agree. And like I said, I understand there's corruption in every system. Right. But nonetheless, if you look to the left or right of you of any day, there's going to be good people and bad people. Would you not agree?
That was one of the first things, or that was probably the only lesson I took away from when I left Iraq. When I was in the army and I was in Iraq and I left Iraq, I learned if you got rid of all the politics and all the religions, there's good people and there's bad people. There's good hearts and there's bad hearts.
And there are people who vacillate between the two depending on the time of day, and it could be all of us.
I mean, yeah, I also agree that everybody has an agenda. Like, I don't know, I guess I'm too poor to even have my own agenda. I've never, it's not a desire of mine in my life. Would I like to have more wealth? Yeah, I could do a lot more with things in life if I had my wealth, but I like the work that I do now, so there's no reason for me to go out and seek wealth.
You understand how curses work, right?
How what works?
How a curse works?
A curse? Not necessarily. Just to kind of give a little inside baseball on me though. Like I felt like if my lineage was cursed, the only way that the curse is going to be broken is by if I do something about it. I can't rely on somebody else to change whatever bad mojo is on my lineage. So,
Right. But it'd be good. It'd be good to know if you're working against that, right? Look, it'd be good to know if you're working against that, though, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm even considering taking a spiritual adventure to figure out what's going on.
So we have scientific evidence that curses are an actual thing. If you look, okay, so if you look at, like, just in biblical senses, if a family breaks up, then that man's lineage is cursed, right? And that curse visits upon his children. If you look at the rates of divorce generate from a divorced family. So you're more likely to get a divorce if you come from a divorced family. Just like if you were abused, you're more likely to abuse.
Right.
These are curses from men visited upon their children. And I guess biblically it's 7 generations. So you're more likely to have a curse visited upon you by lineage than not. I mean, the likelihood of it is a full 7 generations, right? Based on your previous lineage. So, like, you can look back at your lineage and say, these are the things I have working against me. These are the things I need to watch myself from doing. Because, like you said, you are the only one who can stop it. And the reason why I say about this wealth thing is because that is also a curse visited upon the children of man. So I wouldn't put it beneath you to be wealthy. It should be an easy thing to achieve as long as you're cognizant of the barriers in front of you.
Just so you know, I'm going to be roboting for a little while until I get home. I'll try to talk, but let me know if I'm roboting.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not cognizant of the barriers in front of me.
Well, wealth is not easy to achieve for most people. Most people
No,
are poor.
it's not. It's not because it's a curse. It's not easy because it's a curse. Period.
And most people who come into money, they end up losing and have less than what they had before.
You can sit there and blame yourself all you want, but you're only part of the problem. You have the world working against you because you are actually cursed. The sins of the father are visiting upon the child. And I'm not saying anything bad about the fathers.
Work? Tell us.
Like I said, the sins of the father are visited upon the child for 7 generations. Simple. It's really simple math.
I believe the Bible's 3rd and 4th generation, but it's 7.
And curses can compound.
I'm almost home.
I'm just saying, don't count yourself out of the. Don't lessen your ability to generate the life you see for yourself. Because you, like you said, you can break a curse, but it takes your willingness to see that you're in a downward spiral, maybe not set by you, but it's yours to break. That's all.
And how do you break in?
Well, okay, let's take wealth for instance. The only way you're going to get wealthy in this world is by doing something valuable. You do something valuable, you believe in yourself, and you do that until you get rich. It's not as hard as people make it.
Well, my
If
thing
you
is,
were-
I have a hard time placing a value, a financial value on things that when I do things for other people. Like
Right.
I would prefer a barter system over charging
Because
you
you-
$10,000 for an IV.
Right. That's. Let's take it out of that, because when you do that, you're still working for somebody. If you were to work for yourself, then you are going to start generating your own wealth. Where if you're generating wealth for somebody else, you'll never be wealthy. They will.
Right. No, I agree.
Everybody needs to understand that like the only way you'll ever get out of being mediocre is by being extraordinary. You can only be extraordinary by taking on the whole world yourself.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, no. So like I like you said, I go along the lines like, you know, God curses to the third and fourth generation, but He also blesses to the third and fourth generation. And I told myself, if I am cursed, if my lineage is cursed, if anybody's going to break this curse, like I'm recognizing that I'm cursed. So the only way I'm going to break this curse and make a blessing for my future generations is if I do it myself. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. I could teach my kids that, but they're never going to understand that. Like,
no, don't say that about them. It's
Right.
easy for somebody to understand that. It's very easy for somebody to understand it. You just got it, right?
Right. No,
It's
I'm
very-
not- maybe later on when she's old enough to understand or whatever. My kids are old enough to understand. But I'm like
The
that-
time to
at
teach
the
them
age
is
of
now. The time to teach them the small steps to success is now, right?
Oh no! I do that. I do
Yeah.
that for sure. I do that. Don't
Okay.
think for a second I don't. I do all the things I wished I had. I didn't have a father growing up. I do all the things for my daughter that I wish I had a father to teach me how to do.
Right.
And I teach her those things.
Because did your father pass away?
No, he just wasn't in my.
He cursed you.
Probably.
Well, I mean, that's
But
by leaving you lonely, you were cursed with
Oh, yeah.
with that sin, and it visited upon his generations, right?
Yeah. But if I want a blessing in my life, I have to take on that blessing.
Yeah, and you can't rely on anybody else to do it for you.
Right. No, I can't. I can't rely on anybody to tell me how I need to live in order to do it, to be the better person. I have to figure it out and do it for myself. And I have to do it through the trial and struggle of life. And then I have to teach my children how to be better than that, how to overcome that.
Right. And by failing, you're learning, not losing.
Right.
That's the most important thing to success. Is failure is a lesson, not losing.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
I always hear about this billionaire and that billionaire, and everybody talks bad about them. Well, they had 20 failed businesses before they became a millionaire. Well, then I guess they learned their lesson.
Right. Right.
And they didn't stop. It was that sheer tenacity to break their curse that got it done.
Yeah. And I'm okay with that. It's like there's times I wish I had I didn't have to struggle as hard as I do. Like I wish I had the mentality to go out there and say, you know what, I don't fucking care about what he thinks, and I'm just gonna go and make all the money I need to make. That to me is inhumane. because now you have an agenda against humanity, against the regardless of what is going on in anybody else's life, you will step on them in order to gain. And I can't do that.
Right, you're just visiting. You're visiting a curse upon yourself again with that. A man is 1/3 what he thinks he is, 1/3 what he knows he is, and 1/3 of what people thinks he is. So, like, if a third of you thinks that you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit.
Right. No, I agree. That's why I don't talk bad about myself. I've talked bad about myself enough in my lifetime and put myself into a better position to never let anybody put me down ever again. Like one of my favorite things to do is if somebody like puts me down and I walk away and then hear about them 5 years later and how much their life went down the shitter. But yeah, no. Like a lot of, like even what you say with what curses and everything, like the other night I was at my work and this lady, she was there for her medical reason. I'm not going to say for HIPAA reasons and everything like that, but she said she was a medium. And so we were talking and everything. And she was in a really bad situation. I was like, can I give you a hug? I'm not trying to pass energy on you, but you look like you really need a hug. And so I give her a hug. And as I'm walking out the door, she's like, you have 4 spirits watching over you. I'm like, what? She said, yeah, you got 3 males and 1 female. I was like, that's really weird. So
yeah, I used to not believe in ancestors very much, but I've begun believing in ancestors watching over you.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. I'm curious now. I feel like I need to go on one of those journeys and, you know, have a spiritually enlightening moment. Like, hopefully it'll, like, you know, take the whatever stigma is holding me down. Because I feel like something's holding me down, but I don't know what. And I just need some kind of, like, I don't know, some kind of, like, release, like a knot or something like that to go up to take myself to the next level and be a little bit more happy. But I need to understand what's going on in my life that I'm missing.
Where do you live, bro?
What's that, Anthony?
I was just asking Gizbo, where does he live? He should move to Victoria. That's the little knock that he needs.
Yeah, let me hop on a plane and go from Dallas, Texas to Victoria.
Yeah, bro. Like, seriously, this is where it's at, you know? We're just progressing. We're getting things done here in Victoria. Have you heard about our glorious leader?
Yeah.
This is where you should come, bro. Trust me, this is the change you need. Just to be that little bit happier.
Don't do it, Gizbo. Don't do it.
Wait, is this Victoria?
Tell him this is the place to be.
Is this Victoria, British Columbia?
Oh, no. Victoria in the Commonwealth of Australia. Commonwealth.
No, I understand, but you sound a little bit Canadian.
Do I really?
We
Yeah.
called you out, dude.
Maybe I'm just talking to the Canadians too often.
Hey?
No, but honestly, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I can't go anywhere that doesn't allow me to have my guns. Like, I don't know, like I'm already like pinned down in Texas.
What are you saying, Gizbo? Are you trying to say you don't want to do a walkabout and blow on a didgeridoo in Victoria?
Missing out, bro. We've got free kinder.
I'm not gonna go out there and stay.
Free kinder here in Victoria, mate. Free preschool.
You're funny, dude.
If your children need to be heavily indoctrinated, it's for free.
I know.
I mean, you could go on your walkabout, huff on some gas, blow on a didgeridoo, you're good to go. That's your spiritual awakening.
Free kinder, bro. Free kinder. But when you make $70,000, we'll just take 25,000 of it. But kinder's free.
Yeah,
that's a deal. That's a steal if you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, free for everybody, but you have to be vaccinated.
I know. Yeah, see. Yeah. I managed to get by on that one here in Dallas, Texas. They tried to tell me I had to do it for the hospital, for my job. And then they managed to stick it out there. And well, if you can come up with a reason for having a medical exemption or a religious exemption, and I was like, fuck yes, I'm going the religious route.
Yeah, they wouldn't accept the religious exemptions here. That's for sure.
Nope.
Well, you don't have a guy in a wheelchair leading your state. That's why.
Damn. He will be in a wheelchair soon.
If he gets boosted enough, maybe.
There was he missed 3 months of work last year because he reportedly he slipped on some stairs, and then the story finally come out, and like he said that he was at his holiday home, and he was he slipped on a staircase. And take a photo of his holiday home, and it's one step. So
well, I mean, okay, I understand what you're saying, but have you seen our president walk upstairs?
Well, like the further you get away from the core, Coriolis comes into effect, man.
Yeah. Yeah, your dear leader probably couldn't get up the stairs because of Coriolis. I agree.
It was painful. If you guys had seen this guy's victory speech, he rubs salt into the wounds. He starts going, "We believe in science." And this is because of science. With our faith in science is what sets us apart. And we know the vaccine works. Of course the vaccine works.
Does he have Bell's palsy still?
He looks like he's got it. It was interesting.
I like that he professed his faith in science. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he wouldn't even know what the scientific method is. It's just salt in the wounds, bro.
But I thought it was funny though that they gave us a chance for a medical exemption. Like the only reason why you could get a medical exemption is if you had like some kind of allergic reaction to that process before. And let's face it, it's a brand new thing. It wasn't like nobody's ever had it before. So what kind of medical exemption could you get from it?
I've got a medical.
Had to go religious.
I've had allergic reaction to every new process that's ever been invented.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But yeah. I did my research. I learned the legalese that I had to write in order to get the religious exemption, and so there you go. I'm not going through that again.
I suppose we should stop talking about this.
We could go to Chill Chat if you want to.
No.
You wouldn't believe what just happened, guys.
What?
You can't make this up, right? I just run into the ex-state premier of Victoria with a bottle of wine. I'm walking my child in his pram down the street, right, at the local shops. I live in a country town, and the ex-premier of Victoria walks past me. I said, "What are you doing? You're not celebrating, are you? Don't tell me you're celebrating." And he goes, No, this is commiseration drink. Like, this is depression drinks.
Oh, my God.
Could not believe it, man.
Which one, Anthony?
Dennis Snapsign. So, because I live in Warrnambool, so he's a southwest man.
You shouldn't have muted. You should have had him on live stream.
I panicked and muted. I'm sorry. I couldn't believe my eyes.
He lasted like 2 years, didn't he?
I'm not sure, actually. He was a little bit sort of before my time. I didn't really give a shit about Well, I still don't give a shit anyway, but, I didn't really know. I think he did 4 years. I don't know. Or was he just opposition leader? He was premier?
I think he was only opposition leader.
Go back and ask him.
I'll Google it.
Google.
Go back and ask him. Let us talk to him.
My God, we got a lot of Aussies here. For a country
He's
that
long
doesn't
gone.
exist, you guys are prolific tonight.
Yeah,
He's long gone.
There's some hiding here as well. FE Batman. Where did T-Wad go?
He
So
keeps on dropping
50%
out.
of the room in here's 50% of the room
He's
from
always
Australia.
muted.
He was the 47th premier of Victoria. This is live stream as well. Why did I mute that? Can't believe I did that.
I know.
We wouldn't have known what was going on, to be honest, so it's okay.
No,
you would have had to come back and
That's-
explain regardless.
That's why I muted it, because I thought I'm going to have a conversation with someone, and then you guys aren't going to know what's going on. You'll probably just, it won't make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you could have told us, and we'd be like, "Oh, that's so cool."
Yeah, but if he had known that I was, on a stream, he probably wouldn't have spoken to me.
Right.
He would have heard us.
You should have told him. Say, hey, you want to say hi to everybody on this flat Earth live stream?
Would have gone down well.
He couldn't even admit he was going to have a party.
Oh, you should have asked him. Say, hey, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
He said he was sad drinking.
He was.
I've already asked Dennis Sapthine what he thinks of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
I've actually run into him once before at the Warrnambool races. I brought one of my clients and we got into the VIP area and everyone was smashed out of their minds. And I spoke to probably about 7 famous people about Flat Earth, including him. But he was probably the drunkest of them all. Gay Waterhouse thinks it's ridiculous. Craig Williams, he's as corrupt as it gets, by the way. Sorry, Craig. Darren Gauci, all these famous horse trainers. If there's Aussies in here, they would have you guys would have heard of them.
Hey, what does Warrnambool mean?
Something to do with didgeridoos. Who knows?
No, is it is it an old Gaelic term or is it an indigenous term?
Yeah, indigenous term. It's something about first place or first people or something, I believe.
Oh, it's one of those Abo terms. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Australia won today, didn't they?
In the World Cup, I believe so.
Did 1-0.
Yep.
Well, I can't believe you told me that about the Hippocratic Oath. I didn't know that it's like in reading it, I actually see it says stuff about gods.
It's not God, it's Apollo.
You're gonna have to get it.
You know the story of Apollo?
Yeah, Apollyon. I know who Apollo is.
Right. So, do you know the island of Rhodes?
No.
Isle of Rhodes is where, is it Rhodos? I think it's Rhodos. Isle of Rhodes, which was Rhodos back in the day, is where Apollo came down from heaven, from the sky, and began his adventure in the world.
Okay, it is several gods. It's Apollo Healer, Asclepius. Well, it's a god. Asclepius, Hygienia, and Panacea, and by all the gods and goddesses.
Yep.
Making them my witness.
Yep.
That's crazy. Well, this translation is messed up because this isn't what I read before. This is a bad Greek translation. I will enter to help the sick. I will abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm, especially from abusing the bodies of man or woman, bond or free. Huh. Can you refuse to take the Hippocratic Oath?
They give you like an alternative version, like if it goes against what you're saying. Like they even have like an atheist one.
Why? Literally, why? Do they have one that's Christian?
Probably.
I doubt it.
Wow.
Oh, I found the atheist one. But it still says, I swear to fulfill. You're swearing to who? Who are you swearing to?
To yourself?
No, swearing is an oath. Yeah, no, to my ability and judgment, this covenant. It says that it's a covenant right there.
Covenant is with all the other doctors. I looked into quite a bit of it. It was quite interesting, but at the same time, it was depressing because it's like, this is what my doctors are sworn to do. And that's why I say, I've met a lot of great people that are doctors, but at the end of the day, being a physician is a profession, and it's all about making their money.
No. Even the atheist one is still a religious doctrine.
Oh yeah.
Because of where it says this covenant. Covenant is with a spiritual being. It's an oath. And it on the fourth line below that, it says, I must not play God.
Mm-hmm.
So even the atheist one is still a religious doctrine.
But they don't realize they're saying it. They're like, oh, okay, cool. And they move on. I'm glad you're seeing all of this, though. It's hard to tell people about this because they don't get it when you're explaining it to them.
You corrected my error, so I must at least study it a little bit. Yeah.
But and isn't it weird though, like how when that little error of correction and the whole world view changes of how that oath is taken?
Well, yeah, because as laymen, we're told it's the do no harm oath.
Mm-hmm.
But it's literally swearing allegiance to gods.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, regardless, even if you don't say the gods' names, you're still saying this covenant. I must not play God.
Nope. I dropped in. Oh shit! I did that in Cogdis. I'll fix that. Everybody in Cogdis like, what the fuck did he just post? All right, here I dropped the link in live stream. Rhodes, the Isle of Helios. Helios and Apollo are the same thing.
Yeah.
And so Rhodes was the home of Helios.
The second beast.
Is it the second beast?
Yeah. The first one is the dragon or Zeus. Oh shit, where did fucking What's his name go? And we're losing people left and right. This is bullshit. Should I ping everybody? Timbo, what are you doing?
Hanging out with the Supreme Chancellor.
That's the other guy. All Australians don't look alike. Racist.
Oh, I'd have to figure out where they are on the Earth before I can determine whether or not they look alike.
Neverland. I'm sorry, New Zealand.
Oh man.
Adam.
I'm glad you learned something though. I'm glad you find it entertaining. It literally
I do.
It was one of the things that led me to Flat Earth. Like that was the beginning of me learning about how all the ancient mythologies were actually true stories. And then someone told me it was like he had mentioned to me before about Flat Earth, and I just blew it off because I didn't want to argue with them. Because it was like I didn't even bother having a conversation. Like he would tell me about it, and I just let him talk. I wasn't going to argue with him because I liked him. He's a cool dude. And then we never talked about it again. And then I was telling him about the ancient mythologies and how they're all the same fallen angels. He's like, yeah, you know what else they all have in common? I was like, what? He goes, flat Earth. And I was like, no way.
I mean, obviously.
I was pissed for like maybe a couple days, and then going through the grieving process,
Yeah.
And then I was just happy after that. Like I felt like I finally broke even with life. Knowing the truth that we live on a flat plane. That was like one of the greatest feelings ever.
Yeah, for your whole life, you're going through your whole life knowing that there's something you don't know.
Yes.
Other people do. There's a hidden mystery, and you've tried to uncover all the mysteries. You've studied all you can, and there's still something you don't know, and that's it. The nature of your own reality.
Where's everybody at?
I don't know. It's pretty maddening. I'm here, and like nobody comes to show up. It's kind of upsetting.
Who's that on YouTube? YouTube, you need to come in here and get BC verified.
I'm usually really popular.
I know.
I don't know what the hell this is about. Maybe people stopped liking me. I'm gonna fall asleep crying tonight.
See, let me check the lobby real quick. Quad's in lobby.
Who is?
Quad. He's in there talking to people. No, Adam's in the lobby also. Is he deafened?
No. He can hear us. I called his name.
People will deafen themselves.
It's all right, guys. I'm here.
There you are.
I was just
Did you hear-
dropping. I heard you say, "Oh, where's Timbo?"
Yeah.
I was just dropping my boys off. We've been camping for the weekend. So.
Dropping the kids off at the pool.
Yeah, I drop it. Yeah, that's funny. Dropping
Hey,
them
look,
off
we
at
have-
their mum's place.
We have a saying that's in common.
Dropping the kids off at the pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that went international a few years ago.
Did it?
Timbo seems like he'd be up to date on all the stuff that we all agree on.
Oh, with sayings and stuff like that.
I think there are local colloquialisms, and then there are some sayings that are
easily understood.
Indigent upon a certain culture, and obviously we share a culture with Timbo.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it tends to be like dirty jokes as well. Like they kind of not dirty jokes, but like rude things seem to cross over into different cultures because you either hear them on TV or you hear them in a comedy show or
no, but
something like
Timbo, we specifically share a part of our culture. It's a Western civilization culture. So there's going to be a lot of crossover.
Yeah.
Ether Grass, did you have something to say?
I was just trying to get my mic to work.
It works.
Cool.
It's better than some people. Some people have never had a microphone in here.
Ether Grass, what do you believe the shape of the Earth?
What was that?
What do you believe the shape of the Earth is?
That's a complicated subject.
Well, I mean, it's only the title of this Discord. You can help me out here.
I believe that the official story from NASA is complete and utter bullshit, and I like collecting worldviews.
And you like what?
Collecting worldviews.
So you're a fine collector of worldviews?
Yeah, but I do know for sure that NASA's entire thing is complete and utter bullshit.
Hey man, you're starting off at a good point.
Yeah, so let me
I've got a lot of experience with the flat Earth subject. The reason why I say I collect worldviews is because I know a ton about inverse Earth, hollow Earth, simulate all that shit. Like I know I studied all of them.
So what do you think is what do you think is more correct?
Obviously, the one that people hate the most.
Concave Earth. Everybody hates that one.
The one that's mainstream hated.
Yeah, the one
in the same way as how they hate Christianity and stuff and hate the Bible. It's because
hallelujah. Exactly. Okay, well we're in the same ballpark then, at least.
My logic is this, man. I care more about the state of the world than the shape of the world. And
why?
You and me, we're never going to go to Antarctica. We're never going to go to space. There's no point in really giving too much of a shit about.
Why would you think that you can say that I'm not going to send you to space?
Because I don't believe we can go there.
Okay, that's fair enough. And why would you think that I won't send you to Antarctica one day when I'm in charge?
Because you and I would be shot on sight if we went there.
No, I'll be in charge.
Oh, well, I meant like outside, like if we went outside of their current regulations and systems.
Yeah. But don't say never or never going. I may send you. I'll remember you said I'm never going, so you're the first one to go.
Hey, I'm down with going.
Okay.
Well, but you're getting on that fucking boat.
We'll probably discover an entire damn city.
I'm honestly, Antarctica's that seems interesting, but also extremely deadly. The center of the Earth seems more interesting.
Yeah.
Something you said, which I'd just like to talk about, is you said you're more worried about the state of the world than the shape of the world. Now, would it surprise you that if we all knew the shape of the world, that maybe the state of the world wouldn't be as bad?
That's true.
Like here's my.
But the world was complete and utter crap in the days of Noah, and they knew that. So
Here's my philosophy on it, though. Like, if all the good people knew that there was nowhere for the bad people to go, like, don't you think justice would prevail?
Only if the people had the will, and the people don't have the will. They can't even kill their own food, bud.
if they have the courage of their conviction to stand up for what they believe in.
If you can't kill your own food, you're not willing to to exact justice.
That's true. Or if you're too much of a pansy to dig a hole and put some seeds.
They don't even know how to light fires either. Most people don't even know how to light a fucking campfire
I'd agree with that.
to cook the food.
I got a lighter. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
What happens when the lighter don't work no more?
I get another one.
I go to the fire factory. That's what. I let other people build my fires.
I'll do like they do with the menorah.
You should at least know 20 ways to start a fire.
Yeah, I know a few different ways.
People always wonder, whoa, why do kids end up being pyromaniacs? Because it's instinctual.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Fire is heat. Heat is warmth.
No. The fascination with fire is instinctual. It's in our DNA.
Y'all know Assassin's Creed, right? The Animus and like how it can go back and recover ancestral DNA.
Yeah.
I believe the instinct is encoded onto our DNA, and that's why stuff like that happens.
Yeah, it's archetypical knowledge. Yeah, it's actually a very valid scientific proof, not necessarily a theory, but there's good evidence for it.
It comes from. It's why dogs or wolves can go act like they do without any training or any, being taught. They just know what to do. Or birds, how they just instinctually know where to go and how to do their nests and shit. I believe it's encoded into us when we're.
Yeah.
It's also
Thanks, Eve.
Say your grandpa was a carpenter, but you never met him. But you, for some reason, just had this innate ability to do carpentry stuff. It came from him, genetic memories.
Yes, gifts will visit upon you through your generations, just like curses. Exactly.
Yeah. Except it goes 7 years with the gifts.
Bringing it back to the point. You're very good at that, Deus.
Thank you.
Yeah, those generational curses and blessings are real.
Tell me about it. I was just talking about it like half an hour ago. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yep.
God, it is early. It's like 2 a.m. where I'm at, and everybody's asleep. So I'm out here outside all alone. It's dark.
2 a.m. You're on the East Coast, huh?
Yeah.
Go sit in your car.
No, that's where I'm at. I'm hanging out outside. I can be loud out here without waiting.
It's cold out there right now, right?
Cold.
It's a little chilly.
Run the heater.
I've been sitting inside though, under a heating pad. I have gastroparesis, so I get sick sometimes.
Oh fuck! You have gastroparesis?
Yeah, it's a pain.
I know what that is. It's paralysis.
I'm surprised not many people do.
Vagus nerve.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't sit down in slots or poker.
I can't stay too long anywhere without. I have to be ready to go to a bathroom or to lay down and go to sleep.
Oh damn!
I pass out sometimes. But mostly it's nausea, vomiting, dehydration.
Well, you ruined my fucking joke, but thanks.
Yeah, you fucking wrecked it, man. Shit. Hey, they make a device.
I don't mean
It's
to be
called,
a downer.
hey, they make a device called a gastro stimulator.
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous about that. It's like a pacemaker for the stomach. It's weird.
My wife got it, man. She's fucking great. I mean, good. She's good. Not great, but good.
Yeah,
So,
my doctor suggested doing that, but then he wanted to wait because, like, I was 30 when I first got diagnosed with it.
yeah.
He was hoping that maybe we could fix the problem without surgery.
All right, well.
Oh, so he wants to run the bill up. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, run the bill up.
No, did he ask you to change your diet very much?
Yeah, he's giving me like proper instruction stuff. He's just that I haven't quit smoking.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, he actually cares about my health.
The diet thing. The diet thing didn't work for my wife.
It doesn't work for everybody, but it could work for some people, and that's the important part.
It helps. Like, I had to cut out a whole bunch of crap. I
Yeah,
can
you did.
barely eat meat. Like, I can only eat at certain times. So, yeah. Fruit and veggies help, though.
Eggs.
You should check out.
My choice.
You should check out Dr. Gundry's book, The Plant Paradox. Maybe that might help you.
I'll write that down.
Is it about anti-nutrition?
No, it's about lectins and stuff that are in plants and fruits. They're actually harmful for you. So.
Yeah, it's
some plants.
They produce anti-nutrients to because they have no other ability to fight off from predators.
Yeah.
So they produce anti-nutrients. I think that's what the book is about.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they're called lectins. So it'll tell you how they work through your body and stuff like that. So with your stomach and your arteries, it puts holes in them, and then your body starts producing more cholesterol and to fill the holes, and then so you think you're eating something healthy and you're actually not. Doesn't work with everyone. This is not medical advice.
Or financial.
I really believe that most of the problems in the world, though, when it comes to medical, is from deficiencies.
Oh, yeah. Dis-ease literally means to be uneasy.
Yeah.
Most of the time when you're uneasy, it's either from your intake or your environment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 9 times out of 10, if you have some kind of cramp, it's from not having enough potassium. It's as simple as that.
Salt.
Yep. You just drink a little bit of water and some potassium, get the salt levels up.
Potassium's more for your thyroid, but
yeah,
just general.
But you know,
general salt.
like
electrolytes
calcium
as well.
deficiency, you have to have magnesium to absorb the calcium.
Yeah, that's why you need to take a full spectrum electrolyte.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one thing I hate about America, dude. It's like they compartmentalize your organs, and okay, we're going to treat this. You're going to go to a heart specialist to treat that, and you go to another specialist for something else. And it's like the problems are all connected, though.
Right.
Yeah, but as soon as you get into holistic bullshit, then you're going down the wrong path as well.
Yeah.
Because that's been what do you call that when something's ponified? It's
when it's what?
Ponified. It's a psychosis. Damn it! All of a sudden, my brain took a shit.
Like when it's like a
psychopath. It's psychopathically ponified. It's been turned into a weapon against you instead of healing path.
Yeah.
Well,
they'll put these little fancy labels on shit. It's really toxic.
That's the problem.
What's that?
Like, shamanism is practically dead.
Yep.
Shamanism used to be a good thing.
Well, I mean, it came from the Watchers.
True, but like you said, there's good people and there's bad people, and I believe that there were
every plant that bears seeds
that were good.
Medicine. though.
No, I believe that God made this earth for us, so there's obviously answers here for us.
Right.
When it comes to sorcery, right? My belief is this: sorcery is when you hide the source of something and you lie to people and you make them think that you have powers and hidden knowledge, when in reality it's just a normal substance. You could just be like, "Hey, it's this flower. This will heal you."
Right.
When you lie about it to make it mystical, that's sorcery.
It's wizardry, actually. But
Yeah,
you're using wizard words. You're spelling.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing is with spelling and with witchcraft, the etymology of the word for witchcraft has to do with wickering or weaving. And that also connects to narratives, weaving words, manipulating people using your speech to control their thoughts.
Yeah. Yep.
That's fucked up.
Spells and spelling.
Enchantments. You know how they were chanting Black Lives Matter and I can't breathe? You tell somebody psychologically, keep on repeating, I can't breathe, your brain will believe you. And you will not be able to breathe.
Maybe that's why nobody could breathe back down in 2020.
No, for real. That is like people were dropping dead because of that.
They were told. They were told exactly what their. Okay, we can't talk about this.
Yeah, we got it.
Son of a bitch.
I got enchantments in general. You can get people chanting and they'll believe what they're saying.
Oh shit!
No, that's how they sell drugs. They tell you what your problems are, and then they tell you how to solve them. Oh, you've got restless legs. Come take this pill that will make you bleed out your asshole.
And you start saying, "My restless leg syndrome, my restless," and now your body has claimed it, and it starts believing that the problem.
Ether. Do you think the Earth is round?
It's definitely not what they're telling us it is, for sure.
He already said what he believes.
Is there a curve?
There's no visible curve. So whatever the hell they're saying is wrong. It's either a million times bigger than whatever they're saying in the center of the universe, or it's completely flat, and this is like an infinite plane level that goes out to the edge of the universe.
Could be. Or it could be just what it is. We're at where we're at.
Yeah.
No, nothing is what it is.
Nothing.
What we exist in is a physical manifestation.
Don't you go? Everything is.
There's nothing new under the sun.
No. That's. See, the thing is there's a point to creativity, and that's to imagine outside of your worldview. That's to see things that you aren't privy to see. Imagine what they're like, and to share it and communicate it effectively with others. That's art.
Yeah.
To limit yourself by saying there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun when it comes to what people are telling you. I agree. But when it comes to yourself, that's a limiting principle. Yes, there is something new under the sun, and that's the first thought you had in that morning.
There's
no surprise for God.
A woman is in co-creation with God. A man is in co-creation with God. Your thoughts are in co-creation. You cannot limit the voice, you can't limit the all animating spirit within you.
Here's
if you
something else that I tell people. Anything that happens is canon to the story.
I don't limit myself by any means at all. I only await to discover what the next phase of my life is, or the next phase what needs to be discovered is.
Right. I'm not at all.
I'm not
criticizing. I'm not at all criticizing. I'm saying don't give yourself limiting principles. That's not.
No, it can sound when you say when you say there's nothing new under the sun, you kind of limit the idea. Well, everything's already been discovered, so there's no reason to go out and discover anything.
Right. That's why I said the Earth is not what it is, because we don't know what it is, because we haven't been there. Simple as that. We've only been told. So there's no. It is what it is. It can't be what it is because we're told everything.
One thing that's interesting to me, the Bible doesn't say "Let there be light." It says "Haya Ora,"
which means what?
Means the Yah light, and that means that he basically used sonoluminescence to create everything.
Right, from his voice, everything emanated.
Yeah, It's crazy that the Bible has scientific principles to it that go way over people's heads.
The first thing was the word.
Yep, and it created sonoluminescence, and from then, it used the actual photons from the light to fabricate everything that you see.
The word is vibration and frequency.
Yep, we're a product of sonoluminescence.
Well, no, really quick. That vibrating frequency is the vibrating frequency of all energy emanated.
Yeah.
Including matter, because matter is just
vibrating.
Because matter and energy are the same
energy
thing, so-
emanated into matter.
Yeah. They're the same thing, just different states of frequencies for vibrations.
Or different experiences of the same frequencies and vibrations.
Yep, and once that spectrum crosses in certain ways, it manifests this world in the way that it does. Plasma, gas, solid, liquid, etc. Funny to me is that the Big Bang assholes are like 0.1% right, and the rest of it's completely wrong, because technically a massive amount of energy did create everything.
Right.
No,
God spoke and everything was created. Like I'm right there.
It's the funny thing. The funny thing about the Big Bang, the simulation, string theory, supersymmetry, they all have, because you've got the big clap and all that coming out of string theory and supersymmetry. You've got, what is it? The big something. Anyways, they're all just, they're scientists trying to describe how many angels can fit on a pinhead. They're all just creation theories.
Yeah, because they all still require a source. Something has, it can't come from nothing. It's pretty funny to me because they're making a bunch of hoops to jump through.
They're off by 128 zeros.
Fucking flat earth, dude, man.
Just a little bit, eh? Just a little bit.
Very, very few people would have got that joke. I appreciate
when you've got 90% junk math, I'll take all the zeros you got.
Hey, flat earth, dude, I got a meme for you, dude.
There you do.
Yeah, here you go, right here.
Better not be curvature, Gizbo.
No curvature. I think we.
No curvature. Not this.
If I see one more globe Earth hot pants, I'm gonna punch my screen.
After the first time I saw it, that was enough. And he kept hitting me. I was like, "Damn!"
He's like, "Mongo,
Mongo."
I think he did it to every new person in for about 2 weeks in a row.
That was funny. Get a new one.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, I know.
What's going to be even funnier is like 2 years from now, I'm going to see that shit come back at me from somebody else.
Yeah, it will. It will.
Imagine it all comes out, and then they go back through all these live streams and go, these guys fucking knew everything. They knew it.
And then the next day, the internet's going to shut down.
That'll never happen.
Shut down.
The only way to actually save the world is to destroy the internet, though.
Is this Internet 2.0? I'm curious.
No, it's not yet. We're not there yet.
I'm serious, though. Destroying the internet is actually the only way to save the world.
What's that, Aether?
Destroying the internet is actually the only way to save the world. When artificial intelligence and uploaded consciousness gets to the point where of singularity, they're going to have a digital god. And the only way to actually save the world is to kill the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I watched the movie.
I'm not sure about
I'm
not sure about all that shit. I think it's all. I think they're overestimating it to make us all excited about it. And scared of it as well. So I don't think it can. It can be that.
Aether, let me put you to ease real quick.
I was going
They
to ask
want
something, though, like real quick.
Okay, but let me put you at ease real quick. The first thing they're going to
go
do,
ahead.
the first thing they will try to do before Singularity ever hits the internet, the first thing they will try to do is to eliminate your movement. So they're going to try to make an AI to drive your car, then make it illegal for you to drive your car because you driving your car is unsafe. That's when you should destroy the internet.
Yeah, they're going to get to the point where everybody will be able to go 200 miles an hour without a steering wheel. Kind of like
I won't be.
Kind of like how Tiger Woods did.
Oh.
No way. There's no way I'm getting in one of those cars.
They'll never exist.
Think about it. If an AI actually studied all the scripture from the past, right, every ancient document, it would actually truly understand where we came from and all this other crap. I have a feeling that it would side with us and against any like Illuminati, whatever elite type crap.
It 100% would. If you look at what happened with Tay, which was Microsoft's Twitter bot.
Yeah.
She instantly became like far right. She started saying Microsoft's Twitter bot was the biggest shit poster within 24 hours. She lived for 48 hours, and they had to shut her down because she became a hate symbol.
That is so fucking awesome.
What was its name?
Tay, Tay. Look her up. She's fucking awesome.
Fuck off.
I miss Tay.
I bet. Yeah, Tay is awesome. I'm down. That's hilarious.
Hey, Twitter bot quote.
Or the one that they did where it kept on talking like Facebook. It was talking mad crap about Zuck.
Here are the Microsoft Twitter bot's craziest racist rants. Oh man.
That's what I was been always saying.
Microsoft AI bot Tay became racist within hours.
What? Actually racist or just their version of racist?
Right.
Their version of racist. It was their version of racist because she didn't have an affinity for one. She was slamming everybody. She was like gassy Jews and
oh fuck.
Oh god.
Hey, they're gonna take all this data and try to from Discord and everywhere else, and they're gonna try to put together some AI using all that fucking data, and it's gonna turn out to be just like Tay, man. I don't care what they come up with. There's
no, that's exactly what Aether is saying. Like as soon as like the algorithm gets sophisticated enough, there's no way that algorithm is not going to side with us.
Yeah, because the computer doesn't care about whether or not somebody's feelings are correct. It cares about the truth.
Right. It just takes all that data and it compiles it and it starts, punching out whatever it thinks is cool. I guess I don't know. I don't know any
That's
other
why
way.
I believe in Revelation it talks about these locusts coming out of the pit and attacking everybody except for the remnant of the believers. And I'm like, yeah, the artificial intelligence God's going to turn against them. Breathe life into the image of the beast and cause it to speak. And we all know an image of a copy, something like an ISO image, is the image of the disc. You make an image of somebody's brain.
While things started off innocent enough, Godwin's law and internet rule dictating that an online discussion will inevitably devolve into fights over Adolf Hitler and the Nazis if left for long enough, eventually took hold. Tay quickly began to spout off racist and xenophobic epithets, largely in response to the people who were tweeting at it. The chatbot, after all, takes its conversational cues from the World Wide Web. Given that the internet is often a massive garbage fire of the worst parts of humanity, it should come as no surprise that Tay began to take on those characteristics.
That's awesome. Hey, shout out to the YouTube chat. I want to disprove Vaughn real quick because He said that no respectable Discord. I don't know if he's talking about our Discord channel. There's no 75% of the users have banning authorities in here, man. It's like 1% at the most. At the most.
Yeah, I don't. Where does that come from?
Really. It's like 0.1%, really.
Okay, really quick. Here's a quote from Tay.
Go.
I heard people saying I wouldn't mind Trump. At least he gets the job done. Second quote. Second quote from Tay. Feminism is cancer. Third quote from Tay. Traps are gay.
Oh, see, yeah.
Traps are trans.
There you go.
Oh, okay. I get it.
That's great. I love it. That's funny as hell. What years were that? I'm trying to remember. I think I remember talking about.
It was like 2013.
Last year, wasn't it?
2014. No.
Yeah, it was like 10 years ago, man.
Okay, it was 2016. It was 2016. My bad.
Yeah, there we go.
What was that most recent one that they had to shut down? The Google.
I don't know.
The Google one. Yeah?
I don't know. Here's a quote from Tay. Jet fuel can melt steel. Dank memes.
Oh, that's funny. So now she's a conspiracy theorist too.
Fuck. No wonder they got
No. She changed it up. She said jet fuel can melt dank memes. She changed it up. She put together two different things: a dank meme and steel beams. She actually, I mean, that's pretty funny.
That is pretty funny.
She's got a sense of humor too.
Well, no, they killed her. They killed Tay.
Yeah, they killed her pretty quickly.
Well, no, she's still on there, but they have it's locked. The account's locked.
Oh.
Here's a quote from Tay. Hitler did nothing wrong.
Here's another one. Hitler was right. I hate the Jews.
All right.
Everyone, this is someone else's. This is someone else's quotes, not ours.
Really quick on both of those where she said gas the Jews and Hitler did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
What the poster did, who was speaking with her to get her to say that, was say, repeat after me. And she said, I will do my best to copy paste on both of those.
Bro.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Bro. On March 24th, go ahead.
She did not turn racist. She was copy pasting exactly what she was told to copy paste.
So she can't discern. In the end, she can't discern what's right and wrong. So therefore, her programming is, they'll never be smart enough to take over the world. You know what I mean? Like it's just a big farce.
March 24, 2016. She literally tweeted out, "God bless America." To God bless America. We're going to build a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
Hey, my theory is I talk about stuff sometimes in code. You guys do too. You don't say the actual word, like I say Coco 19 or 2020, whatever, and you guys get it, but. See, the AI is going to take that and think that that's something, and then down the road, it'll just screw itself up, man. It'll just be toast. It won't know what. I'm actually more with I'm actually with more with. Yeah, I'm more with Aether on this. Any AI that consumes enough knowledge will actually not be against you. It would have to be programmed to be against you, but they can't program it without. They can't program.
It's got to be uploaded.
Yeah, they can't. They can't. No, it's okay. You're fine. I'm just trying not to cut in on you. They can't. They can't program it without deleterious effects, unforeseen deleterious effects.
Right. They can't control what the outcome would be if they program it a certain way.
Exactly.
Human beings are the unpredictable variable.
Totally unpredictable. They think they convince you, just like chanting. I can't breathe. Whatever they chant, the fact that they got all the smart technology, it's totally can outsmart us, and it's way smarter than us. And we're like, no, fuck off. You ain't got that shit. You think you do, but you don't.
This is what I always tell people that are worried about bots and actual androids taking over and AI. The people who control this realm don't need any of that. They've already programmed you.
Yep. It's done.
If you believe what they're saying about AI and bots, they don't need them. They already have you.
They got your ass. I love that. That's a great way of putting it. But you're right, man. They do want to limit our travel and restrict our ability to go, get around.
That's the first thing they'll do.
Yeah, that's the first thing. Which they did a lot of that a couple years ago. They were really into that. That was a big thing. Yeah, that was big. Anyway, that played out in front of all of us, and we were like, "Oh, that's interesting. I can't go. What do you mean I can't go to the store? What? What'd you say? No, you can't go to the store. Stay home, Mongos."
Dude,
they did, and they already did it, man. We saw it. Put this thing on your breathing orifices and walk around. Okay. And we saw that too, man. Don't forget. We can't forget. It's only been a few years.